Right. I'm settled in. I haven't got a drink yet. Um, Morning for people who are here. Got a cookie and some Pringles I can finish off. Not sponsored. They're just nice. I'm gonna get a drink of water before we start. I should have filled this up, but we'll dive into season 5, I guess. I have no idea how long this is gonna take. I have not seen it. Some people saying it's not very much. Some people saying it's quite a lot. I don't know. I've not really read any of it. I just loaded up a bunch of tabs earlier on today and then cracked on because I've been working all day, strangely enough. No guests at the moment post, but what I was thinking of doing is just I want to be able to just read through it first and digest some of it, which I'll obviously discuss here. But I'm more than happy and potentially will jump into a Discord channel on the stats server, where in theory anyone can join. So yeah, that might be happening. If you do want to actually join in the discussion, you can join in on stats. Maybe in a bit. I'll let people know if I'm on the channel. Yeah, we'll go from there. I hope it's fun. I have no idea what it actually is. I have no idea what's actually inside this thing. So I'll go to drink and then we'll go forward, I guess. I haven't read any of it, so rule number 1: try not to spoil it too much. Not because I care. The spoilers I don't care, but I can only read and discuss one thing at a time. Obviously, even if there were more than one people, could only keep the discussion on one thing. So I will propose an order to which we go through it. We'll go through in that order, and then it'll be absolute madness, I guess. So let's see. I also have no idea how long this is going to take, which might mean that you can all rate me based on how much water I've drunk, because this is a full one of these. Present from my brother-in-law. We'll see how many we go through. All right then. What's up, Dion? Ceiling. Okie dokie. Right. So, we will start off with the actual stuff from Simon. So, did they actually put an article out? They didn't even put an article out. Hilarious. So there's no article taking them through like the logic behind their discussions and what they would do. That's hilarious. I know there's a Facebook. Sophie says, "Do it fast. I'm only 6 minutes." No. Yeah, there's an article. There's no article. I know there's a Facebook post that's gone out more recently, but I'm surprised there's no article. That seems like an odd one to me. I guess they just didn't fancy doing one this time around. I guess. It's fine. Would have been nice to see one, though, to be fair. We also can have, and I will try and do this, and I'll probably get this wrong, by the way. And when I say I'll get this wrong, is I will get it right or wrong based on not my opinion. So Carlo, who is welcome to join, but he most likely probably won't. He's doing other things. We will have a Carlo doubt face. No. We'll have a Carlo doubt face for things that are good. Bad. And a Carlo happy face for things that are good. I will load up a Carlo happy face for you. And that way we can kind of like, if anyone asks, we can use the Carlo face for that lovely face. There we go. He's not here with us today, at least in spirit. Where is he? So, I'll just add those to the stream. It's the same face. The memory lives on. All right then. So let's go through. I have no idea what to expect here. So, they noticed a few changes. So, I'll go through the changelog first and foremost because this has got everything on. My gut reaction here is that this is only 3 pages long. A changelog being 3 pages long in the format that Simon uses is not a good start. Oh well, let's have a look. Quick reference document for what was changed. If you wish to read a little more into why these changes were made, please go to this. Right, so that's not actually a link. They haven't actually linked it. And if you search that on Google, it's Visions in the Flame 2023 Season 2. That's a link to the Westeros.org. That's a 2020... Okay, yeah, so that article isn't up. Okay, fine. Fine. Before we go any further, I'm just going to load up this face here. I mean, I get that the article isn't up yet, but I also get that the files went up early. Yeah, so the files went up at like 12 UK time, so 1 o'clock Europe, which is really weird when they said they'd announced, obviously, that they're coming out at 5 o'clock today. So I know there's lots of discussion about this already, but hey, what is what it is. But yeah, anyway. So rulebook change. There are 2 changes in the rulebook, okay? So we've got the rulebook loaded up in already. Move. See the rulebook page 5. Have they finally done it? Have they finally fixed the rulebook and the definition of move? Okay. Whenever a unit's tray is physically repositioned by a rule, that unit is moving. This includes pivots and shifting. Right, so we knew it included pivoting. We knew that it included shifting. I don't understand how that has changed the rule. Or how that's changed. Can anyone explain to me how that has changed for what the old ruling actually was? So I know what the old ruling was. My question is, how has that changed? But forum, I don't know what the reference was to forum, Mike. So Carlo's question is still valid. Does this include an attack reposition? Which is not a shift. It's attack reposition. And that is not a shift. It's a different thing. Notice the use of the capital S in shift. For me, this does nothing to actually clear up the things that were wrong or the things we didn't know. Yeah, before it didn't specify pivots and shifts are included, but we knew that they were. So, does this include forcing another unit back by 1 inch charging them? Again, it doesn't. I think it does say move them back, actually. I can't remember the exact ruling. Attack reposition physically moves the tray, so I guess. Yeah, so attack reposition does physically move the tray. So attack repositions still fulfill the rule of movement, which means that, therefore, it counts as a movement, which means that all of the movement stuff applies when you do an attack reposition, which means you can't attack reposition because you can't end a move within 1 inch of an enemy, meaning you can never attack reposition, assuming that's what they mean. So unless they've added an exception, then you can never realign in combat, basically, because that ruling, which it doesn't hold true, it breaks fundamentally every single time you do it. I know there's a whole discussion about this, but most people, if they say that it's not true, that it doesn't break the rule, it does. For you to be within 1 inch to reposition, you must be breaking the 1 inch rule. So yeah, there's a whole discussion on that. Anyway, that is just an absolute clusterfuck. Page 30. Does the wording in attack reposition call it a shift? No, it doesn't. And again, for me, like this has done nothing in my understanding of the rules, really, the way I've always played it. and the way I understand the rules after. Yeah, it does say. Yeah, so this is the thing. Again, the problem is you can't use the term move, and I people who say you can this is just bullshit, right? It's a classic thing. You cannot use the verb move in context anymore because the verb move and to move are now different than the ruling word move in the rulebook. So move in the rulebook has a defined meaning, but moving, as in, look, my hand is moving, this is moving, that's a verb usage. It's got nothing to do with the rulebook. That's written or understanding of dictionary English. That doesn't follow the same rulings and the same understanding as the written rule in the rulebook. So when you use this, once these moves are complete, that is not the same as move capital M. It can't be. Otherwise, you've redefined the English language in context of everything here. So you can never move dice when playing the game because that's not repositioning under a rule. So if you ever use the term, I've moved my dice or I've moved my cards, the answer is you can't. Which is why it's bullshit, right? Obviously you can. And that's the problem we're using interchangeable language. They use the interchangeable language here, and it breaks the understanding of the base language used. A unit is engaged from one side, so the enemy has prevented doing so. Yep. It may first choose to change its facing, so it's facing said enemy head on. A unit may then choose to reposition its tray. Notice the term reposition, not move. So that it's 100% line center with its enemy. So the word move does not actually appear in that entire segment. But it says once these moves is not the same as move defined, and not because it's moves multiple, but because of the definition of the word move. Here, that's moving. The other thing is he says there, it could be me. Evan could say it's reposition, so therefore it follows the definition, so it's a move. Therefore, you can never reposition because you'd always end up within 1 inch of an enemy unit. So anyway, the rules set using jargon were, yeah. This feels like a strange nitpick. It is, Owen. The problem is this has been an absolute area of consternation and debate for competitive play because basically you have to be able to ignore the 1 inch rule, which is another rule in the game. You're not allowed to end a move within 1 inch of an enemy unit. The problem is that you now can't ignore the 1 inch move, right? Units may never end within 1 inch of an enemy except when moving as part of a charge action. Therefore, repositioning in melee classifies as a move. Therefore, you can't end within 1 inch. Now, there must be a legal way, otherwise, repositioning must be possible. Because otherwise, why would you have rules on it? So it must ignore this. The question was then, do you ignore other units? Because you have to ignore this partially. Do you ignore it fully or not? It's a massive part in the rules because actually, from a competitive angle of the game, you can really quite easily deny a lot of repositioning movement. And that would mean that certain flank and rear engagements can really dominate the positional play of a unit. Because you can, especially when you're playing like horde-style armies, you can very much control the pacing and the positioning of a unit if it can't realign to be within 1 inch of other units. It's actually really, I'd argue, problematic, especially for the horde-style unit play that free folk most evidently do. So free folk very much can play around with this ruling and can manipulate the rules to benefit the player and their kind of faction. Which is a lot of what really high-end competitive gaming does. Is you're never going to be breaking the rules. That's not the point. You're never fully manipulating and being gamey with things, but you are moving onto the line of how can I get the most out of these situations. You're not looking to be gamey. That's not what we should want in a competitive environment. But there are a lot of interactions out there that are actually fundamentally possible. And they are right by rules as written, but most people don't play it that way, and most people, when we look at it, we go, that shouldn't be the way we encourage people to play, even if it's right. Really good examples of this were the suplex, which some people say was right, some people say was wrong, but like, if you fundamentally agree that rules as written, the suplex was correct. This means if you declare a charge in the front, and then there's something that allows you to move, you can turn your unit, and the unit still has to charge you in the front, so it hits you in the rear, then teleports to the front, so you can flip where an enemy unit is, which again is kind of legal, but yeah. Carlos says 15 minutes on the unchanged ruling on movement. Wonder how these update streams end up being 7 hours long. Yes, because I can talk for fucking ages because I'm an absolute like toilet mouth. I can just talk forever. One of the perks of my upbringing and being in education, I guess, is I can just bullshit for long enough that it doesn't matter. All right, so the rule page 30 was the game mode change. Let's see what it says. It did say page 30, didn't it? Oh, okay. Right. Oh, it's a Feast for Crows change. Okay. If a unit controlling an objective ends a move or an action not touching its linked spoil, it drops a token. Your opponent places a token anywhere touching its linked corpse pile. I have a feeling that's what it said before, didn't it? I know it definitely said move. I swear it said action previously as well. Ah, it used to say ends an action, I think, not a move. Yeah, so this is the capitulation of the use M here, really handy. So shifting, pivoting, anything like that means you don't end up on the corpse pile would now drop the token. Previously, you could actually pick a token up with a move, and then through a series of different sources of shifting, from tactics cards, from orders like swift reposition, and sudden reposition. I forget the name now. You could do shift 2s and shift 3s to get off the corpse pile with the token still, which kind of broke the game a little bit. Nowadays, that capital M move means if you're repositioning by a rule, which a shift is, then you shifting off the corpse pile would still drop the token. That is a clean use of the term move, by the way, but also a cleaning up of the game mode, and is a really good change. It's more of an errata, making sure that it's clearer, but it is a positive thing. So yeah, good. Alternate format. See tournament guidelines, page 2. I already have these up, and I already have this open because this is the one thing that I actually did look at, and I apologise ahead. I didn't really form an opinion on this. I just looked at it. There is a second alternative format to events in the event guideline document now, which is decisive encounters, they call it. During army construction, all players gain additional army points that can be used only on attachments. These are in addition to any total points allowed. The suggested extra amounts are as follows: 3, 4, or 5. This is a way of making us wanting, or this is trying to get players to use more attachments. I don't like this for 2 reasons. Why? Like, why was this the solution you went for? I just think it's a bit... Oh, we want people to use more attachments. So in events, we will make people have an attachment pool. If the event organizer wants them to have an attachment pool, maybe. Kind of. Meaning now you've got another classification of event, another classification of list building, and it is just an alternative rule, and it just seems an odd one to put in. I just feel like this is like, it's just, we want people to run more attachments, so here's a rule to have more attachments. I don't think this is good. And from a stats perspective, I don't do the back end. Boltons hate that format. Yeah, like this just directly, like this just makes Boltons worse without any further information. It just makes Boltons worse in that format because they already had attachments that were free, etc. So like they're not happy about this. The other thing is that like this only really benefits units that have relatively low activation. Like, assuming activation count is still relevant, which we know with the pass tokens it's less relevant, but it is still an important factor. If you've got 3 or 4 point activations, then having extra points for attachments is beneficial. because you can use the extra points you save on the attachments you might have brought to bring an extra unit to then bring the attachments you were going to bring anyway, right? A really, really good example of this is not a viable list anyway anymore, and I haven't seen any other changes, so this is complete theory crafting. The old Mance list that was very dominant, imagine if it didn't now have to play for Tormund and some of the other attachments that kind of list had, and all of a sudden you save 3 points or 2 points and you can bring a Shadow Cat or the Wolf Pack, and lo and behold, look, you've now got an extra activation, and the thing that was already broken is now just more broken. Like, I just don't see the benefit here. I think it's a good thing to have as a format, or as an alternative, but like, I just don't think it makes a difference. For the obviously, it doesn't make attachments more applicable in most games. Or what you're going to get people to do is play the alt list more. And the problem is, from a stats perspective, is now that, you know, and I don't do this, is that Carlo now has to potentially deal with the fact that people are going to have decisive encounter formats, 3-list elimination formats, this kind of format. So you're not standardizing the tournament scene. So this is actually why I hate this the most, is that the tournament scene, from a competitive angle, is actually getting less and less standardized with the more alternative formats that we have. It's fine to have alternate formats. I'm actually a big fan of having alternate play styles and play formats. But if you're going to do that, then they should be treated as such. It doesn't make Carlo's job any easier with the site, you know, and it makes stats generation, stats tracking a lot harder as well. But, like, you know, MTG is obviously really popular. They have Commander format, they have Modern, they have Vintage, they have, you know, whatever. They have so many different formats to play Magic in, but they've all got different rules. They've got different, for example, ban lists. They've got different rules around what you can select, how many of certain things can be limited lists, what's actually even allowed to be picked within that format, right? And people generally, although with Magic there are people who play a lot of formats, people typically gravitate towards one format. You know, you have people who are basically dedicated Commander players, dedicated Vintage players, dedicated Cube players, dedicated EDH players, Modern, Standard. You know, these are dedicated fan groups, and there isn't to say no. There is interchange, of course there is, but they ended up having dedicated events, dedicated things going on, and it creates different circuits which people move into. That's fine. Magic is played by hundreds of thousands of people. When we're comparing that to the size of the Song community, which, you know, I'm going to be wrong when I say this, but I'm going to use the Facebook group number of people in that, which is 14.2 thousand. That's definitely not right, be it too low, too high, whatever, but it actually is probably a good estimate. But if the game really is only 14,000 people, and you've now got 3 different formats, you've probably got about, call it 5,000 people in each format, active at best. And we know that's probably not active player base, and it's certainly not active player base who attend events. So, yeah, for me, Decisive Encounters format, adding more formats is not the solution. But it is an alternative format people can bring, I guess. It feels like a very lazy solution, says Colin. Yeah. The first attachment in every list is 1 point cheaper. Is move in action? Generally speaking, 50. I'm not going to go back over move. Generally speaking, yes. Attack Repo would not be a move action, but it would be a move relating to dangerous terrain, because I think you don't have to do a move action. It just says if you move. I don't know. I'm not going to get into discussing move anymore. I think people are fed up with it. Team tournament guidelines. I'm guessing the alternate format and the team tournament guideline is the same. Yeah, it is. It's Decisive Encounters format. Fine. Cool. Fine. Right then. Let's start, and we'll start at Starks and move through. Mira Reed, Cunning Trapper, changes to order hidden traps. So without looking at this, have they one of two things? They've either it no longer does hits, or they've reduced the number of hits it does. At a guess. Starks. Hidden traps. Unengaged enemy in long range performs any action. Before resolving the action, suffers 1 hit for each of its ranks. Okay, and -1 move if you want to choose that one. Yeah, so it just has 1 less hit than it used to. Yeah, it's fine. I think people who want traps will still use traps. Again, we go back to Free Folk. Free Folk were running hidden traps in 2021, which is when it did just base ranks as hits. I don't think that changes, but it probably means you use less of them. It's less of an effective manner to do sustain damage. So I think hidden traps from trappers and from Crannog trackers is probably going to be less spammed. I think Crannog trackers, you still keep them because the traps is fine and the vulnerable token is usable. You don't actually just take them for traps. I think they have a lot of other purposes, which is why you like them. So I don't see Crannog trackers one of in kind of like Tully Cavalier style lists with that support piece. I don't see that changing myself. I still think that's a valuable thing. But I think you're going to see the lack of, you're probably going to see a slight downgrade in that kind of the 3-4 hidden trap spam lists. I think that might not be as viable. Not sure. Wouldn't consider hidden traps to be bad, but it's definitely obviously not. It's not going to be a carrying mechanism that it was for a long time. Okay, so that's hidden traps. Chrono trackers, obviously, I'm guessing had the same change. Yeah, same change. Big assumption there, but House Tully Cavaliers. Okay, melee attack dice decreased from 6-4 to 5-4. Was that it? Right. So they haven't changed. Like, I mean, they have. They've 1 dice removed from their top ranks. 10 dice on the charge gone. Sure, like obviously, this is a nerf. I think it's probably a justified nerf. I mean, they're still pretty good. Like, I mean, I still think they're probably pretty good. I don't think that 1 dice is a huge amount enough. Yeah. Whatever. House Sworn Shields. There's a typo, because House Sworn Shields isn't a thing. They mean House Tully Sworn Shields. There's actually something I do know, is that apparently this patch note document and the change logs and a lot of the changes, apparently there's a lot of spelling errors and kind of like it just hasn't been quality assessed or quality checked. So apparently that's really common across a lot of different things in the patch. I'm not going to point out every single one, but obviously anything that does crop up. Yeah, House Tully Sworn Shields going to 5-up move is a good thing. Yeah, 6-point infantry unit at 4 move. I'd expect to see a few changes, without going further in already. I'd expect to see similar kind of changes happening in Baratheon. Move 4 is just such a difficult thing to get through with defensive units. That you can't do a lot about in most factions. You just are speed 4 and it sucks. And that is obviously a big change, a positive change. Tully Sworn Shields weren't dominating, they weren't oppressively difficult. They are hard to kill. But yeah, I think for 6-point defensive infantry unit, yeah, good. Happy with that. Tactics cards. So Brynden changes to Warcry. Have they changed Warcry again? Warcry. When a friendly combat unit activates, so it's still a shit trigger. Okay, Warcry crap trigger. That unit performs a morale test. Crap. On a success, target 1 enemy in long range. It becomes vulnerable or panicked. Fine. If it's a House Tully unit on a success, it becomes panicked and vulnerable. So they've, rather than just Brynden, they've made it House Tully units. This just makes Brynden better with Tully Cavaliers. And to some extent, Sworn Shields. I mean, the card still isn't that good. But, like, just made him better with things that didn't need. Well, Sworn Shields did need to be better. Tully Cavaliers probably didn't. So I whatever. I think this is probably just Whatever. Okay, sure. Howling changes to Crannog traps. When an enemy performs a maneuver, march, or retreat action before resolving that action, that's way better. That's way better because it was on activation before. This is a much better trigger timing. We can talk about why it's potentially not clear, but I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole today. But it's a much better trigger timing. It suffers -1 move this turn. Okay. If that enemy is in long range of a friendly Crannog unit, it is treated as moving through dangerous terrain this turn. Good. Yep. That just that's basically now very similar to hidden traps in how it functions. You'll notice the one thing it doesn't do is it doesn't affect charges, which is interesting. That is very interesting. So this is good against cavalry because they can declare their free cav move, you play the traps, and then it will actually affect the charge. But this is less effective against infantry units that are just going straight charge. So this is actually a bit of a change to kind of where it was good and where it wasn't good. Yeah, this is interesting. Also doesn't affect range shots as well, so you can shift through terrain and shoot because you wouldn't be declaring a maneuver, march, or retreat. Yeah, I would say that Crannog Traps is... It can be used on an engaged unit who wants to retreat. That's actually really not something that we should ignore. Yeah, I think this is better against cavalry, and it's better against the retreat style stuff, but it is less effective against your range units. Do they double suffer dangerous? Yeah, they would do, yeah. Because it's per action, right? Per move. So if they moved into a bog, then their counter is moving through dangerous terrain. Bang, take some wounds. Oh no, and then it would be a second action which would trigger dangerous again. But it is just treated as moving dangerous terrain without actually touching terrain. So it just makes everything dangerous. Yep. Okay, I forgot they changed that a while back. Yeah, this is obviously incredible against cavalry. So I think they would take the damage twice in answer to Carlo's question. This just completely shuts down cavalry. You can't afford to do a cav move to take D3 +1 and then do a charge to take another D3 +1. And no terrain requirement, yeah. 2D3 +2 on cavalry, you are not moving. Fucking hell. But if you're infantry, activate and charge, they'll just charge you. And they'll suffer... You won't be able to play the card, so they suffer no impact. Or if your cavalry's in charge range, they suffer... they suffer no impact, because they never declare a maneuver option. Yeah. I think this is a very good card against cavalry and like maneuverable lists. It's gonna fuck over solos, completely fuck over solos. Because they can't even, and this is the other thing as well, you can't actually dodge this. You can't dodge this because you have to declare the thing you are doing for this to be played. So you declare maneuver, then it doesn't matter if you do not move. If you simply move 0 and don't pivot, you've still declared a maneuver action. You've still moved. You can't dodge traps. Even if you don't choose not to move, Evan, you've still conducted a march action, and you classify as moving through dangerous terrain, and a move action is moving. Because it's a rule, even if you choose not to move. Because the dangerous says if you choose to do a move action. Yeah, I would say you can't dodge that. Initially. You did not move because you did not reposition your tray. Fair enough. Yep. I would say you can't dodge this myself, because this is really important. You can declare a retreat. You can't declare a retreat. You can't do, but you can declare a retreat that you failed to roll high enough, thus not enabling you to retreat. Thus, you wouldn't move. So this is actually really important. Is that you would declare a retreat, and before resolving, it would suffer -1, and then if it doesn't roll a required number, it wouldn't be able to retreat. So therefore, it didn't move. Right? But you'd still be declaring the action inside the dangerous terrain, or dangerous, surely. Otherwise, you could argue that you could always retreat from other stuff. And I'm not going to get bogged down into this. Complete an action. Yep. I genuinely think that this is really bad, because I'm pretty sure it does say dangerous does say completing an action, right? Units performing actions while in this terrain piece. Yeah, so this is before resolving, when performing. Brilliant. Both terms that are not defined. Before resolving, dangerous. Units moving into this terrain piece suffer D3 +1. Units only suffer damage once during a charge. That's the obvious. I don't know. I'm not going to get bogged down into it any further. I think that's good. I think it's good. So, okay. Superior positioning. This piece of crap. This is Rob. This is Martell base deck. This is... Someone else has it, I swear. I don't remember who else has it. Someone else has superior positioning, I'm sure. It's a piece of crap, anyway. Absolute garbage card. When an enemy performs a charge action before resolving that action, if that enemy charges a unit in the front, they suffer a disorderly charge and charge rolls of 3 or less. If they suffer a disorderly charge, they become vulnerable. Right. So that hasn't changed. They've just split it. If this targets Rob's unit, they instead suffer a disorderly charge on 5 or less. I mean, it's better. It is better. It's a better card. It is a buff. Card still just isn't very good. Like, now you'll just go, every time I charge Rob, it's going to be disorderly, and you just, lol, you just roll a 6. Yeah, I mean, this card is better. It's a better card. Like, obviously, superior positioning was crap, but this is a better card. I think I'd be very interested to see the Martell version of this. Without, yeah, we'll get to that, I guess. All right, so that's Starks. Hidden Traps nerf. You know, Tully Cavaliers nerf. 2 things I think probably did need changing. I don't know if they changed enough. I don't know if they've... You know, it's a small tweak here and there. I'd say Starks came out of it fine, though. Like, it moves a bit more power to Howland Commander, I think, but not a huge amount of extra power. A little bit to Brynden, but again, nothing like game changer. No touches to the most powerful stuff in terms of Great John, in terms of the combos, NCUs, etc. And Tully Cavaliers losing 1 dice hurts a little bit, but I don't think it's going to completely change the metric of if they're a good unit. So I would say that Starks kind of... They come out of this fine. I would say almost untouched. They were one of the... Like, they tended to be a higher performing faction. As we know, the game was very, very balanced in Season 4. A lot of movement. Basically, everybody had been in the top 2 or 3. Not every faction, I think, had actually been top at every point. But certainly every faction had been top 2 or 3, I think. Maybe it's outside of Night's Watch. Not including Boltons and barely including neutrals here at this point as well. But yeah, I'd say Starkers are going to be fine. In isolation with just their changes, they'll be fine. Right, so High Sparrow attachment change in Lannister. So that's attachment High Sparrow Commander. Embolden and Intimidating. So he used to have You can tell I don't play the game anymore because I've forgotten the name of some of the abilities. It was the one that gave vicious and highest dice. So what do you call that? Oh my god! Someone's going to tell me in chat probably before I look this up. Insight. That's it. Insight. Knew what it did. Didn't know the name. So yeah, I could have just looked on the bloody change log. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot. Removed insight and added intimidating presence. Yeah, this is actually probably a buff to High Sparrow. His base using max dice and vicious. Like, so vicious is worse than intim, but vicious can be gained through units that intim couldn't be. So vicious is on cutthroats, which double downs with and doesn't help. Vicious is on Castle Rock Honor Guard, which doubles down with doesn't help. Vicious can be given through cards, I believe, if I remember rightly. Yeah, even Lannister Pays His Debts, the quest card for Lannister, gave Vicious. So like there was a lot of overlap here. Intim is much better for Lannister in general. And the +1, it's the +1 wound is actually really quite an important factor. So Intim is a more powerful ability than Vicious in general. Even though Vicious gives a bigger negative, and that's usually because 2 is not big enough to swap someone from being within range, or like a 5 to a 7 is a big change, but it's not that big. When you consider chance of failure, comparatively very big, but actually moving from a 5 to an 8, for example, way bigger, which is stacking Vicious and Intim. I'll be listening this to the print and cut shop. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd say Intim, good change. That's an improvement in my opinion. Castle Honor Guard changes to Lannister Oppression, the unit that's seen the most changes in Lannisters, probably since release, right? They've been released and been changed every patch, I think, since release. That's taking over the mantle of Flayed Men level. Flayed Men, for people who don't know, were changed every patch for like donkey's years. Lannister, Castle Rock Honor Guard now are changing what it feels like every patch as well. So, Castle Rock Honor, each time performs a melee attack before roll attack die, choose one. For each condition token, choose another one. Okay, that's insane. that is actually quite a big change. You're no longer spending the tokens, which was a big downside for Castle Rock Honor Guard, and what made them probably barely viable. Although the improvements to movement 5 and I think the improvements across the board that they've had since they first came out have made them somewhat viable. Now that they just don't spend the tokens, they don't get the healing effect, which is probably one of the bigger ones they were utilizing, if I remember rightly. So that is a bit of a hurt. But yeah, Vicious and Sundering and getting lose all abilities and getting rerolls. Lannister players can't be unhappy with that. I think that's a good change. That's a more viable unit, definitely, at 7 now, so they aren't utter crap. Remember when they were 8 points and just utter crap, where me and Carlo mathed it out. Well, I'll say Carlo mathed it out, and he was like, it's actually worse in most cases to use the token for the abilities, so you might as well just ignore that huge ability box, in which case it's an 8-cost unit that's melee only with a fairly mediocre attack and defense profile. So yeah, it's come on a long way since then. Oh, and they were speed 4 originally. Yeah, they've come on a long way since then. I think this is viable. 7-point infantry unit. You know, I've got my own opinions about 7-point melee only infantry units, but I'd say this is a viable unit. It moves it much closer to something like King's Men from Baratheon, or Queen's Men to some extent, but like closer to those styles of like it should be a dangerous unit on the field. Good change. Knights of Castle Rock, same change to the melee attack profile, 6-4, 5-4. Yeah, I mean, you could kind of expect that coming. This probably hurts a little bit more for Lannister, with the Tywin kind of Knights of Castle Rock combo. I feel like that is, you know, less oppressive now, obviously with one less dice. the funny thing is Lannisters were doing the combo with kind of the same level of results that Starks were getting, but without the defensive ability to keep their units alive in the healing kind of engine, and they also have to spend a 6-point NCU doing it. Maybe it's even a turn cloak as well. So, from a competitive angle, this is hurting Lannister probably more than it hurts Stark. But it probably doesn't actually change their one-shot potential. And the combo doesn't change. It's just it's worse than it was. I don't know if the combo is still a viable method of playing. And the combo was not like the only thing they did. Like a lot of Lannister lists, that's what they did as their main thing. But they actually tried to have a second win con. And it's difficult because an opponent, the main win con was always the blow up. And that was in every list. So what you were then focusing on is, right, that's their main thing. Let's make that hard for them to do. Then I can focus on their second win con, which is usually just not that effective, like some crossbowman shots or whatever. And there were ways of playing around that with different factions, in truth. Yeah, I think this is, like, it's going to hurt Lannister. They're still good. And, like, the Castle Rock Honor Guard changes are good. It probably hurts Lannister a little bit more than Stark, I think. The Lance change. Yeah, I think so. High Sparrow changes to 2 of his cards. Okay, cool. So Mercy of the Mother. Ooh. That's just cool. I mean, it still does the shitty kind of like, I have to do a morale test to get the best benefit, which I don't like. But you just remove a condition token for free. Well, by playing the card, I say for free, but like, it's the same effect it used to do, but now it removes a condition token. That's good. Yeah, Mercy Mother, that's better than it was. I still don't think it's a good card. Like, but it's better than it was, so yeah, fine. Protection of the Father. When an enemy is performing a melee attack after rolling defense dice, you perform a morale test. Oh, so this is way better. Isn't it? Hang on. This is more usable and more effective when it needs to be effective, but I actually think it's less powerful in some cases, and it's more powerful and a lot more powerful in others. It used to be succeed, get defense dice rerolls, which if you're saving on 6s and you're rolling like, make the maths easy, 12 dice. Or 6 dice. 6 dice is like an average number of hits, right? Well, not an average, but like a good attack. 6 hits generated. 6 hits, you're gonna fail 5 and succeed 1 on average, right? It's not ridiculous to say you fail them all. It's not ridiculous to say you'll save 2. Even 3 is not ridiculously unlikely. It is unlikely, but it's not unfathomably unlikely to save 3 on 6s. More than that, and you are pushing your luck, really. So as a result, successfully blocking a morale check, successfully blocking an extra 3 hits, if you block on average 1 and then reroll 5, you'll probably block another 1. So now blocking 3 is like a way, 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 way better result, because you're now blocking on average 4 with that success rather than just 2, which is more like the average, 2 or 3, with rerolls. So the Protection of the Father is a massive buff against those high armor or bad armor units, but good morale. How about on flip side of it, on the good armor units, 3+, you're more likely to save 4, fail 2. Yeah, if you've got good armor but bad morale, it's basically the same as it used to be anyway, because your fail state's the same. And if you've got good armor and good morale, this card might be really good. It might just push you through like a shield wall effect, basically. And that's probably moving you through to the point of like, my units will not take any damage. I'm already seeing Protection of the Father on Castle Rock Honor Guard being kind of like, I'm saving the morales on a 4. I'm going to probably just take no wounds from this attack. Yeah, I mean, that's probably pretty good. I think Protection of the Father, the 3 hit blocks is on average better than what rerolls will generate you. So yes, I think that's a big upgrade for High Sparrow. Actually, a very big upgrade. In terms of effect, the problem is it's still locked behind the morale check, and the morale check is like tends to be not a great thing to have a card locked behind. So the effect is better, but it is still a bit shit that you have to pass a morale check. It's a good and it's an impactful big change. I just don't know if it's that big in context of everything, right? So yeah, it's good. High Sparrow's got quite a lot of stuff there that I think he likes. High Sparrow felt directionless, and I think he's got a bit more direction now. I still think he lacks full direction, but I feel like he's more viable. Put it like that. Yeah. And that's it for Lannisters. Castle Rock Honor Guard buff, Knights of Castle Rock nerf, High Sparrow change. I mean, honestly, I just feel like more of the same from Lannisters here. I don't think anything's changed for them. Not really. Like, Castle Rock Honor Guard is mildly misspelled incorrectly, but also better. So I think that's important. Yeah, it's good. Lannisters shouldn't be unhappy with the change. Just a change in line with the game, and then a buff or a lesser used commander and a lesser used unit. Yeah, can't complain too much. I think that's fine. Knights Watch, Benjen Hidden Traps change. I'm not going to go through that. Tactics card changes to Sword in the Dark, Fire that Burn, Light that Brings. So, Hidden Traps change, same as the others. Sword. Friendly units performing melee attack before rolling attack die. Vulnerable if they haven't activated Panicked. Right, so they've changed the impact and the trigger effect. So you play it now and they just become vulnerable. They may become Panicked. Before, you had to be unactivated for either. So they've improved and made Sword in the Darkness more playable. The vulnerable token it tends to be the one that Night's Watch want more, but actually it tends to be the one that they put out more as well. So this isn't a major thing. The Panic token is the one that they put out less, and the one that they probably wanted. Probably one they wanted more because they don't have a lot of access to things like Vicious and stuff through units. So yeah, I think the vulnerable token. So the thing here, and this is the really big change. Trackers obviously putting out vulnerable tokens is what it is. The major difference here for me is this is 100% playable on Vanguard. Vanguard already putting that weakened and panic token out with the flank attack. So now this is Vanguard. Every time Vanguard charge, play this triple token in the flank and in the rear, which is where Vanguard were charging quite a lot of the time, actually. So it just makes more playable on Vanguard and less, like, just more playable on every unit. But still not like, wow, amazing, but just makes it brilliant with Vanguard again. Bottom one is the same, so who cares? Fire that Burns. When a friendly unit is performing a morale test after one die, the unit may reroll any dice for this test. If this targets the commander's unit, they pass. Auto pass in base deck is good. In commander is better. Or is like mediocre. Yeah, fine. I'm glad they've changed that. Makes commander play a bit better for Night's Watch. Light that Brings to Dawn. Just get rerolls. Okay. So already did that. And +1 to morale tests. If this targets commander, that unit also cannot become panicked. That's actually pretty important. That's really quite important. With like jaw builds. I quite like that. I think that's a bit more impactful. Like, again, the problem is it's one tactics card on an attached card that needs to come down at a certain time, etc., etc. But I actually do think I quite like that change. The card is definitely more viable, and it makes strategies a little bit more viable, but like it's not enough to really change everything. And it is only one change, right? Yeah. My dog is woofing. I'm gonna let her out the back door. I'm going to drink some water on the way back, on the way here. Overall, Night's Watch are pretty happy. Like, it is buffs. We'll talk about the context overall, right, at the end. Night's Watch came out with a buff. I don't know if it matters though. Huh. Okay. Right. Over 100 people. And I didn't pay for a single bot. I use free bots. No. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Yeah. I don't know. Not certain on this one. Not certain at all. Well, I am certain. I just don't think it matters. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I think it's getting on for 6 o'clock, isn't it? So I believe that anyone who is interested, our German friends over at Hits and Crits are starting their roundtable where I think it's I actually got it up here. It's Anwan, Thomas, Pasha, and Xanatos, one more as well, doing their kind of breakdown. If anyone wants to see that, go and jump into the Hits and Crits Discord. But I appreciate everyone here. So yeah, Night's Watch tactics cards. Yeah, fine, whatever. Let's just move on. Free folk. Okay then. Mance Raider change beyond the wall changes to boisterous charisma. Right, I've heard wind of this change. I haven't really seen what it is, but someone said BC has changed. Have a look. Each time this unit passes a panic check test, target one enemy unit in short range, they become vulnerable or weakened. I mean, that is just not the same ability it was. Like, that is a completely different ability. It's not even like they've changed the way it's worded or what it kind of like how it interacts with the targeting mechanics. It's just a completely different ability. Is this them trying to get around targeting being an issue by just removing all the stuff that counts as target? If I see changes to Flamen Has No Secrets and Barristan, I'm going to tell you, like, they're making those changes because they can't be fucking asked to deal with the rules. And that is really, like, if they have done that, I'm telling you right now, that is so damning. Like, so damning on CMON that they can't be asked to fix the problems, and instead they just make the problems go away by removing them from the game. Like, classic, like, lack of design. I'm not going to say that that's what they're doing right now. I can't say that's fair and true. But if it does end up going that way, I think it's a very shrewd move at saying we don't know how to fix this, so if we just remove all instances of it, the problem goes away. Limiting their design space further and making the game, you know, if anyone didn't catch Monday, but like design space changes, not a fan of. Reducing the design space. Someone says in chat they haven't. Anyway, Boisterous Charisma, yeah, I mean, it's a completely different ability. Is this good? I mean, it's a free token every time you pass a panic test. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, like that's probably about worth 1 point. Like it's roughly equivalent, and vulnerable or weakened is actually very useful on that note. But this is very equivalent to like a stubborn tenacity type effect where you pass a morale check, you do a wound. A token is going to be saving 2 wounds in general from a weakened, or potentially doing 2 extra wounds in like a vulnerable or maybe panicked. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think that's a fine ability. And I'd say it's probably worth about a point. Maybe slightly less than a point. You know, stubborn tenacity probably worth just less than a point. I'd say it's alright though. Yeah, it's fine. I'm glad they said panic test, not morale test, of course. Because that would have been silly. Baroque changes hidden traps, yes. Skin changer, remove stalwart, okay, and changes the bonds of skin changer. I mean, I'm glad they removed stalwart because that was pretty silly. they gave them. So, right, they've actually changed bonded skin changer, so it says when this unit is destroyed, remove its bonded animal. They didn't have that on the card previously, and actually, believe it or not, that was a problem in certain rules discussions and the way that people were playing. Most people knew that they should remove it, but it wasn't clear. So yes, very glad they've done that. That's a great comment, Randall. I do the same thing when my sons can't agree on whose Legos are worst. Or who's are whose. I just take away the Lego table. Yep. Right, so they've changed the animals. They've changed the they've changed the eagle and the bear, right? Or the eagle, sorry, the eagle and the wolf. Which isn't in the change log. Right? It doesn't actually say they've been changed, but they have. So let's have a look. I assume they've changed the bear as well. Bonded eagles start with showing a target one enemy combat unit that attaches cards to the enemy round. Place them on limit, ignore for all purposes. Once each turn, when this unit performs a maneuver or march, before resolving this model's skin changer performs a 2-inch shift. Yes. Each time an enemy performs a melee attack on this unit. Oh, the attack gains precision, and that doesn't affect only the skin changer. Okay. Yeah, so you just get precision. You remember that whole thing in last patch where they just stuck precision on things? This is just sticking precision on this as a buff, and it isn't just the skin changer unit. Yeah, I think that's fine. Makes things like COTS sad. But sure. Definitely more playable. Bonded Skin Wolf. Wolf is the same Bonded Wolf rules. Predator's Instinct. Each time this unit charges, it suffers disorderly charge on rolls 1 of 2, which is what it did already or used to do. I can't remember. Each time an enemy performs a melee attack on this unit, their attack gains vicious. Okay. Right. When this model's skin change unit charges, they can reroll. So it did that already. You now just get vicious against the bonded unit. That's very strong. Is it very strong? It's pretty strong. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Only affects melee attacks for both of them. Yeah, so it only affects melee attacks on both of them. Yeah, that's pretty good. You're effectively doubling down a keyword. Like, my initial reaction, so people are aware, my initial reaction is I think Cave Dwellers benefit the most from this. Cave Dwellers gaining Vicious and gaining Precision is just a good place to be in with Cave Dwellers who don't have those keywords. It doubles down on a few extra things here and there, but like, yeah, in my head, Cave Dwellers are where it's at. It does benefit things like Thens. Follows a bone, like, yeah, precision's cool, but like, yeah, whatever. Spearwives, yeah, sure, a little bit of whatever there. I don't know, maybe. Take another look on the skin changer. I have. What do you need me to see? The fact that it doesn't have Stalwart anymore. Yeah, good. That was a stupid thing that they added on. I don't know why they made it have Stalwart. So fucking stupid. Like, Free Folk having the best morale in the game was a dumb thing. And I'm glad that they've removed that. For 1 point, anyway. When this unit is deployed, select one. Select Bear, Eagle, or Wolf. Ah. Deployed. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine for me because that's how skin changes used to be. Like, I think people forget that that's what skin changes used to be. Then they changed it. You just change it at the start of the round, which was good, but like, sure, whatever. It is definitely worse. I'm not going to say it's not worse. It is definitely worse. But yeah, sure. They roll 3 dice on the bears now. Reduce their movement to 4 when they used to be 5. Interesting. 3+3+, fine. I mean, I think they were 2+2+ before, or something silly right out. They've upped their wounds to 3, so they don't just immediately die. They've given them disrupt, so engage with this unit suffers. Oh no, different. Enemies engaged with this unit suffer -1 to defense dice rolls. That's interesting. They've completely changed the rules there. Okay, let's have a look. This reminds me of the old bear rules. But they just brought the old bear back. Cannot control objectives. Cannot grant victory points. Yep, fine. When this unit is selected rather than select, terrible, deploy it fully within short range of a friendly unit and at least 1 inch from an enemy unit. I mean, I'm glad it says at least 1 inch. To put this very truthfully, I'm very glad it says 1 inch from an enemy unit. Although I can't imagine a situation where you would be able to deploy within an inch. Because, like, well, strictly speaking, with new banners and butchery, you could. But the rules on deployment in banners and butchery say you can't deploy within an inch anyway. But, like, yeah, okay, they have to include it because you actually can in some game modes now. Fucking hell. Okay, yeah. At the start of any round, if this unit is not in short range of a friendly unit, it is destroyed. Okay. So it just dies if it's not within friendly ranges. Okay. This unit does not activate as normal. Right. Instead, once per turn, when this... That doesn't... That's such a random thing they've added in there. Okay. Instead, once per turn, when this model's skin changer unit activates, this unit activates immediately after them. So this is what it used to be. Like, this is the old bear. Like, this is the old bear. It does combine with outflank, which is, yeah, I suppose you could do it with outflank. Which is better than the old bear used to be, because the old bear never used to work with outflank, by the way. Which was very dumb. It does say instead once per turn. But, like, you should only activate 1 unit per turn anyway. So I'm a little bit kind of like, unless there's something I don't know yet, that is kind of academic text. It's not once per round. It could say once per round, but it doesn't. It says once per turn. So with Regroup and Reform, you can actually activate the bear multiple times. Because you can move the Skin Changer and activate the Skin Changer's unit, which is now different times, thus getting more activations out of the bear. Okay. And it's a native, just enemies suffer -1 to defense die rolls. That's just good. And it has native sundering. So it used to not ignore armor. It used to ignore armor. But now it has, like, effectively a -2. Maybe even a -3. This is way better for effects that care about cards and stuff, about, like, numbers and things. Yeah, I'd say this is probably a good change. The Skin Changer not being able to change what he picks every round is more of a problem. Maybe. But, like, this is just what old Skin Changers were, basically. And old Skin Changers were very powerful. For those of you who didn't play 1.6 Skin Changers, 1.6 Skin Changers, like, actually dominated the game. Or were part of one strategy in Free Folk that dominated the game. Free Folk had 2 things in 1.6 that were dumb. One was an infantry spam trap list, which, hey, look, that still works. Hasn't changed in years. And one was mammoths. Bear spam was like the 3rd thing that basically was an addition to trap spam. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a good change. Like, a good change. I think it's a better change. I think it's a positive game change. And the fact that this the Skin Changers don't give soul is a good change as well. Well, I'm fine with that. Yeah. I'm still seeing things that I can do. I still seeing things they can do there. I'm fine with that. Right, that was the added special back of card text. Thank fuck. He ignores usual attachment limits. Oh. Again, like, this was Old Jarl. Old Jarl used to ignore attachment limits. People don't remember that. I do. They've just made Jarl 1.6 Jarl again. Fine. Like, good. You're paying a 1-point attachment for Outflank. You do it in other factions where it can ignore attachment limits. Why shouldn't you just do it everywhere to ignore attachment limits? It just, you know, it's already not unique. Don't make it just uniquely bad. Yeah. Fine. Cool. I don't actually know if that's broken on Free Folk, of course. You know, it could actually be broken. I can imagine very easily manipulating that and beating the shit out of people with it. We'll see. Trappers, changes in traps, yet fine. Harmer's Vanguard planned approach. Target one friendly unit in long range until the enemy turn, and then that unit may not be targeted by enemy effects or abilities. They no longer have to charge. Which isn't really why you're playing it anyway, but like, sure. It is better because they don't have to declare a charge. Done. Easy analysis. That order is just better. It's still a targeting nightmare, which, good news, Simon haven't removed all targeting from the game. Therefore, the whole Lego table analogy handle is not true. They still love to include targeting shenanigans. Yeah, cool. Planned approach better. Harmer's got Vanguard better. Still playable, maybe not playable. I don't know. I haven't really thought about them much. Savage Giants. Okie dokie. I don't know why I bother looking at the changelog, because I should just look through the cards, because I knew what they were before. For nearly everything, I'm pretty sure. So, Giant rule hasn't changed. They've got Vicious, yep. They gain +1 attack die for each wound this unit has suffered. Okay. Defenders do not roll defense dice. Okay. Enemies successfully charged by this unit become panicked. Yeah. So they've just made all giants like Mag, which makes more sense. The auto wound mechanic getting around shield wall, etc., and making like this weird dichotomy of like giants being better than Mag against certain things. Also, giants against giants was dumb as fuck. So yeah, like, just being all hits based is fine, and then they hit like a truck on like 1 wound left, they get 5 extra dice. They're all 9 dice. Yeah, you know, that's scary as fuck. I don't know if they're better. I don't think they are better. You know, there are no innate ways to remove tokens in Free Folk as standard, and weakened tokens have always hurt giants quite a lot. Yeah, I don't know if they're better than giant spear throwers either, but like for a 7-point unit, I feel like this is equivalent. The thing is, like, auto wounds just being auto wounds do just make giants a little bit of a risky option, not from a versatility utility perspective, but like they just have hard counters, and that just makes, like, I don't like things that have got quite extreme hard counters in when I build lists and when I make lists and when I want to put lists together. That's not to say I don't appreciate hard counters, but then I have to factor that into my 2-list build. Again, something that 3-list elimination format just doesn't account for, doesn't really equate into, and you know, not something that a high-level player really is interested in looking at, because you just remove so many elements of the game. Okie dokie. So yeah, giants fine. I'm more interested to try giants. I'm initially thinking I'm more interested to try giants in other things, because I'm not just going to roll a dice and go, oh, I rolled a 1 and I did 2 wounds. I mean, you can do that on anything, but it's not just like super dicey now. And the Panicked and Vicious is obviously synergistic and combo as well. Yep. Oh, it's alright. It's a good change. Weren't working, change them. Mag changes to Enrage. Start of a friendly monster unit's activation. Suffers 2 wounds. Yes. Until in turn, it may reroll any attack die and defenders become panicked and weakened. Cool. Yeah, that was a slight improvement. They used to just become panicked. Now become panicked and weakened. That's an improvement. Good stuff. Love it. I see a change to Steer. card called Bitter Demise. Let me guess. Remove Final Strike. Makes sense. When a friendly infantry or cavalry unit is destroyed. Good. Okay, so it does synergize with other units. Before removing that unit, it performs one melee attack using its highest attack die value. If this targets steer, it can reroll any attack dice. Well, that's obviously crap. Compared to Final Strike, attacks in Free Folk are generally bad. It doesn't affect monsters. Bears, it would be quite good with. Decent with followers of bone, maybe, or cave dwellers. Cave dweller savages. Told you, they just got better. Yeah, like obviously this is just a much worse version of Final Strike, a much worse effect. It's I don't know why they don't call this Last Stand. Because it is Last Stand, basically. But yeah, it's fine. Like I can understand why removing Final Strike was a needed thing. I can understand and get on board with that train, and I would definitely say that this is a cave dweller kind of. I'm again initially thinking pushing cave dwellers a lot more. I think it's more viable for everyone, especially with the counter to cave dwellers being low armor and like traps being nerfed as well across the board means that like cave dwellers are just better in the mirror as well. Yeah, overall, there you go. Mimics old Reaper's Fervor, which was pretty crap. Yeah, Reaper's Fervor was fine. The attack on death people were using at quite a high end to utilize that and getting value out of it. So, yeah, cool. Free Folk are coming out of it. Obviously, it's like there's some negative changes, there's some quality of life changes, there's some nerfs, there's I think 1 or 2 buffs as well. Yeah, I think Free Folk come out of it like. I think a lot of people will suffer now because they won't know where Free Folk's direction is. Free Folk weren't doing that well in the patch, even though you likes of Larks and myself will say that Free Folk were obviously really good, as will Sophie and the likes of other top end competitive players. But I think Free Folk probably don't have those same tools for the high end competitive play. I still think they've got some tools though, and I still think they're viable. Yeah, I just think hopefully, and I don't know if we have, but hopefully we moved away from Trapper spam and Raider spam to the point where we can actually see the other stuff more often in competitive list play, but I'm not so certain. We'll see. We'll see. Not sure. You just won't have all the high morale for Evoke. Yeah, but I mean, like, that kind of strategy, skin changes weren't being used for that often anyway. Like, they were a little bit, but not that often. The other high morale stuff is still there and not changed. Like, that's why I'm, like, a bit ambivalent, because, like, I used traps, which means that trappers and Baroque were affected. I didn't really use skin changes that much. I didn't use Mance. I didn't use Vanguard. I didn't use Giants. Used Mag and his cards got better, but like I didn't really use them for his cards. And they changed Steer, which is the main key piece in Steer working was Final Strike. So like they've definitely made the overall strategy worse. But I don't think Free Folk have come out of it necessarily fully worse. And I don't know if it changes my list building that much. Standard. They don't know what they're doing with it, so it's fine. Okie dokie. Neutrals then. Roos. Oh, I'm just going to read the things here. Biter, Rorge Mad Dog. Point cost decreased from 1 to 0. Yes, because Biter was, Biter was underplayed, and so we've reduced him in cost to make him played. I am going to say a crazy statement right now, in that in normal list building, for 0 points, I think Biter might still be one of the least played attachments in the game, and he costs 0. Calling it right now. The hottest of hot takes. He is going to be one of the least, not the most least, or the least. He won't probably be the least, but he'll be one of the least used attachments in the game. Calling it now. Jockin removed Overwatch. RIP. Oh, get fucked. Added acute precision. Let's have a look at this. Fine, it just gains precision. Fine. For 2 points, and for his commander ability, like, this is like super meh. Super fucking meh. He used to bring Overwatch, was obviously very good as a commander, but like, he wasn't breaking the bank. Like, sure. Jockin Archer Captain, remove Widower's Protector. Wow. So he doesn't even combo with Widower in the 2-point attachment version as well. Mate, 2-point attachment Jockin with Widower combo has just gotten a lot worse. Like, a lot worse. The Protector of each other made them... Maybe it's a negative play experience for people, I don't know. But, like, made them good. Losing Overwatch, massive nerf. Fucking massive nerf. And losing the Protector on the attachment, yeah, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. You had a 2-point attachment that people were taking, and you've made it worse. I just think that's so fucking out of touch. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call it right now. Carlo Sadface. They are out of touch, in my opinion. They are making attachments that were played worse, and making attachments that weren't played barely better. Yeah. Yeah. Okie dokie. Let's keep going. Removed Intim, added Prey on Fear. I mean, that just sucks. Removing Intimidation from Intimidating Presence from Roost Commander, it hurts actually quite a lot. Like, that was one of the only ways that neutrals had of doing extra panic damage in a particular thing. Prey on Fear is like super mediocre, but I guess it's fine. But like, I'm not like, oh wow, he's got Prey on Fear. It's amazing. It's fine. Adds a little bit more kind of survivability to the bottom Blackguard unit. But you know what is a cool thing about adding survivability? Is having Intimidating Presence so your opponent dies faster. That's the best way to survive, is your opponent doesn't exist. Not, I heal too every now and then. Yeah, I mean, this is going to work better against other things. Free Folk, for example. But yeah, like, Intim was good, and they made it worse by baiting Prey on Fear, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Not happy with that. Don't think that's good. And Golden Company officer changing to Boisterous Charisma. I mean, you got to be fucking going some to want to take a Golden Company officer now, right? For 2 points, that is real fucking dubious whether or not that's 2 points of value. Like, it was already dubious when they couldn't be targeted and people ran no targeting Boisterous Charisma spam, and it was a negative play experience for people, and that was still barely worth 2 points. like I just think that this is how this isn't a 1 point attachment. Well, I know why, because of the problem with elephants, but yeah, I sorry guys, but this guy here is crap. Golden Company officers are now pretty crap. For 2 points, that is not a good combo of abilities. And the affiliation just doesn't really matter that much apart from unlocking elephants. So, yeah. Roos changes to Fear keeps a man alive. When enemy fails a panic test, target any number of friendly Bolton units in long range. For each wound caused by the panic, restore that mean total across threats. That's the same. If that enemy is in short range of Roos's unit, restore +1 wound. I mean, fine. That is like, that's the smallest buff you can possibly imagine. And I just don't think that +1 it will matter, and people will be like, oh, it matters in this game, and I'm like, yeah, but it just doesn't matter overall. Like, it's a nice buff, it just doesn't matter that much. Plus, if they used to be in short range of if he used to be in short range of an enemy unit, he'd probably be engaged with them. And if he was engaged with them, they used to take an extra wound anyway. Meaning this would used to just heal an extra wound and deal an extra wound anyway. So like, yeah, I'm whatever. Don't care. Sorry, guys. Not to be too blasé about it, but I just don't think that's important. Bob says they won the Nationals qualifier here in Cleveland. Yeah, they did. We won't discuss that. They were just played wrong. No, it's got nothing to do with that. It's about Bob. It's never about that. It's about quality of player. You know, you can't just say, "Oh, neutrals won," and you go, "Yeah, but like, you know, like saying, oh, but this thing won," and it's like, yeah, but that player was the best player there, and it was a small event. And like, I'm not saying that that's true, but like, you can't just say neutrals won this event and say that it means neutrals are playable in a complete isolated statement. You've got to always, like, results are contextual, which is why stats exist, is to add context to results. So you don't have people saying, but they did this thing, and using an anecdotal piece of evidence to suggest. I mean, yeah, the other thing was they were flat out played wrong, which is another thing. They actually played the rules wrong, and the term cheated obviously implies intentional cheating, but yeah, the person who did win did basically cheat with them all weekend. You know, and that's not it was an honest mistake that someone was making, but it is what it is. They've also changed, so it's not in the changelog, but there was another change. So I saw people mention this, and I've seen it in here, but it's a global change that they don't seem to have referenced in the changelog. But it's to motivate by coin, I believe, right? Yeah. So motivate by coin now says each time a friendly NCU claims bags, you may replace that zone's effect with one friendly unit with motivated by coin performs one attack action. This is obviously a very good quality of life change. It solves the whole problem with what motivated by coins does, and is like, I'm not going to say it doesn't create rules issues elsewhere, but generally speaking, this is a positive thing, and it is a good change. Yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah. Then it's not necessarily cheated. Played wrong, played incorrectly implies other things. Yeah. It's an honest mistake. People make them. And it's funny that no one picked it up on it for a whole tournament because, you know, no one knew. And that happens. You know. The change to motive up Bitcoin is a clerical change more than anything. I think it barely makes any difference. The Jockin nerf to 2-point Jockin, Biter going down to 0 points, sure. The changes to Roos, fine. Like, neutral players have not really got a lot to be excited by there. You are playing the same game you were playing before, but the one combo you had in Roos Blackguard is just probably worse. Like, I actually, I'm trying not to be negative, guys. I'm trying to be realistic, right? If I was a neutral player, I probably wouldn't know the game has changed. And I mean that statement, I genuinely mean, I probably wouldn't know the game has changed. Sure. It's fine. Targs. Added threat into Mother Dragons, fine. Mother Dragons was not the best. Having threatened kind of synergized a little bit more with keeping her dragons alive, and played into the theme that Queen of Marine had a little bit, which is a bit of a shame. So Dany has lost a bit of direction now that her 2 commander attachments are very similar. Lack of flavor, I guess. Combat units. Remove Solo Rider, added Westerosi Rider. What? How is this going to be different? Right. Start of 3. He has 3 wounds. Start of his activation, it can perform a maneuver or retreat, so that's the same. Oh. As long as Jorah is on the battlefield, increase your tactics hand limit size by 1. You start the game with 4 and can draw up to 4 cards in refilling hand. They've added a correction text so people know how tactics hand size limit by 1 works. Or how those effects work, I guess. Yeah, so I mean, Jorah just allows you to have more cards. Increases consistency in the deck. Slightly less randomness. Yeah, fine, cool, whatever. Like, he's still okay. Like, for 4 points, he's probably still a bit meh. But yeah, Jorah is probably fine. But like, he wasn't that popular at 4 because he's just a bit meh. And dies too easily to certain things in the game. Probably still true. At least he can buffer tactics cards and hand size. Sure. Can you tell I'm a bit? I think it's a nice change. I just don't really care. Right, Unsullied Pikemen added. So Pikemen have Combat Mastery Defense. Unsullied have Combat Mastery Resolve. Why not Combat Mastery Attack? Would that be pushing it too far? Combat Mastery Defense. While your opponent does not control swords, enemies engaged with this unit suffer -1 to hit. That's alright. That's pretty good if you're going first. Taking swords, they now don't control swords, so anything charging this takes -1 to hit. Yeah, I'd say that's probably okay. It doesn't work that well against the times this is most likely going to be engaged. But like, yeah, I'd say it's fine. Keeps them alive more. Doesn't stop them. Like, the thing that gets me here is that this still doesn't stop them just being shot, which is how you used to kill them, right? So, like, this just isn't that. Like, this is going to make them really hard to kill in melee. So you're just going to shoot them more. Which is what they always you were being killed by anyway. So, like, does it make them more viable? It's an improvement. They're better, right? But it doesn't make them necessarily any more viable than they were. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just don't know. They're pushing them down the route of lots of melee, and they need to be better in melee because they're losing out in melee to things. And it's like, well, I wasn't using these in melee. Well, I wasn't engaging these things in melee. I don't know who was. I certainly never was engaging Unsullied Pikemen in melee if I could afford it. So, meh. Sorry. Swordsman added Resolve. Combat Mastery Resolve. Where opponent does not control swords, each time this user passes a morale test, it restores 1 wound. So it's Dauntless, but with not controlling swords. That's alright. That's alright because it stacks with Dauntless. So there's a little bit of play there with someone like Marcel Commander, where you can dominate taking swords, putting more things on the board, then passing morale text because you've got good morale and healing quite a lot of wounds. Yeah, this plays very much into lists I was already using. My Queen and Marine list that used the Ramsay Unsullied Swordsman is very happy to see this. So yeah, that's good. That's a good change. Yeah, happy with that. Yeah, makes them better. But again, it's not a massive change. But it does make them better. Okie dokie. That's the combat use attachments. Lots of tactics cards changes. Now, again, I pick things up because, you know, you can't turn... Well, you can turn Discord off. I'm working from home. And I did. But, you know, you still pick up some things that people are talking about. They removed all the victory point cards from Targs, by the sounds of it, is the impression I got. Of course, not from all of them, because I don't see Khal Drogo on this list. Oh, he's there. Yeah, so all the extra victory point cards are gone now, or changed. So there's quite a lot of going on here. So Barristan Selmy, Legendary Boldness. Draw a card. Cool. After a friendly combat unit with long range... After a friendly unit within long range of Barristan rolls defense dice, that unit blocks 2 hits and auto passes the penalty test from this attack. That's very good. I'm fairly certain that is just better than High Sparrow's morale check card. Now, I know you need Barristan on the field, and I know it has to be within the range of Barristan, but, like, the other one had a morale check look behind it. This just works. I think Legendary Bonus is a pretty good card. Barry's pretty happy, because the one he used to have to give him an extra VP was crap. So yeah, I think Barristan should be pretty happy with that. Count the cuts. After an enemy completes a melee attack, target the defender. Okay. Attach this card to them until they destroy an enemy. Okay. While attached, this unit rolls its highest attack die value and reroll any attack dice. If this targets Belos's unit, it also gains +1 morale. I mean, it's a good effect. Like, the effect is fine. Attack back with rerolls and highest attack die. It doesn't affect the attack you've just had on you, because you don't... Because it's after the attack, so you don't get the +1 morale for the attack that's just being made. So, like, it's okay. It just kind of wants you to go back in straight away with that unit. It wants to attack again straight away. Yeah, Belwas is fine. That's obviously an improvement. It's an okay card, yeah. I think it's decent. It's decent. It's not amazing. I'm not like, whoa, that's a great card. It's just decent. Right, Mother of Dragons. Changed a few things here. Daenerys Targaryen, mother of, so they didn't include dragons. So, brilliant. When Daenerys' unit activate, instead of performing an action, target one dragon. In long range, it performs a melee attack action. And then draw a card. Yeah, I think that's basically what it used to do anyway. Was it short range? I think it used to be short range, right? Old Mother of Dragons used to be short range. Yeah, short range. Long range makes it better, like, obviously. So yeah, I'd say quite a big improvement there, actually. Promise of Fire. NCU claims Tactic Zone this activation. Attach this card to one enemy combat unit until the end of the game. Okay. They suffer a panic test. Same effect. While attached, each time a dragon attacks it, it suffers 3 wounds instead of D3. Okay, so that removes the randomness of the D3 attack on dragons. Yeah, that's a bit of a crap card, because it's basically just take a naked panic test. But it's solidifying the results of your D3s. That's going to be quite effective against, like, low wound solos, where you now know a dragon will just kill it if it attacks. Like Gregor Covane, right? Enemy NCU activates, a Lannister NCU activates, and you get to put that on Gregor. Now, when a dragon attacks Gregor, it will kill Gregor, rather than it being a 1 in 3 chance, plus then a panic test. That's quite useful. That actually solidifying and removing randomness from certain things like that is quite powerful. So yeah, I think that's going to be good. I think that Promise of Fire is an improvement. The old version giving you the VPs just wasn't that good. It's still not hugely impactful. Anyway, when an enemy attacks a friendly Drogon, Rhaegal with 2 double Ls, incredible. The quality here is bad. Like, it is actually bad. Viserion unit, after rolling defense dice, the defender only suffers 1 wound for every 2 unblocked hits. And it removes field control. What did it used to remove? Overrun. Okay. Yes. Okay. Take out. A lot of people say Field Control is one of the worst cards in the deck. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't think it is. I think there are worse ones, but now you get overruns with dragons. Okay. Sure. Sudden retreat. Which is not in the changelog. And that's the same as it used to be. The defender performs one retreat action. If this targets your commander's unit, it may reroll any retreat distance dice. Target defender, they may perform one retreat action. Right, so they've said target the defender, I guess. If this targets your commander's unit. So that's what it says. It just said, it used to say the defender. It never used to target the defender, so they've now changed sudden retreat. So it targets the unit that's retreating, which means that Winter is Coming switches it off, among other things. Okay. Cool. Retribution of the Dragon, then. After a friendly unit is attacked, target the attacker. Okay. Attach this card to them until the end of the game. While attached, each time this unit is attacked, the attacker gains Vicious. Okay. Each time the unit is attacked, if the attacker is Grey Worm or an Unsullied, it becomes vulnerable. Okay. Cool. Sure. Alright. Vicious is obviously obtainable now through base cards in Targ. You also have Insight on Brazen Beast. 2-point command. Is it Brazen Beast Commander or whatever it is? You also get Vicious on things like your Harakars. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Betrayal. When a friendly NCU claims a zone, replace that phone with draw 2 cards. Okay. Restore 3 wounds to his unit. Okay. 1 enemy combat becomes vulnerable and weakened. Alright. Then attach this card to draw his unit until they destroy an enemy combat unit. Okay. While attached, each time that unit activates, suffer 1 wound and become panicked. Alright, okay, so it gets doubled down. I think that's I mean, obviously Betrayal was like, I'm going to sneak a win now, and it was a bit of a feels bad. But Betrayal is, I think that's quite a good card. Draw 2, equivalent to letters, and 2 tokens, and restore 3. Pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah. I think that drawer list still works the way it used to work, basically. No problems with running it. We've got a few more. We've got Adravat. Khal Drogo's unit activates. Target one enemy unit at long range. Attach it in the round. Just gets crit blow. Okay, so you just gain the crit blow now. You don't have the VP thing. That's fine. It's the same card, basically. Warcry. Morale. Panicked or vulnerable if it's mastered or an Unsullied. Panicked and vulnerable. Okay. Yeah, you can remove it with a Kill Hibiscus. Yeah. Well, I think it's probably a better card. Warcry is the same change to Warcry Brendan Scene. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. It's fine. Queen's Law. When an enemy combat unit activates, attach this card to them until the end of the round. Okay. While attached during your opponent's turns, this unit loses all abilities and cannot be targeted by friendly tactics cards. Yeah. Just getting my head around who the opponent would be. The opponent is the Targ player. So while attached, the best way to read it is, while attached during the Targaryen or Skazhaz turns, the Targaryen's turns, this unit loses all abilities and cannot be targeted by friendly tactics cards. if Skaz's unit or a Brazen Beast unit, right? So now we've started to add in non-affiliation units as triggers as a base, and like I'm fine with that, but also like this was the whole point of having affiliation. Surely this was the whole point of having affiliation, so that you didn't have to do this. Sorry, making myself annoyed for no real good reason, but like it just makes me angry that they have a mechanic to get around this and they're just not using it. Because they'd have to change more if they wanted to use it, and it's like, well, that's a bad excuse. Anyway, if you charge that unit, you automatically count as rolling a 6 on all charge dice. Yeah, that's pretty good. It means that Sentinel effects, although Sentinel ironically wouldn't get the benefit of the losing all abilities and can't be targeted by tactics cards because Sentinel will be happening on their turn most of the time. But I could easily see Queen's Law being quite effective, and there's no way to remove it. It just is on the unit. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, the enemy combat unit activating thing is actually the bit that's hard. You already know what the effect is going to be because you've activated, it's gone on you, it's going to go at the end of the round, so you can actually plan around that a little bit. Where to get the PDF, says Ruthnik. At this link here, my good sir. Ciao! All right then. Yeah, I mean they're all positive changes. They're all good things. I mean, Jorah's change probably a bit sad. Drogo is kind of like basically a nerf. But yeah, they're all good changes. I'm just a bit disappointed that was the only cards that changed in like Belwas is crap. Belwas is garbage. And yeah. Yeah, Carlo, you've only just noticed the fact that it's PDF-PDF-PDF. Yep. They're paste they're not paste bin. I say paste bin. They're AWS asset bin or whatever is yeah, it is truly awful. There is I've forgotten the link where you could see the asset bin as well for everything on the website. It's a right mess. Yeah, so I mean, Drogo's still playable. Mother of Dragon's probably got a bit better. Jorah probably still playable. Marston probably a bit better. So yeah. They have a War Council /PDF, and they have files in any PDF. So yeah, I'd be interested to see the War Council PDF version. No comment as to why. Anyway, yeah. So Targs, I think it's almost universally buffs. I would consider them buffs. I think across the board. So Targs should be pretty happy. But again, like apart from the VP stuff, maybe the Unsullied stuff is okay as well. I know. I just don't feel there's that. There's not that many changes I really care that much about. Like, I don't think it changes the landscape much. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just getting a really bad read on this patch, but that doesn't seem like a big thing to me. Right, Baratheons. Right. Wow, I see Andrew. Changes to First of the King's Men. You count as controlling crowns and letters zones for tactics cards that targets unit. Okay. While your opponent does not control crowns or letters, this unit may reroll morale test dice. Alright, so it's like playing into the Queen's Men, King's Men mechanic of like swords, crowns and letters, really playing around that tactics board. Like, it's better than he was, because rerolling morale test is like fine. I don't care. Like, such a small change. I think it is quite a useful change. But I'm not like, wow. I'm just kind of like, yeah, cool. Brilliant. It also doesn't solve the problem of targeting with tactics cards of crowns and letters. So yeah. Yeah, so if your opponent controls either, it turns off the reroll morale test. So if you control crowns or letters, Andrew just goes back to what he used to be. And the chances are the opponent, yeah, the chances are they will. But like, let's be honest, that's Queensmen, Kingsmen. There are periods of time where that's not true, especially opening round swords take. Right, that's the big one. The opening round swords take. They won't control crowns or letters, so they'll get the benefit of the reroll morale. Apologies, my dog just woofed out of the middle of nowhere while stood in the middle of the bedroom. And I thought she was worrying about something, but no, she's fine. All right then. So, yeah, Andrew, whatever. Like, it is a buff, and it's a buff at a key moment, which is swords at top of round. So, like, this is a much more impactful change than it comes across initially, because the time of opponent highest strength is when this has its most likely going to work for you. It also affects yes to the last because it's morale test, so it does affect morale to the last rolls, which means you can't kill top of sword. Like, be honest, you're not going to kill top of round swords, kill Andrew's unit, then fail a TTL, then re-roll it, fail it again, then re-roll it because they've got a second counter they can spend, and then re-roll it again. Like that's 4 morale checks, especially if you then try and kill them with panic damage. That's 5 morale checks that they potentially get to make on top instead of like the 1 or 2, whatever they. Just a crazy number of checks. You are not killing them. Not easily. So yeah, that's Andrew. Yeah, I mean it's quite an important change actually, but I don't think it changes anything else about him. So like obviously it doesn't. So yeah, bit meh. Special back of card text to him. Davos ignores usual attachment limits. Okay. Sure. Adding outflank, ignoring attachment limits is obviously what everyone else is doing. On a commander, your commander now ignores attachment limits. That's the way you should read this. Your commander ignores attachment limits. I don't care about outflank that much if I'm getting Davos in a good unit that's scary as fuck and giving it outflank on top and Pathfinder on top of what it was already doing. Is it super viable? Probably not. Is this probably an absolute fucking scourge of certain game mode types and certain formats? I don't know. Ones that allow you lots of extra attachment points? Yes. 100% this motherfucker is going to ruin your day in alternative list building formats. 100% with Traps Nerf especially, you are putting this motherfucker in Bolton Bastard Girls and outflanking Bolton Bastard Girls with Ramsay 2-point attachment inside, having Davos as the 3rd attachment in the unit. Ramsay, Theon, Davos. And then you pop a panic token, you pop the combo, and you have everything you could possibly fucking want. You can deploy on stakes because you have Pathfinder, so you don't fucking care. So you protect yourself by putting stakes in their half of the board, and you just play a dumb Davos strategy where you have a 9-point unit that just comes on and murks your enemy. And remember, if anything else gets attacked, you can pivot and march because it's Davos's unit. Yeah. Obviously, this is just like pipe dream stuff. Is this any good? I don't know. I do genuinely think that is something I might try, and I can imagine it being pretty cancerous. I know Carlo has a game that he remembers where he Davos outflanked a unit of Lightbringers. I think it was Lightbringers, I think, playing against Dan's neutrals, and they basically just sat in the corner all game, absorbing so much pressure and not dying. Now that he can stack that with other things, I think Carlo would be quite happy. Even though like spending points on attachments you're probably not going to do, but it just makes it obviously more viable. Yeah, I mean, that's great. It also means that his things that work from attachments work better because you are more enticed to have more attachments, right? So Davos is everything, and look, there's the chin of a dog. Davos is everything card. It just got a lot better. Where are we? So it's up to 3 wounds and target one of friendly. If they do not have attachment as one of their restore wounds, you may attach one previously destroyed friendly and free attachment. Yeah, it means you can throw Davos's unit in a little bit more, I think. Is there another guy in Barra that ignores attachment limits? 3 attachments in 1 unit. They are, but they're Renly side, I think. Are they? No, they're not. No. I don't think so. Not off the top of my head. So yeah, Davos is looking pretty good. Say it's quite a big. It's a nice quality of life improvement. Renly, Boisterous Charisma change, sure, whatever. I think that actually probably impacts Renly side a lot more with the Stalwart combo. Lots of extra tokens for Baratheon because Baratheon needed more token play. When is the doggo joining the stream in an official capacity? You can't hear her slight whining now. Yes, hello. She's not joining an official capacity. She's an overseer. She can't join in an official capacity. Anyway, needs her own camera. The community demands a doggo cam. Yeah, I could get a doggo cam set up actually. I think I've still got a spare. Could set it up underneath, but she doesn't really sit up here that much. Can you turn up the bass volume a bit? I can try. He says, actually, you probably can't do that quickly and easily. The short answer there, Ethan, is no. Not through lack of trying. I just have to. I'd have to change settings I don't have accessible right now. So yeah, don't lick my foot. So yes, I'll try and get through to it, Ethan. Don't worry. Okie dokie then. Mid 2 hour in, and there's a little mini break for us. Let's keep going. Let's go through to unit changes. Riders of Highgarden. Removed Lance. Hilarious. I've heard some rumours about this already. The only unit change. Let's go. So they've removed Lance and give them Highgarden Lance instead. Because, a Lance is not a Lance unless it's a Highgarden Lance. I'm going to say the word Lance a few more times. Sundering, and when charging, gains +1 to hit and rolls +2 attack dice for each of this unit's remaining ranks. Yes. Yes. Very good. Yeah, this is the best Lance Cavalry unit of the game. It's like Starfall Knights. No, this is Special Lancers, yeah. This is broken. This is broken. So yeah. So right. Why is this broken? When you're charging, Gains +1 to hit and rolls +2 attack dice for each of this unit remaining ranks. The way this is currently worded is that at 2 ranks, you'd gain +2 to hit and 4 dice. So you're 9 dice on 2+, which is the best attack profile anything has in the game. On a 6-point cav unit. Ooh, mama. I don't think this is intended somehow. I think they've fucked up. Or they haven't fucked up and they genuinely think this is what's needed to make Lance Cavalry and Riders of Highgarden good. If this is genuinely what they think is required to make Riders of Highgarden good, then CMON are unbelievably out of touch. Unbelievably. If CMON don't fix it, it's broken. But Brick did say it would be FAQ to only give +1 to hit. Right, so like if Brick knows it's going to be FAQ to be only 1 +1 to hit, then why didn't he get it changed before it's released? Or is it being released now because and it's only been spotted after it's been released? Or like what genuinely what makes you think they'll listen to us? Right? Why if this was known about before, why wasn't it changed before? Because honestly, guys, these assets, I know that some people say they take a long time to change and things like that. And I know in like in commercial world, assets can take a long time to change. But you know when you put an article out like this, in a changelog like this, or an article, which I'm hoping they add here, or I don't know, an article on Facebook, they could have included that and say, look, small typo, apologies. Right? They've done it before, they'll do it again. Sorry, not good enough. It is not good enough that you can just say, oh, it's a miss typo and it should only be +1. But like, yeah, like in general, it's not that I think, yeah. Anyway, you know, if someone's going to have early access to this stuff and they pick up on stuff that are problems, but it's not being communicated in an official capacity, and we're getting a representative who officially represents the business, but not in an official capacity in some places, in some areas, telling us this, that, and the other. Just, look, I'm not going to go on about it, but it's just crap. Sorry, like, this whole thing is just crap. If that's the way they're going to communicate. The PDF actually has the date the assets were generated. Does it? It does. 30th of July, 2024 at 10:57:43 a.m. So these have existed for 21 days. August 19th. That was only done 2 days ago. That's really interesting. Wow. Good spot, Carly. Interesting that 2 days before the patch, they were still making changes, or they were still waiting for assets to come back, I should say. Huh. Yeah, this is dumb. This is just stupid. Like, it's not that they're broken. Like, I'm not going to use the term broken, but they're, as without the change and the errata, they're evidently the best Lance Cavalry in the game. And they're 2 points cheaper than all the other Lance Cavalry, which is just stupid, isn't it? Oh well, let's move on. I'm not going to think about that too much further. Changes to Inspicable Return. The Regroup and Reform change. I believe this has been errated and changed, which I didn't mention in Free Folk. It's the same card, but they've made it more playable and gets rid of the weird moving wounds thing, which people didn't realise. So you now pick 2 units, you take up to 4 from one, and put those in the other. Right? So the net wounds has not changed. You then move an attachment or switch to. Hang on, that doesn't change at all anything, I don't think. Yeah, so it's still a net -1 if you move an attachment afterwards. I don't really know why they've done that. Again, I would say someone more versed on the rules would have to tell me why that's changed and why that differs, but I actually just don't think that's a different mechanic. Yeah. I don't really know. So I just don't know why that's changed or what they think the change is. They include it in the changelog by accident. They've changed the wording, right? I'm actually pretty sure they have actually changed the wording on this card. Like, they've changed motivated by coin, but not mentioned it in the changelog. Maybe they haven't. I don't know. I'm not going to dwell on it any further. Right, let's move on. Inexplicable return. Inexplicable return. Apologies. When a friendly entity claims a zone, replace that zones with move a friendly attachment from one unit to another without an attachment in long range. Okay. Attach one previously destroyed. Can't spell previously. Friendly attachment to one friendly combat unit without an attachment. Right, so it's not just basically the same. Did they change it to add the move in, which didn't exist before? No, they gave it a draw card. Okay. Yeah, so you can just draw a card. Fine. I mean, is it bad that I didn't even realize that was the change? Because, like, whatever. Sure, draw a card, cycle the card if it's not playable. Yeah, fine. Good change. Attack approach. Right, this is going to be probably pretty big change. Target one friendly combat unit, attach this card to them to the end of the game. No change there. While attached, start of round as well, actually. This unit is performing melee attack. After rolling attack die, you may expend one condition from the defender. If you do, it deals +1 wound. If it targets Stannis' unit, it is +2 wounds instead. I mean, it's worse. It's just worse. Yeah. They just made attack approach a little worse. Fine. People complain about attack approach, like, somewhat unwarrantedly, maybe. But yeah, there's probably a good change. Again, it makes it less polarizing. Like, rolling a 3 against, like, solos just sucked. like it just sucked if you rolled a 3 against a solo. And also, it just sucked if you rolled a 1 because you wanted to do 2, ideally, or something. Removing the randomness and making it static, in some ways, is a good thing. It adds adding consistency, even if the consistency is worse, is arguably better for, like, competitive play and just general kind of yeah, I don't know. Straight up bad card on any. It's not, like, awful. It's not great. Like, it's not a great card on other units. I agree, Kurt. It's not great, but it's not awful. Like, there are some. So think about it, and rather than like, is it good or bad in general? You got to think about this. Is this good or bad in specific matchups or not? And I think that you're going to look to play this where it's going to be useful, and not just play it because you can. And that, to some extent, that's good. In other ways, it does make it less playable, less effective. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Whatever. Like, it is worse. But, you know. Don't live up to the D3. Expert Duelist doesn't cost a token. Yeah, it doesn't. But Expert Duelist is an attachment you pay points for. Cut. And I know you pay points for your commander. You're better off discarding your sacrifice. You're not. Like, it depends when you draw it. If you draw it from letters, you're better off discarding it at the end of round. I generally would agree. If you have it in hand, you should just play the card on a unit, because it's still something that is better. Like, it's still something the unit didn't used to do, and it didn't cost you a card because you had it in your hand at the start of round anyway. It cost your card by being in your deck, true, but you're better off just playing it. Like, there's no harm in playing this card at the start of a round when you draw it on a unit. And anyone says that, oh, it was like, it's a bad thing to play this card on a unit. That's just not true. You don't have to use it, but you might as well play it. Greyjoys. Okay. Asher, Boisterous Charisma Change. Fine, I know what that's going to be. Oh, look, Balon, there he is. Should we just jump straight to Balon? We'll do Iron Makers first. I haven't looked at that. Right, Iron Makers. 6 morale down from 7. Improvement. Melee attack profile adjusted 755 instead of 754. That's weird. I think this makes it one of the only units in the game outside of not Free Bent. Who is it? Who is it? Who's 544? Is it poor fellas? Yeah. Glad I remembered that. 544. This means it's the second profile that doesn't have drop off between second and last rank. I think on base dice. So yeah. Cool. Makes it a little bit better into Martell's, like mildly. But like, who cares? There's one matchup that it's mildly better into. Yeah, the unit's better. The +1 morale is quite big with the 2 pillage tokens now moving it, or 1 pillage token, sorry, moving it to a 5 morale, which is on par with 7 boss infantry units having roughly 5 morale. And then being a 2-up, 5-up when it gets the 2 morale is pretty big. I'd say the Iron Makers have got a nice little bit of a touch up there. They were already fringe playable. The +1 dice on last rank is a bit like, who cares? The +1 morale is like, it's not an inspiring change. It's not like, woo, yeah, wow, amazing. Like, it's not exciting, but it is probably a good change. So I'd say that Iron Makers are probably pretty playable now at 7. So yeah. Cool. Cool. Right. Let's do Balon then. Joey says, after all this time, they didn't change Axel Florent 2-point attachment. Yep, Joey. I will talk about what they don't change in a minute. Balon, once per game, when he activates, instead of claiming a zone, redeploy 1 previously destroyed House Greyjoy combat unit fully within long range of a friendly deployment edge, or fully within short range of any flank table edge. It deploys without any pillage tokens it previously had. If it had activated, it redeploys unactivated. Otherwise, so if it hadn't activated, it deploys unactivated. It had activated, it deploys activated. So all they've done with Balon is make them deploy without pillage tokens. I mean, it is a nerf. Balon wasn't breaking the game in terms of like his actual power level. Like, let's be honest, right? Let's be brutally honest. I mean, I think he actually improved. He used to be not be the best NCU in Greyjoy. Yeah, so I mean, like, he's the 47th best thing at a 5-point NCU. In NCUs, where is he? He's not even the best Greyjoy NCU by stats. Yeah, he's still good. Like, he's still very good. No one can deny that he's good. But he's not, like, oppressive or anything in terms of, like, what stats he's recording. The problem... Let's be brutal here. That's the problem. And arguably, like didn't change Val again, right? They didn't change Val again in Free Folk, and she's got ridiculous pit rate. That's a problem. Win rate 50. If you call it 53, for argument's sake, 53.42. So he's barely recording a better win rate than Greyjoy's, but his pick rate is nearly 90%. So you can kind of see it. He's got a higher pick rate, or sorry, a higher win rate than the Greyjoy average, and he's picked 90% of the time, close to. So in the 10% of games he's not being picked, or 13% of games he's not being picked, they are losing marginally more of those games than they are when Balon is there. So Balon is improving the win rate of the faction, and Balon is a powerful piece that the faction is relying on, to the point where the faction is probably relying on this piece, meaning that this piece existing is the only thing keeping, like, it's not the only thing, but it is a key component into making Greyjoys playable. So I still think we're going to see a high pick rate. I still think we're going to see a high performance rate, and it's made him worse, definitely, but it probably just still is the thing that Greyjoys will build around all the time. He'll still be in, like, all the lists that we see. Like, it's just whatever. Like, it's obviously worse. I can't put my hands up and say I can't admit that this is better, but it's worse, and it just doesn't address what most people wanted, which was they didn't want this type of effect to exist. Like, I'm trying not to be negative. I'm trying to be positive. Let's have a look at what they did to Dagmar's cards. They changed Newt to be motivated by coin. Fine, yeah, makes sense. Quality of life improvement. Right, Lust for Glory change. Thank fuck. And Iron Envy, I'm guessing in over coordination tactics. Yeah. Remove co-ord and added Iron Envy. Okay. Let's have a look. Lust for Glory. Start of turn. Target one friendly Greyjoy unit. Okay. They gain one pillage token. Okay, so that's actually improvement over what they used to do. It was a different card, right? Then attach this card to that unit until the end of the round. While attached, this unit gains melee attacks, gain +1 to hit, and -1. Right, so it's the same effect, but it now gives a pillage token. This is probably, and I would go as far as saying this is a really good change. It's a good change because counting as 2 is better. Counting as 2 added a lot, and I know people are going to disagree with me. Counting as having 2 led a lot of rules discussion as to how that actually worked. And in my opinion, if you count as having 2, you count as having 2. For all purposes. It just says you count as having 2. It doesn't specify what purposes, so it must mean all. Which also means you can't gain tokens. And everyone was like, oh no, you can still gain tokens. It's like, well no, because you count as having 2. Either you have 2 tokens or you do not have 2 tokens. If you have 2 tokens, you can't gain more, because you can't have more than 2. Oh, but I gained 1. I didn't have a physical token, so I put another one on me. Yeah, but you've just gone to 3. You don't have 3 tokens, but you've just gone to 3 by saying I have 2 and I add 1. So then it's not. So then it became a case of, right, if you count as having 2, and this is the other argument, you can't have more than 2 tokens, right? But you still gain tokens when you kill. Even if you're at 2 tokens, you actually still gain 1. It's just that you then go over the cap, so it goes away, right? So then the problem with Lust for Glory came the other way. Well, if you think that that's true, then you would gain tokens with Lust for Glory. That's fine. But then if you have 2 tokens, and you make an attack, and you gain a 3rd token, Lust for Glory says you count as having 2. But I have 3. No, you count as having 2. The rule, for all rules purposes, you count as having 2. Even if you have 3, you have 2. So that means that 3rd token isn't gotten rid of, which means a Greyjoy unit, in theory, could have an infinite number of tokens while Lust for Glory was on them. Those are the 2 ways that rule can be read. Both of them didn't conform to what people wanted, which is I want to still gain tokens, but I can't go over 2. Well, you can either have one or the other. The counts as can't be for some things and some other things not, because it doesn't define what it counts as and doesn't count as. I was very adamant on that you can't be right both ways, which is what people wanted. It's either one or the other. Because I couldn't see a reason why we should apply this counts as to some things and not other things. So that whole discussion for Lust of Glory is now gone, which I'm really glad about. This is a better card. It also just gives a pillage token, which, by the way, is good. Yeah, this is a good card for Dagmar. I think this is an improvement. I know you disagree, Evan. You will say that there's a third option which doesn't fit to both of those, but we're not going to discuss that now. We can discuss that elsewhere between me and you, Evan. But yeah, Iron Envy. When a friendly Greyjoy combat unit activates, unit suffers 1 wound and becomes vulnerable. Alright? Okay. Choose one. For each other friendly unit in short range with pillage tokens. Okay, so each friendly unit with pillage tokens in short range. Choose one. This unit attacks gains Sundering. This unit attacks gains Vicious. And remove 1 pillage token from one other friendly Greyjoy unit. Put the pillage token on this unit. Right. So you play Iron Envy on the unit. And then you can go gain a few keywords if you want to. And then move pillage tokens if you need to as well. This is not an amazing card. It's pretty good for moving pillage tokens around in a Dagmar list. But like, you've got quite a lot of ways to move pillage tokens anyway. And you suffer a wound and become vulnerable because of it, which seems a bit meh. Like, you do gain Sundering and Vicious. Now, Vicious actually is quite a nice keyword in Greyjoy. You only have it on Reapers at the moment. So having that elsewhere is nice. Being able to just kind of pop a Vicious. But the Sundering is a bit like, who cares? And doesn't this overlap with... No, it doesn't overlap with Kraken's Wrath. It does synergize quite well with Finger Dance as well. Sundering, you've got Silence Men already. You've got Reavers already. So Sundering is like, you're already running Sundering quite often. I guess it's good with Iron Makers, ironically. It's decent with Iron Makers. Yeah, like, I'm not sure about that. I think it's okay. Does it say melee attacks? That's right. No, it doesn't. There you go. Doesn't say melee attacks. Want to run archers? Give your archers Sundering and Vicious. Hopefully someone else spotted that. I'm not the first person to spot that. There you go. That is literally take a wound and become vulnerable on your archers. This is what this card should say. If you're running a unit of Greyjoy Bowmen, take a wound and become vulnerable and just have Sundering or Vicious. I mean, if you really want to, you can start moving around with pillage tokens, but it doesn't require you to have a unit with pillage tokens in short range to work. It says choose one for each other friendly unit in short range with pillage tokens, choose +1. So you get one for free, and then you get extra ones. So you can just put Sundering on your range attack or put Vicious on your range attack. Doesn't work with Golden Company Crossbowmen because it's not a Greyjoy unit. So you can't give Vicious to your Golden Company Crossbowmen for free, or a wound and a vulnerable. But this is it. They probably meant to put melee attacks. Yeah, they probably did mean to put melee attacks. They didn't, though. And I don't know that that's wrong until they say it's wrong. You know, Brick told me that there was a comma in something else because it couldn't possibly be this thing, and I got told by some representative who's got nothing to do with the patch but somehow knows what the patch is that it's wrong. Is this one wrong? I don't know. Like, I'm not having to go at Brick here, but like, I don't know if this is right or wrong. It just is what it says. I can feel if it's right or wrong, but it's what it says. Anyway, Greyjoys, I think you've got to be pretty happy with that, to be honest. I know the boisterous charisma bullshit is gone, which, to be honest, I'm glad by. Because it was just a negative play experience for people playing. But, and what I mean by that is people were doing, like, they weren't good lists, but people were genuinely running Asher with boisterous charisma and got double Golden Company Golden Company commanders and officers in units for just triple charisma and just being like, lol, you can't play any cards on me. Was this page of the PDF updated 5 minutes before release, or was this one wrong for 3 weeks too? That's been wrong since the 30th of July. Yeah. You can get rerolls, Sundering, and Vicious on a Greyjoy Bowman with only 1 pillage token on the unit. Yep. It just cost you a wound and a vulnerable token. PC was bad for the game. I agree. But not for overall health. I think it was really bad for player experience. People just being unable to interact, and certain cards and certain factions being overly like based around those interactions is difficult. I just realised I had Carlo's sad face up this whole time. Apologies, Carlo. You've probably been pretty happy about some of the changes. Let's put up your happy face. I want to touch it. And stick my finger in his mouth. No, I'm not. That would be weird. All right. Greyjoys. I think you've got to be happy because they basically didn't change anything. The one significant changes you got, like, this is not that significant a change. I think everyone thought this would be worse. It is worse, but it's not that much worse than it was. This is an improvement. This is probably better. And I think this is... It's not as good because the coordination tactic combo was pretty broken when you could pull it off. But, like, this is fine. Happy face is more of a hot thing. Yes. And this change is not a change, really. That's just a quality of life improvement. Yeah, I think Greyjoys have got to be pretty happy with all that. Like, I would say the Greyjoy player should be very happy that nothing changed. Which is not a reason to be happy, by the way. Because we can argue that basically nothing changed for Greyjoys. Anyway, let's move on to Martell. I believe there's been a few changes here that matter, and some points changes. LES, Snake, changed Boisterous Charisma and dropped her to 1 point. Yeah, well, I mean, she wasn't that good too, and now they've made her... I mean, she's playable at 1, right? She's playable. Precision and Boisterous Charisma for 1 point is probably playable. I don't think you will play her. Like, do I think this will be picked? No, I think there are better options. But is this playable at 1? Yeah, I'd say this isn't, like, grossly overcosted. I think this is probably playable. Yeah, GCO stayed at 2, though. Rip. Starfall Knights. Melee attack dice to value decreased. Yeah, I mean... This is a little bit one of those stray bullets where Starfall Knights weren't actually tearing the game apart. Martell's in general doing quite well, and you know, let's not dispute that fact. Were one of the more successful of the factions in the patch, certainly towards the lower end, but had been you know, consistently near the top or like higher end of it. But if you look at, where are we? Sand Skirmishers are still the best unit. Outright is still outperforming. Now, different points costs and things like that. But, like, Starfall Knights weren't doing that well. So them having a stray here, picking up 1 less dice without any other change, is just making them worse. Now, in some regard, it's probably a health thing. But they weren't doing that well anyway, so I think this is a bit of an unfortunate change. But it fits in line with the rest of them, so I can kind of understand why it's happened. But yeah, it is what it is. They don't need them to be successful, which is... It's not where they're getting the success from. Changes to conflicting reactions and unspecified secrets. Right, let's go into these NCUs. Problem is, like Abyscus, we talked about this before. Starfall Knights are arguably one of the best heavy cavalry units in the game. Lance Cav in the game. The problem is they're in a faction that just doesn't support them that well. And their lower activation lists and lower activation kind of units, and they just didn't have ways to really make them good. And so they had to act as heavy cavalry rather than lance cavalry. And they weren't heavy cavalry because they're defensively not very good. So you had to use them like heavy cavalry rather than lance cavalry. Whereas Tully Cavaliers, which are lance cavalry, are also heavy cavalry. So they were winning the heavy cavalry battles rather than the lance cavalry battles. And Starfall Knights are winning the lance cavalry battles, but then failing at the heavy cavalry battles and Yeah, that was the problem. So, Nymeria. That's basically not different. I don't see how Nymeria is different. She used to give vicious crit blow and +1 move. So why is she different? Crown's vicious, crit blow, +1 move. Oh, water gardens. It used to be on controlling water gardens, didn't it? And that's on controlling horses. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That's actually that's a good change because it's a more logical one. Yeah. Okay, that means my Nymeria is more playable. Still only infantry, which is something that people always forget. Played against someone at the Northern GT who thought it impacted cavalry, and I'm lucky I played against him early in the event because I told him straight away you can't influence cavalry with that, and he was like, "Oh my god, I didn't know." And that's what he built the list so he could. Genuine mistake. People make mistakes like that all the time. But yeah, so infantry only. I'd potentially use this with some kind of infantry builds now and some stuff in Martell because the +1 from horses is impactful because it's impactful straight away. The swords is impactful straight away, and the vicious you don't care about. So fine. Yeah, 8 move High Hermitage Sentinel skirmishers with crit blow and vicious. Yeah, I mean you'd use the crit blow more so than the vicious, I think. And again, it doesn't synergize that well with the move and shoot. But yeah, I think that this is fine. The other thing that this is actually pretty good at, people underestimate, is if you're not weakened, you can use this instead of Ilaria to take swords on your Royal Guard and do a swords with vulnerable rerolls and crit blow, which is pretty good. Yeah, it's still your opponent controls as well. Yeah, it is still your opponent controls, Jordan, but that's late on into a round. And especially with passing of NTUs and stuff like that, it's likely that even Crowns isn't taken until really late in the round, potentially after the Martell players use their units, especially if they went first. So like there is a whole thing there. Is like I just don't genuinely believe you're going to get the benefit of all three of these things when you want the benefit of all three. You're going to get the benefit of all three at the end of a round. So, it's just something to be aware of. I'm not saying it won't happen, I'm just saying it's just unlikely. That's not the average use state of Nymeria. That will work into crap players, though. And players who aren't willing to play around her and what she sets up. Sunspear Secrets. Each time Doran claims a zone. I play against too many Lannisters. Yeah, I know that feeling. Sunspear Secrets, Doran. Each time Doran claims a zone, before resolving that zone's effect, place 1 order token on him. If he claims Water Gardens, place 2 on him. Okay. Each time claims Water Gardens, you can replace that zone's effect with... Right. Remove up to 4 from him. And for each, do one of those things. Restore 2 wounds. Remove a condition token. Draw a card. Place any condition token. Pivot Shift 2? What? Pivot Shift 2 is incredible. Suffer 1 wound. It doesn't say you can pick the same one multiple times soon. Someone's saying it will be FAQ'd. Do we know that? We don't know that. We don't know it's going to be FAQ'd unless someone said it's going to be FAQ'd, in which case, why haven't we got the FAQ? I mean, I'm sorry, but it's not good enough to say that this will be FAQ'd on release. That's just... This will be FAQ'd. Yeah, Brit confirm. Okay, brilliant. CMON employee knows that what they've released is bad quality content. CMON employee admits what they've released is bad quality content. Like, I'm not having a go at him, but they are admitting that there are holes in what they've released, which is fine. Like, it's okay to be honest, but then be honest about it, you know? Actually be honest about it. We missed this, we missed that, we missed the other. We can't spell. We've not done a quality check. Some of this stuff has existed for 21 days and no one's looked over it properly. It's taken me, and admittedly I don't get paid for this, it's taken me 2.5 hours to look over what we've looked at so far. I'd wish we would be done in about 3.5 hours. So in 3.5 hours, I've been able to quality check everything just on this PDF. I will spend more time than that quality checking things like I work for, you know, exactly where is Brick saying these things, Carlo? Probably on Discord. I mean, I have to admit I've not looked on Discord. But I will spend longer than that quality checking and reviewing my self-assessment report that I have to do for work, which is something I have to do every year minimum. Like, they do this twice a year, and they can't quality check it, and they've had 21 days. Like, I mean, I know they work on other projects. I get it. Like, I'm not saying that I do expect it, to be honest. Right? I care about quality control. I do. I spent 3 hours today quality controlling one document. One document that's going to be used for like 4 people because it's important and we need to make sure it doesn't like hit intellectual property rights and things like that. Like, this kind of stuff is important and needs to be done. And if someone needs to do it, they just need to do it. It's not hard to do either. Like, there are lots of stuff you need to incorporate, but like, yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting angry. Water Gardens hasn't changed, right? Water Gardens hasn't changed. No. Water Gardens hasn't changed, so you still get your opponent doesn't count as controlling tactics zones. Removing hidden VPs, again, timing the game out with hidden VPs isn't going to work. Yeah, like, this is a good change for Doran, probably. I actually think Doran's probably pretty good. Where is Aegon 6, says Alien Hamster. I think he posted that earlier as well. I don't know when Aegon 6 will be released. You probably spend more time sussing out a card than they do on an entire faction. That could well be true, and I apologise for that. I'd love it for them to watch. I'd love a CMON employee to genuinely sit down and watch a video like this. Raw reaction. And to be fair, they'd have to sit through a bit of abuse, because I'm a bit of a dickhead, and I'll self-admit that. You know, and a lot of this is not personal. I think there's a big thing as well, is that this is a complaint about them doing their jobs well and criticising someone doing their job, not criticising them as human beings. Like, I'm sure Fabio is an absolutely lovely human being. I've never met him in person. I'm sure he's absolutely lovely and that he would be great to go in and get a drink with and hang out with and, you know, talk about sports. No, but like, you know, just chill and talk about what kind of games he enjoys and stuff. Jim's a really nice guy. Like, if you haven't met Jim from Dark Sword, Jim is an absolutely lovely guy, right? And I would gladly sit and talk to Jim about a load of different stuff. But that doesn't stop me saying, like, I don't like this sculpt and I don't think this sculpt from Dark Sword is very good. I can say that without criticising Jim. And for me, the lack of attentiveness and what they've not done is me criticising them, their job, not criticising them as human beings. I think they've done a good job in some areas, right? It's a bit of a hit and miss thing for me here, because there have been changes here, which I think have been good changes. Like the Lust for Glory change. Very good example of a good change. I think that's a very astute, sensible change they've made. And other changes, I'm like, God, that's just a miss. Like, it's a miss, not because the change is bad, but there's just other things around the changes that aren't good. Yeah, giving feedback to CMON is like screaming into a vacuum of space. I know that. I've known that for 3 years. Trust me. Maybe 4 years now. Has it been that long? 4 years. Nearly. Yeah, it's been 4 years. When was the first 20 grand? Christ, has it been 4 years? Should I just retire on the year anniversary of year 5? Maybe I should. Don't hold me to that. It has been over 4 years. The first stats chat was released on the 12th of May 2020. I didn't host stats chat, that was Carlo's thing. But the first tournament roundup, we did TTS top 4 roundup 4 predictions, was 19th of May 2020. Wow. All right. That makes me sad. I've been doing this for 4 years. Fucking hell. All right. Let's keep going back. Doran, I think, looks really good. I think he's probably better than he was in terms of, like, for playability reasons. I think this is a positive. Yeah, I think this is a really nice. It's very give me Wendy vibes, right? Very Wendemir vibes. Very versatile. Very kind of decent. I like this. I like Doran. I think I'd play that, and I don't think I'd play it. It's 1 order token at a time, so 6 activations, 6 order tokens, up to an extra 6, so 12. You're not going to get 12. There's 6 options. You pick 1 per token. Yeah, okay, so this probably isn't actually that amazing. It's nice if you get to use rounds 1 and round 2 to build up a few tokens. And then you can burst it with Water Gardens. But you can play around that quite well. Because you block Water Gardens, he's less effective. Like, I actually just don't think that's that powerful, actually. I think it's good. I think it's playable. I'd be interested to play this, but I don't actually think he's that powerful. This might be quite... I think I quite like the design here. I actually will say this. I quite like the design. Yeah. Jacob says you never build up tokens. Well, you've got to. Right? The reason I say this, Jacob, you have to build up tokens because he only is a zone replace on Water Gardens. He only is a zone replace on Water Gardens. Not every zone. So you say claim the Water Gardens whenever you can and build your own zone. Yes, you could draw 1, remove 1 condition token, which is like I just reverted. I took half the bags and drew a card. So I kind of did something similar to what my opponent did with letters. Or I put 1. You don't even get to put. Yeah, place any 1 condition on enemy unit. So you can do 1 card and 1 condition, which is just worse letters. Yeah, like that's on par. Like it's worse than the zones you take. It's just Water Gardens is worse than the zone you could have taken instead. Which is like fine. Like that's fine. But that's why I don't think it's amazing. Because if it's just, and bearing in mind it's timing, it's like, oh, I get to do letters, but worse if I do it now. And I go, cool, you just did letters but worse now, so I'll just do horses. And then it's like, oh, now I'll do horses but worse. It's like, oh, I only got to do the first zone that was taken each round but worse. So, like, it's fine. Like, it is fine, but it's not. I don't think it's, like, wow powerful. I think it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I don't actually think it's really, really bad. I just think it's good. And I think it's playable, but I don't think it's broken. I don't think it's uber powerful. The pivot and shift 2 is powerful, I think, because you can't block horses at the start of the round to prevent them from changing a charge angle. Which you could do, you know, that's the age-old classic against infantry lists, was you take horses, they no longer can do a maneuver action for free to change charge angles, which means if you can jump out of line of sight, they're basically stuck into those interactions for the rest of the round. But yeah, I think it's fine. Like I do think Doran's like fine. I think he's good. I think he's playable. I don't think he's like uber powerful though. Yeah. Overall, I'm gonna play him. I'm not saying he's unplayable. I'm gonna play him. I think he will probably make a few lists that I play a lot as well. But I don't think like I'm not looking at this thinking like, oh my god, broken Doran is amazing. Like I don't think like fuck my life, Doran, OP OP OP. Right? But yeah, it's a positive change. Good change. It's better than the VP thing. I don't think it's better, ironically, Joey. What it is it's a better mechanic to have in the game. It's a better mechanic rather than power level better. If that's what you mean, then I agree with you 100%, Joey. So yeah. The power of being able to claim zones and put timers on is actually incredibly powerful. Even at one point, I still think Doran was very powerful and should have been in every 2-list pair in a competitive setting for Martell because of the pressure it puts on certain game modes and the impact it has. But yeah, if you just mean power as in better for game health, then I think I agree with you. New Doran is better for game health. All right then, let's keep going. Where are we at? That's Doran. I think that's the rest of Martell's done. Oh, we haven't done Martell. We haven't even done the tactics deck. Yeah, they've changed superior positioning, and if it's your commander's unit, they suffer disorderly on 5 or less. Yeah, fine. I mean, it's still not a great card, but it's more playable, and it now will basically really do a lot in some scenarios. So that's fine. Yeah, cool. Strangler, right? Okay, so they have changed the Strangler, right? This is this. Okay. So it no longer just kills NCUs. Right. The unit suffers the following based on the game round. It can't be removed, right? Yeah. There's no indicator it can be removed. So this unit suffers the following. Okay, right. Yeah, I was gonna say I've read through. Okay, so this goes on an NCU. On game round 2+, the NCU loses all abilities. That's quite insane against certain things. Other things, obviously, like people will throw an NCU if it means because they've already used the abilities. They can throw it onto the Strangler and it doesn't do anything. 3. Does not count as controlling tactic zones for abilities or effects. Powerful against some factions, doesn't do anything against some others. Like Free Folk have no zone control a single one of their cards. Like it just doesn't matter. So they just don't care. I don't think Night's Watch. They just don't care. Like this Strangler Poison, that round 3 effect does nothing for them. So yeah, not important. 4. You may only activate this unit if you have no other units that can activate this round. Okay. That's good. Yeah. That's good. That's pretty powerful. But round 4. You've already got no abilities, so you don't do any on-claim effects. You don't count as controlling a zone anyway. Yeah, it's Old Walder. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just trying to think of how powerful does that make the card, making someone Old Walder. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And then round 5, destroy this unit at the start of the round. Yeah, which. Yeah. That means it killed it at the end of round 4. So it actually, effectively anyway. So it basically kills at the end of round 4. Yeah. I mean, that's probably better than it was. Because now it still does the same kill thing. Round 5, round 6, which it likely did. In 3 versus 3, activating last makes you basically unusable. Yeah, I completely agree, Carlo. Which is why I think this is probably pretty good. The activate. What do you mean, Jacob? The activate last thing is when it's destroyed because it can't do anything. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I mean, you can still use an NCU as your last activation on round 4. Like, it's not fundamentally impossible. You know, but yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think I probably would pay 5 for this. But bearing in mind it goes on a, remember it goes on a zone and the zone has to be taken still. So you can play around this card and you're probably still putting it on swords because, you know, what people do. Most people will put it on swords. I can see people dodging taking swords on round 2 because of this, which is kind of what people did anyway, I think. Like, I think people probably dodged it round 2 anyway, but maybe absorbed it round 3. And you'd usually absorb it round 3 with something that had already used its abilities, or you didn't want its abilities anymore, generally speaking. I don't know. This is better. This is better than it used to be. I'm just trying to work out how. Yeah, this is improved. It wasn't great before, but this has definitely made it better. Yeah. I mean, I agree that it's a buff. Definitely better than it was. But in terms of like when it kills the NCU, it's on par. But to be honest, that doesn't matter. The activating last thing on round 4. That's better. Yeah, so this is better, right? This is better because most people probably dodged it on round 2 anyway. Very few people will have taken the old Strangler on round 2. So that I don't think changes. The difference is that as a player who's played against Martell and played against the Strangler, I would generally speaking be willing to absorb the poison on 3. I'll take the poison if it means that I'm making the best play. The thing is, if I take the poison on 3, now it has immediate impact of not controlling the zone and losing abilities. So that's already better than absorbing it on 3 used to be. So I think 2, most of the time it doesn't matter. 3, it's already better. And then in round 4, I still got to activate normally, where now I activate last, which is essentially like, and with no abilities as well. And basically, like as a last moment pass token, it's almost not worth bothering thinking about that, unless you're running. So you're more likely to be running 6. So there's another thing here, because you're going to run Doran more. I think people are going to run Doran. You're more likely running 6 zones as a Martell. So there is actually more likely going to be an open zone, which means that last NCU will do something. It will probably be something crap, like a Crown Zap, but it probably will do something. But it also means like a tactics card replace can happen as the last zone, which is like something to think about. So it's not completely shut down 4. So then the debate comes, is it better as a Martell player to run a Doran list and then a Tyene list rather than a Doran and Tyene? Don't know. I probably would suggest a Doran or Tyene, not Doran and. Is an initial thinking anyway. But yeah, on round 4, it's So on round 3, assuming you dodge 2, which is like what people are already doing, round 3 is worse for you. Round 4 is very much worse for you. And then you're basically dead after that point. So this card, yes, I agree, massive buff. Because it's improved it at every stage. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big buff for Tyene. I think she was like, she probably was just unplayable at 5 before. Like, barely playable at 5. Made some people's lists, but I don't think she was great. I think she will see play at 5. Now, especially with the wound, she heals wounds, remember? I think she will see play at 5 now. Yeah. Yeah, and if you dodge the zone till 4, yeah, you just die the next round anyway. Start the next round. Which is still better than what it used to do, which is just basically did nothing. You die at the end of round 6, well, who cares? Game's over. Yeah, like, there's the whole thing. Like, it's just better now. Will always have immediate impact. So, yeah. Yeah. Martell top 1 faction this patch. Yeah, I mean, they've had positive changes, I think. Although I personally think the Doran thing was a nerf, because I think Doran was still pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I would say they've had improvements across the board to all of the Martell stuff. So I would say Martell's only got better. Which is a bit annoying, given that that's a thing. They were one of the highest performing ones for a long time. But it, you know, it's fine. Like, it is fine, and it's good that they've touched things that were bad. Like, I'm glad they've touched Tyene, for example. Like, that's good. But yeah, I mean, did you miss that we're just running 6 units of Highgarden Riders now? Yeah. Rip. Yeah. All right. So Martells have got to be pretty happy about that. Boltons. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. There's 3 pages of Bolton changes, and I'm looking in that changelog right there, and it lists 5 different bullet points of changes. That is not many for a faction that is utter garbage. So there's got to be a lot here, otherwise I'm probably going to be like, this is still shit. Prey on Fear for Ramsay. Actually, I can't say this is a bad change. I'm glad they gave Ramsay Commander horrific Prey on Fear. This makes Roose Commander Attachment and Ramsay Commander Attachment in Boltons different to their neutral versions. They used to be the same, right? But neutral Ramsay no longer has IP and has Prey. And neutral Ramsay doesn't have Prey, but Bolton Ramsay does. So Roose is different, and Ramsay is just better in Bolton. Right, okay. And they've given Steel Shanks Sundering. That's nice, but I didn't care. I think that's a nice improvement, but I didn't care massively because I used to put the max dice and Sundering with +1 wound and panic token on that unit anyway. So, like, this isn't really giving me something I didn't already have. Yeah, here's a question for anyone who's saying there's going to be an FAQ. Are they going to FAQ Ramsay Bolton Commander to instead be Roose Bolton Commander in Boltons? So they put the wrong change on the wrong thing. Is that an FAQ that we know is coming out, or is this just weird for weird reasons' sake? They seem to be FAQing a load of other stuff that we've spotted in 5 minutes, so I'm not gonna... Sorry, that's me being mean. I don't mean to be mean to the viewers. You guys haven't done anything wrong. Except listen to me. That was a mistake. Right, Dreadfort Archers. Improve the armor to 5 up from 6 up. 774. 543. There's no other changes there, I don't think. Unless I'm an idiot. Precision rerolls. Ah, yes. No longer do the auto wounds. Ruthless Volley no longer does these auto wound shit to friendly units, which is a big improvement. I mean, like, you already did it anyway. You just paid the price, but like, you don't get to pay the price now, which is nice. Cool. And then Impaling Spear, some extra text. After completing attack, if it destroys an enemy rank, all enemies in short range become panicked. If they were already become weakened. Okay, so this gives you different... I mean, this already didn't, like, do a lot. But I guess now it does more. It already didn't do a lot, but, like, you know... Sure, like, that is better. Yeah. Cool, I mean, they made it better. It's better than it was. And Dreadfort Archers are decent. Like, I mean, they were already pretty good, in my opinion. One of the things that used to carry the faction quite a lot, in my opinion. Now they are better. With none of that bullshit auto take wound stuff. Yeah, I think that's good. It's good. Good changes, but like... changes to punishments for keep man alive. Fear man alive is just going to be +1 wound, right? Yeah, so if it's short range, you command restore an extra wound. Harsh punishments. Right, so it's still the same card. When attached, it gets highest dice, gains Sundering, and if it fails a panic test, it suffers +1 wound. It used to make you panicked on the moment of play. It no longer makes you panicked on the moment of play. So that is like quite a big, nice change. But like the core concept of what the cards do are not changed at all. The bottom deck's still shit. Faction's still pretty crap. Yeah, overall, like, meh. These are good changes. I can successfully say every single one of the changes was a buff. Every single one of these changes was a buff. Hibiscus says, if you kill a rank on the set for charge target and they were panicked, you weaken in the incoming attack. Yeah. If they kill a rank on a thing charging you, 7 dice on 4s, you're probably only getting 3 to 4 hits, which means they failed all their armor saves, minimum, or they were on a weird number of wounds already, or they failed the panic test. I bet you use that panic token to make them fail the panic test to do more damage, meaning you just get a panic token, not a weaken token. I get what you mean, Jordan. I do get what you mean. And yeah, like, it obviously is useful. But you were probably using the panic token to make them fail the test. Because you don't have Vicious. You don't have any ways of making them fail the test outside of it's a melee attack. So you probably were using the panic token as standard. Because, you know, most things in my morale 5 or 6. Yeah, if it's a charge is down a wound or 2, maybe, yeah. So you got to soften up targets, which, to be fair, is the way to play this game anyway. But yeah. I'm not overly happy with the Bolton... I mean, I'm happy with them. They're positive changes, but like, I don't see this recovering Bolton's abysmal position and abysmal play style and abysmal feel. Like, I just think they're bad. And yeah, they still seem pretty sucky. I can imagine they'll rinse through Free Folk a bit more now. Because the one things that hurt Bolton's a lot in that matchup was the good morale, which is obviously not gone completely, but it's a bit more expensive. And traps used to absolutely ruin Bolton's days. So I can imagine that actually Bolton's have got maybe 1 or 2 nice matchups. But actually, there are other things which they haven't got nice matchups for, and they've not gotten better. So I can see Bolton's just not really having a massive improvement in performance. Bolton's still bad. Yeah, they'll release Brotherhood without banners soon. Maybe that'll change things. Yeah, whatever. That's everything. That is everything. 3 hours. We've done all the changes in 3 hours. Not convinced. Yeah, I'm not convinced, guys. There's a few things here which are like nice, like quality of life changes, which are nice to see. I think there's some things that will change the way the game is played a little bit, meta changes maybe, but like, I'll be honest with you. I'll be really honest with you. I'm not excited by any of the change. Like the change feels very light touch, which is fine. Like I can't complain that it's a light touch, but it's just like it's periphery changes again, and I think we wanted the game to be exciting. We wanted an exciting thing to happen, and this changelog isn't it. We want to invigorate. We want to bring people back in droves. We want to really reignite everything. And I'm kind of like not reigniting anything. I'm just kind of like, woo, yay. Good changes all around. Actually, post. Let's talk about the stuff they didn't change. Where are the attachments? Like, a change to a commander. Oh, sorry, a change to hidden traps. A change to a commander. Change to traps. Boisterous charisma. Traps. Skin changes. Jarl. Outflank. Biter. Jockin nerf. Jockin nerf again. Roos change. Boisterous charisma again. Threaten. A small change to Andrew. Davos, which is outflank change. Renly, boisterous charisma change. Nymeria. No, sorry. Asher, boisterous charisma change. Elia, boisterous charisma change. Ramsay and Sealshank, small amendments. Those are the only attachments they changed. It was, what, maybe 13, 14 attachments in total. Now, if you include the boisterous charisma changed across the board, and it's only one change, it just affects multiple people, then it really is just like a... It's no more than 12 or 11 changes if you don't count the repeats. And there are hundreds of attachments in this game. Like, hundreds. Like, I'll be really honest, for something which we thought might touch attachments, it hasn't. Not really. Like, percentagely, it's probably done less attachment changes than unit changes and tactics cards change. Maybe cat take cards equivalent. But like, how many attachments are there in the game? 183. You may have changed 20. $139 units. Have they changed more units? Let's have a look. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, not counting that. 9, 10, 11, 12. 11, because the bear doesn't count. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's only 16. They've changed percentagely more units than they have attachments, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because the wolf and eagle don't count. 7. Again, I'm not counting motivate by coin. 8, 9, 10. Already counting boisterous charisma. 11. 12. Already counted this really, but I'll be honest, 13, 14. 15, 16. It's barely a change. Let's call it 16 from now. It's fine. 16. 17, 18. Barely a change. Call it 17. 18. 19, 20. Yeah, 20 changes there. That's tiny. Like, the number of units, it is more than the number of units. But as a percentage, it's barely any different as a percentage. And for a thing we thought was focusing on attachments, it's pretty poor, I would say. Yeah. I kind of thought the new format interesting. Why? I mean, why is it interesting? Just don't have your attachments as part of your main 40-point list and include them afterwards. Cool. So basically, don't put attachments. Don't put attachments in your normal 40-point list building. Is basically what it's telling you. Build good lists, and then you get some free attachment points on top. Make us want to take attachments. Like, it's not hard. Make us want to take attachments, and then we won't need something that tells us we get free attachments. Like, that's why I'm annoyed. Because they should want to make the game about the attachments, make the game about the characters, make the game about those people, and incentivize us taking them, rather than telling us after we've built a 40-point list that we now have some extra points to spend. Like, for me, that's not really the same thing. You're not incentivizing. In fact, you're de-incentivizing, right? The opposite. You're saying in your 40-point list, try not to include many points of attachments, because if you use this alt format, you get 4 points of attachments at the end for free. So don't include them in your 40. So make good lists without them, and then add them in if you get them. Like, I sorry, but like, I'm very sorry, Charles, and sorry anyone else who's listening who thought that alt format was interesting, but no, not for me. Who are the big winners, says the Booze King? I didn't really read that. Big winners, I think, are Martell. Martell, I think, are generally speaking a winner. I think... I mean, Night's Watch are a winner. Like, they got better, exclusively better, but like, who cares? Like, it's such a minor, small change that I just don't think it matters. But they are better. I think Baratheon got better. I mean, this is just obviously dumb. Let's just ignore the fact that this is stupid. Baratheon got better. Like, hands down, just better. Martell's got better. Night's Watch got better. I think Free Folk came out probably worse, because it affected their most... They made their highest win rate commander worse in the tactics card change, I think. So I think I would say that Free Folk are probably worse. And they also, obviously, nerfing Hidden Traps, main strategy point for Free Folk. So I'd say Free Folk came out worse. I'm not going to say much, though, because I think the other improvements they got were like quite positive improvements. Neutrals... Was there a patch? Was it? Was there a Neutrals? Was there a patch? Neutrals? No, I can't hear anyone saying yes. No, so Neutrals, there wasn't a patch. I mean, Bolton's got better. It's not exactly hard though. Greyjoy's barely noticed the patch, I think. Personally. Targs came out all right. I think Targs had quite nice. The significant change to the VP cards. I'm not going to say it's all positive, but I think that's a positive thing for game health, and I think there's quite a nice change for them to make. So I think Targ's going to be interesting, but the changes aren't that big. It's just one card from every commander, and then a few bits and bobs on units. Like, it's not that big a deal. So most of the time, it's just like, yeah, whatever. But it does affect technically any list you play in Targ, because every single list has had a card change in it. So therefore, the changes are big. If that makes sense. It's a matter of taste, but the way the new format does it solve the attachment issue. It doesn't really solve the attachment issue. I mean, I get what you're saying, Charles, but the problem is it doesn't really solve the issue. The issue is people don't want to include attachments in their list because they're usually not worth it. That's not always true. There are some that are. There are some that are. But some people are saying that it solves the problem because it then makes people want to play them. But the thing is that what you do is you say, can you make a 40-point list without that many points of attachments? That then, if given 4 extra points of attachments in 40 points, does it make the list significantly better? Because everybody's likely still building 40-point lists with attachments included in the cost. So then what we're doing is we're kind of hedging our bets and saying, look, here's my 40-point list. If I get 3 attachment points, this is how I make the list better. But the list is already good at 40 points. And if those attachments are worth it, they're already in the 40-point list rather than the 44-point list. So you're not... I'm not saying it's not a solution. What I'm saying is it's not actually that effective as a solution. Because the simple truth is that, you know, if you need to build something to fit a job, you build the thing to fit the job. And then I say, actually, you've got a bit of wiggle room. It allows you to play on the fringe with the wiggle. But you were already including the good stuff and the job as a whole in the smaller whole. Right? You're still gonna make something that functionally works for that smaller whole. It's just you sometimes have this nice little bit of error to play with where you can go, oh, I can upgrade this to that, and that's a cool little thing I get to do. And it makes the list marginally better. But it should be, because it's 4 extra points worth of list. So yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not sold. Sorry, not sold. I agree, Charles, but the thing is, if they were already good enough for you to see play in a 40-point list, they're already in your 40-point list. Like, if it's genuinely good enough, where you're like, I want to play this in a 40-point list, like, competitively speaking, this is already good enough in my quite honed 40-point list, then it's already in your list. The extra points don't matter. They could have made a bold move and revisited or updated the alternative list building document and made it standard format, and everyone would be busting a tit. Yeah, I mean, they would, but actually that would be a bigger shake-up than anything else, right? Evan's kind of on the right lines. It solves it in the same way that, like, some sort of tax rebate solves the price of an item. Yes. It's not a solution. It's an inducement to get the desired behavior. Yeah, we want people to take more attachments, so we'll offer a format that gives you attachment points for free. That's not going to make people take more attachments in list building. That's going to say to people, oh, I just get to put attachments in now after I finish building my list. If the government offers me 20 grand to buy a Ford, that doesn't mean Ford got cheaper or that they changed Ford. It just means someone's offering you money. Yeah. That's the good way to put it. You now just told you get this shit for free now. But not in every format, not all the time. And it doesn't change the value of the attachments. The attachments aren't better value for money. You're still probably getting better value for money elsewhere. But yeah. Overall, then, you know, I'm trying not to be negative, and I know people know the patch is over now, people logging off, things like that. But let's go through. Let's go through the factions. Stark. hit and miss. I think Stark's had some good stuff. Stark's had some nerfs. I think Stark are probably fine at the end of all of it. I would say Stark are probably still okay, right? Starks are probably still okay. I'm gonna make a note of this. So so I'd say Stark are pretty on par, right? Martell, I think it's quite obviously that Martells are up. The one nerf that they did get to Lance Cav is just not really that impactful. Yeah, Cryptic says, if the extra attachment points and alt format isn't the solution, I'm going to recommend it we use it in the next league just to make something interesting happen. Yeah, that can work. Let's think. So Martell's gotten better. Baratheon, I think Baratheon got better. Yeah, just like, yeah, very much better. And the one unit that got nerfed in Lance Cav actually had an improvement with the +1 to hit. Assuming it's not +2, which is obviously broken. But like Rennicide just got better. Yeah, Stannicide bit meh. Like Stannicide got better. Stannicide did get better. It's just a bit meh. Like, you know, Stannis getting a bit nerfed, Andrew getting a bit better, Davos getting a bit better. Yeah, just meh. The Baratheon probably slightly up, I think, because Rennicide getting further up is good. And only one significant nerf, which is R'hllor. Rightful there. Greyjoys, I would say pretty much flat. I would say that they didn't get any major negatives. I would say Lannister. I think the change to Lance Cavalry is quite important in Lannister. I would overall say a buff. I don't know if the Lance Cavalry change to like Knights of Cassie Rock actually is enough to counteract the positive improvements elsewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think High Sparrow change good, obviously. Yeah, I think I would probably go as far as saying that the Knights of Cassie Rock change might outweigh the changes elsewhere. So I actually think Knights of Cassie Rock's strategy, the strategy got hit, and the things not playing into that strategy didn't get hit. And the things not playing into that strategy didn't get much better. There's not pickups elsewhere in the faction which don't play that strategy. So I would argue that Lannisters are probably worse off. Marginally. I think it's very marginal, but probably net worse off. Night's Watch got better, but I mean, that's not exactly hard. And it was barely a change at all. Right, they got better, but it was minor. Targ, they got better. They got better across the board, I think. I'd be fair to say I think they got better across the board. Free Folk, I think Free Folk pretty middly. Obviously, strategies nerfed. I think there's other viable things there now. I'm trying to think through some things in my head, list building ideas. But I think that Free Folk probably come down a bit, I think, overall. Slightly more negative than positive, I think, in terms of like where they sit, meta stuff, etc. But I still very much think that Free Folk is playable and has got some stuff going for it. Neutral is well, what? And Bolton is it got better. Bolton got better. Steer ages over. Steer wasn't dominating the game though. Let's just really point that out. Like, he was good, and Steer is a very good commander. I would argue by far the best Free Folk commander. And I mean, I can't believe that Steer's down as low as 7th. I would probably put him in the ranking as, you know, top 4 commanders in the game, most likely. In my opinion, I would put Steer as like one of the best commanders in the game. 7th is, in my opinion, at 46 points. That's quite low for Steer. But the idea that the age of Steer is over, like Steer in Free Folk, yes, like the age of Steer in Free Folk being the best is over. But the age of Steer in the competitive scene, that's not really been true, right? Like, we've seen Martell's performing really well, Harmonella, we've seen Ed Ardlis performing well, we've seen Drogo performing well, Baratheons have been doing fine, other things have been doing fine. So I think to say the age of Steer was over is not true, because I think the age of Steer was over a while ago. Yeah. Charles, it's not the same. It's not about being a brutal way and doing it. The neutral change was an impactful change because it impacted all list building. This doesn't impact all list building. Like, straight up, the alt format doesn't affect list building because it's an alternative format. Doesn't affect list building. And if a good list is a good list, it doesn't affect list building that much. You'd be surprised. Where is he? Where's Stannis? One True King is there. I think Rightful Heir is probably just here. 12th. Yeah. 3rd best. Baratheon Commander. You say that good variety because attachments can now be used to season your list. Yes, but like, again, you're looking to a point limit, Charles. And you are right in saying you can season a list with attachments. But the truth is that there are good and bad attachments that are worth points or not worth points. You're not going to see a large number of different attachments being played. You're going to see the same attachments being played in just every faction now. 4 points, well, that means I can pick up this one for 1, this one for 1, this one for 2, and that's what I'll pick nearly every single time. Sure, the flavour of the list changes, but like competitive list building, a lot of players and competitive list building isn't that interesting, and that, well, it is interesting. It's not that innovative after the first month or so. There isn't any like new crazy strategies coming up, and it's not like, oh, this 1 point attachment that everyone thought was really bad value for money is suddenly really good. Not really how it works. So yeah, it is what it is. It's not bad. Like, it's not bad. It's just not really the solution. I just wish every 1 point attachment was like, oh my god, I really want that 1 point attachment in my list. If that's how we felt for every single attachment that was named, you'd see attachments. Just make every attachment really good. Like, oh, but that throws off balance. Yeah, but they will have to go in units. It doesn't throw off the balance that badly. Ramsey's going to be everywhere. Yeah, Ramsey for 2 points is a really good example, Black Joker. Yeah, Ramsey 2-pointer is one of the best quality and highest value for money attachments in the game. Again, let's go through this. And this is what we're talking about, the kind of value we're talking about, right? Glory Seekers are, believe it or not, still one of the best attachments in the game for 1 point. Winterfell Guardians, surprising nobody, up there at the top. But you don't have to go far to see Theon, and Bronze now made a bit of a resurgence, and Ramsey. This is a 2 point attachment. It's the only 2 point on attachment on the list so far, right? 1, 1, 0. 1, 2. 1, technically 2, but it's free, folks. So you get him for 1. Just please bear that in mind. 1 or 3. 1, 1 or 3. 1. Makoro's 1, isn't he? Pretty sure Makoro's 1. He used to be 2, and they moved him down to 1, didn't they? I think. Oh, he's still 2. All right, interesting. So there's Makoro, Slave of R'hllor. How many games has he even played? He's actually played not an unfathomably small number of games. It is pretty small, but it's not that small. Fair enough. Makoro, second best 2 point attachment. But like Ramsey, the best 2 point attachment in the game. Makoro's next up. Corrin is a 1-pointer nowadays, isn't he? Is Theon 2-pointers? I think Theon's a 2-pointer, isn't he, as well? No, Theon's a 1-pointer. Skin Changer was a 2-pointer, but again, 1 point in Free Folk. You can see where I'm going. The point here, though, is that for 2 points, Ramsay was the best one, and I'd say by quite a margin as well. 94 ELO compared to Makoro down at 21. Like, that's quite a big change, given that Ramsay's available to everybody. Ramsay's a good value 2-point attachment. People will take Ramsay in 40-point lists. They already were taking Ramsay in 40-point lists. Now they just have more points to spend on other stuff, and they can put Ramsay in a better unit. That doesn't change the fact that for 2 points, like, people aren't going to be playing 2 Bolton Flayers. People aren't going to be playing Biter and Rouge for 2 points. That's not some kind of hidden value now that they get them for free, that they can include them in a list and make it work. It's like, well, no, they were just bad. They're just not good value for money. You should never buy them. The points are better spent elsewhere. Changing the pool of which those points come out of doesn't really change what's viable and not significantly. Very specific certain combos become a bit more viable, but you're talking very specific things. And again, that's because it's a 44-point list, not a 40-point list. It's got nothing to do with it being a 40-point list with 4 points of attachments. You've made the list 44 points, and that just makes other things viable. Sorry, I'm going on about attachments, but like for me, like they just haven't amended attachments. They haven't looked at attachments like I thought we all thought they would look at attachments in a much wider sense and really kind of change the valuation on attachments. You know, Greyjoy 2-pointer should be like 1 point and be like really good, and everyone should want to run Greyjoy in 1-pointer. And if you're running Greyjoy 1-pointer, it means you can't run Greyjoy Commander. But that's fine. But maybe you can run Greyjoy Commander, but then you don't get the 1-pointer. But it's okay because you rob 1-pointer. You know, all these really good attachments for 1 points, but they all need units to go in, and units are at least 5 points minimum. So you could run a bunch of awesome attachments, but they're all in crap units. Or you could take actually pretty good units, which the unit balance, generally speaking, is there. We can take really good units and then put these heavy attachments in, but then we haven't got that many units running around, and that means less attachments. So it's the trade-off. Like, make the trade-off worth it. Right now, it's I'm just going to take the best units, and I might put attachments in them. I don't care if I have attachments or not. I'm just going to take the best units available to me, and then maybe put attachments in, generally speaking. So for me, like the guiding principles of how we build lists are just a bit whack and a bit off. Some factions have it because they have lots of good value attachments. Other factions don't. Like Baratheons, right? Baratheons are a really good example, because how many people realistically have gone and used like a load of different units of Wardens with different Kingsguard in them? And the answer is probably very few people. But that should feel like a viable strategy. It isn't. You know, I've got basically a list of Wardens and Sentinels, but I've got all these cool attachments running around. And I took a load of cheap units because it's worth having all these cool attachments, instead of taking units of like Champions of the Stag, which wouldn't have had an attachment. And although it might have been a better unit, it wouldn't have done this cool thing I wanted to do. And, you know, there's that whole discussion there. Yeah. Hi, Paperboy. That's where I'm at. That's where we're at. How do people find all that? I might jump into okie dokie. I'm going to do something really chaotic. I said I might jump into Discord and accept discussions on things people want to do, right? I am going to jump into the just chatting / memeing channel, and people can join and ask questions. By all means, I'm not expecting many people to do this, but if you wish to, you can. All right? There we go. So anyone is welcome. Anybody is welcome onto the Song of Ice and Fire Stats Just Chatting channel if they want to ask questions or discuss the patch and what their thoughts were. I'm opening this up to the public. Hang on, Kurt, I can't actually hear you because I haven't changed my Discord settings to play out of the right speaker. Give me 2 seconds. Say hello, Kurt. I can hear you. Awesome. And I think the stream can hear you as well. They can. Yes. Nice. Cool. Right. What was your question? What change? Yeah, what change? They did. So I ask you again, what change?
Right.
Yeah, I just don't. I think it matters a little bit, and I'm not going to say it doesn't matter. I do think it matters. I don't think it's a major issue. I don't think it's a big deal. So, asking about Balon, hang on, I'm just going to turn all these off. So there we go. Try talking again, Kurt, again.
Oh.
Right, cool. It is coming through. It should be coming through on the stream. He asked if Balon, the Balon change was big, and the answer is probably not, no. If you can't, you should be able to hear him, guys. If you're not, just keep telling me. He's not talking at the moment, so it's fine. You can ask if you've got more questions. Keep asking.
I feel like in
Do I think issues in season 4 would adequately addressed in season 5? They made Lance worse, therefore they have addressed one problem. They made Balon worse, therefore they have addressed another problem. They've addressed boisterous charisma as a strategy, and that is a positive. They've changed that, and that is a positive. So that is a good thing. Do I think they've changed a lot about the way? I don't think they've changed much else apart from that. Overall, I would say that, yeah, overall, most things have not changed, to put it bluntly. I think if the changes that were made, were they sufficient? I'm a bit jury's out on Lance Cav. I can't work out if the changes were good enough. As in, I can't. I don't think. I think it makes the Tywin combo worse, specifically the Tywin combo, but I don't think it changes Tully Cavaliers at all. Is the thing. Like, that's the trade-off. Is I think that Lannister's actually quite. The Lance Cav change, I think, impacts Lannisters probably more than any other faction. And it actually impacts Starks, who probably benefited from it the most. I think it probably impacts them least, ironically. So yeah. Go on. Who's going to benefit the most from Lance Cav being worse? Factions that spam more, so things like Free Folk will benefit a little bit more because the one-shot potential disappears a little bit more. Factions that want to, generally speaking, be a bit more defensive, the Nutcracker, if you will, is now less powerful. So defensive factions are going to really be kind of happy. I think, like, for example, a really good example is Rose Knights. Rose Knights are a really happy beneficiary of this change because the one thing Rose Knights didn't want to do is deal with a big slamming burst where they had their abilities switched off and they had double tokens or something like that and they just got hit. And that's actually less likely to kill them, which means they have time to then respond. That's just one example, and that's specifically looking at Tywin combo. But like other people are going to be less put out by like Lance Cav Tully charges, like just deleting a unit from the front because they failed the panic check. Which still happen, but like it's just so unlikely to happen now at 9 dice, especially because the traps nerf means that they're less likely to have less wounds as well. Like the overall meta shift is your unit probably just isn't going to be deleted in one shot most of the time. However, the grind for things like Tully Cavaliers is still there. The other aspects of the game haven't changed much. You haven't made those other units better. So what you're saying is that by simply removing 1 dice, we're bringing the viability of those units to the forefront. And I don't think that's true. So I think units that were not very good, Mormont Bruisers, for example, in Starks, they're not going to see more play because of this. Like, I don't think people are going to play less Tully Cavaliers because of the change. I expect their play rate to go down because they got nerfed. But I don't really think that, like, when we talk about competitive building, that the lists have significantly warped and changed. They will change, but it's still the same elements. Not massively better, no, because they aren't going to be massively better because the things that still kill them still exist and like still suck against range units. They still suck against long cavalry. Like those things are just mildly worse, but not worse to the point where those melee infantry units are like super viable. And it's worth remembering, like melee infantry units that had ways of propelling them into combat were still viable. Great John unit, you know, Greyjoys. These things still had viable infantry units that were working, and those things will get marginally better with Lance Cavalry changes. But I really do think this 1 dice, bearing in mind it's 1 dice in the grind, not on the charge, which does matter a little bit, but that 1 dice change is not a huge impact factor a lot of the time. Because you're very unlikely to one-shot most of the time as well. Like, you're basically saying, at best, this will do 1 less wound. Well, like, sure, that is a nerf by 1 wound, but that's all the nerf is. That is exactly the same as taking tactical approach. Bearing in mind the average wounds that the spending of the token did was 2, and they've made it 1. So the change to Lance Cavalry is basically identical in best case scenario to the change to a Rightful Heir. Kind of. Like, obviously, you have to evaluate them very differently because one's a tactics card you have to play, etc. And spend a token, etc. But, like, you see what I mean? Like, if everything goes perfectly, at best it was 1 wound change. But we know for a fact that that's not how it really works. Yeah. Sure,
I think
sure, but like it doesn't change. It doesn't change what anybody does, right? Like this is the other thing. It doesn't change what we do. Because we did that as the last activation on the round, and then we open with swords and we still kill you. Before, we might have been lucky and we might have killed you automatically in one go and go, oh, great. Now we just go, oh, we didn't kill you, so we'll do the same pattern of play that's existed since this game fucking started, and the pattern player doesn't change at all. So,
except
it was only marginally killing units. So, and the only time it was marginally killing units is where the units were like a bit more defensive or there was terrain, etc. And that was the whole point of using terrain and things like that, was you pushed a lance cavalry charge to the point where if they charge you and then they can open swords, there's a good chance that you can actually survive the combo.
On that.
Yeah.
Okay, you get one less attack when you charge.
Yeah.
And then one less when you afterward.
Yeah.
That might be enough to balance.
But
losing.
Sure, but actually really what we have to establish is you might be losing 2 attack dice across the 2 attacks. You still can't hear the other people, says Tristan. Sorry guys, I'm just going to have to quickly... I will fix this problem. I don't know why it's working this way. It's okay, it's not you guys, it's me. What I'll do is I'll do that. I'll put that on, and then I will turn on... Someone talk to me just quickly. Try again. I can. Someone give me like love hearts in chat if they can hear this now. If you're watching the stream, let me know. That should have fixed the problem. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Do it, but then you don't play like them anymore at all. So it's like it's always a question of balance. Like if you reduce them enough so it's become uncertain, and then maybe some defensive 5-point like hard to hit unit can suddenly become a bit more viable. Don't it's a big change, but it's might be enough to tip the scale, not as to remove them from the game, but enough to have them like less oppressive and less everywhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all working now, thankfully. Thanks, Tristan. Thanks, Booze. Yeah, so, I mean, for me, like the 1 attack dice on the combo, 2 attack dice, I get what you're saying, and it could move them to the point where it's less oppressive. But I would argue that, yes, it probably is slightly less oppressive. But I don't know how many times that matters. And if it does matter, it's specifically because the unit is able to sustain a double attack quite well, not the number of dice being thrown. Because I would argue that a 6 dice attack, from what people have been doing and playing around, people have been trying to kill you with 2 6 dice attacks or 2 7 dice attacks, which is like just that's just a normal attack from like King's Men, right? Is 2 7 dice attacks. People have been trying to do that previously and been getting kills or getting damn close to killing. And now that's what Lance Cavalry are doing. So I'd argue it's the same problem. They just got to do a free move on top. I think it moves them in line. I do think it moves them in line. But yeah. I'm not certain. Like, let's put it bluntly, they are worse. Like, I don't think anyone here is saying that they're not worse. But I just don't think it makes that much of a difference overall. I don't know.
I think riders are probably better.
I mean, riders are, because riders got +1 to hit. Like, that just immediately makes them a better unit than they used to be. Like, even if with 1 less dice. Like, the problem with Riders of Highgarden was always the 4+, was just such a killer.
Here's a different question. I wasn't here for the whole thing, so you might have already talked about it. But I feel like when you talk about the overview of all the changes, why is the biggest change and the biggest impact on the meta not the bears? Are they not incredibly problematic? And do they not just hugely switch on all of the free folk cards while also going way back to the problem that most, if not at least a lot, of factions just won't have enough attacks in the game to get through them?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree that that is a big change. I think the major difference is that how you take that and how you make that work, with the bears especially being 4 movement, it means that the infantry that you're supporting is slower, and it means that while I agree getting through the units is harder, the 4 movement actually means that they're not getting to tokens necessarily faster than the opponent is. And that means you don't actually have to get
the
through.
unit doesn't get slowed down to the bear's rate, though, right?
No,
The
so
bear,
the infantry units don't. You're right. So the infantry units
and
will
they
get there
can
first.
still leapfrog each other very easily, right? Because 8 inches on a solo base is still easily enough to march through your own unit.
If you're right behind it.
So, yeah, so the infantry don't have to slow down, which means that basically the attacker will have a window of a single turn or single activation in which they must charge the free folk, because next turn onwards they're going to have a wall of bears in front of them.
Yes, but they can close that. But they can close that distance in that opportunity moment on round 2. And you're going to see less traps probably, so they're not being punished for that closing using things like the horses and stuff. I do agree, but
I still just think for 1 point,
the bears
I
are
think
stupid.
it's yeah. I mean,
oh yeah, but
I don't see why we're not going to see 4 or 5 of them in like loads of lists.
Well, it's actually
and that
0
will
points
just
for
have
those
a
bears.
ludicrous impact on the meta, because the question will be like, it'll be like, you can't not bring things that can kill bears easily without affecting your entire turn. Like,
I think the major difference is in theory. I mean, the bears aren't too hard to kill, thankfully.
I mean, 3
3
plus 3 plus 3 plus. I mean, 3 wounds with a 3 plus. It's like
it's hit and miss.
A bad unit can't kill it. Like, you still got to dedicate a proper attack to it. It's not like something crap kills it. You're not killing it with traps. You're not killing it with various things. You're possibly not even killing it with a ranged unit. Like crossbows at ranged, not getting the short rerolls. That's not even a kill.
No.
Not saying it's not a problem, but they lose stalwart too, so you can just run straight to the unit, kill the unit, and up they die from being too far away from the rest of the army. That's kind of a solution there. So
they won't,
like, the rest of the unit become more killable.
They won't be too far away from other units though. So here's another little thing that.
Yeah, but they don't activate if their linked unit is dead.
They get removed if their linked unit is dead.
Yeah, so you just try to go through this.
You're not limited by where you're positioned by your linked unit.
That might be an issue.
So my skin changer on the left flank, his bear's on the right flank.
Yeah, that's a bit stupid.
So you actually, in order to kill the bear, you don't kill the skin changer with that unit. You have to kill the skin changer at the other side of the map, and that I think is a problem. And like, I do think that that's a major issue. The other thing is that the skin changer specifically just says that it has to be within short range of a friendly unit.
i.e. another bear.
Another bear. So 2 bears can just go and do whatever they want. You kill one of them, sure, the other one fucks off at the end of at the start of the next round. But 2 bears can just go and act on their own, which pushes you way further, like down. It's not the bear spam per se that you would use, although bear spam is I think what you'd end up calling it. But I think the truth is, you're just seeing Varamir Commander yet again, just with unit spam. And you just have millions of things on the field. Who cares about how good or bad they are? If everyone requires an attack, it just takes too long to do it. And I do agree there that that might be a problem. I don't actually know how good it's going to be. But if it is good, I would argue it's problematically good. In which case, I would agree with you, Carlo. Problematically good, if it is good, 100%. I can't imagine it would stand up the test of time against all possible things it will run into. So the question then becomes, is there a second list that you run in tandem with it? But, like, certain factions are going to be fucking miserable. I mean, Boltons would not stand a hope in hell. Because Boltons will kill themselves in the process. Like, but you can kill a unit of Dreadfort Archers with this kind of list. And then the rest of them are military units. They're all infantry units and they don't have access to overrun. They're just going to be hitting bears the whole game. Like, Starks, on the other hand, they probably just start mincing for you early. And if they can start mincing early, then they just go. Gregor might be okay, but it's like this all-in Gregor kind of thrash everything in front of me. I don't know. Yeah, someone saying that Ereo Hotar with DSR might work. Yeah. But again, like, the actual kind of, like, the overarching thing, which goes back to the question, was, like, powerful? Don't know. In truth, I really don't know if it's powerful. But I think it's the only possible outcome is that it's a problem. Like, gameplay-wise and game interest-wise, this is going to put people off. Because it just won't be fun to play against.
Well, I think it's going to be a skew. So if you manage to get this skew off, that's fine. If you don't, well, fuck you, kind of deal.
So you can run. Where is he?
I can see a lot of way to take care of the bear, depending. Like, if you have enough remote panics, then you can just panic them to death, and that's fine.
Three up morale is pretty good though.
Well, if you manage to have them get a panic token, put a -2 on them, plus a -1 from the crown, that's fine. That's okay.
I don't know. You're still you're asking for a 5 up or 6 up failure for max damage. It feels pretty bad. Like,
Yeah,
where's the -2 in this equation coming from?
Don't.
a corpse
Well, I guess
pile?
it need to come from card. Yeah, a corpse pile or something like this.
That's like, there's one faction. Well, yeah, there's basically one faction in the game that's doing that, and reasonably, and that's either going to be Mel, or it's going to be Lannisters with Hear Me Roar, spending Hear Me Roar on a fucking bear. Like, really?
I mean, I feel like you're stacking everything to get to a 50-50 chance to kill this 1-point bear.
Yeah.
Which you might get to do twice in the game.
I'm just saying, like, if you could get to run the skew of having like that many cheap units on the field, then that's fine. If you can't, then you're.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, small iterative damage is what's needed. Traps has just disappeared as small iterative damage as an effective method. So, you know.
I mean, if you manage to have them next to a corpse pile with a panic token and Kron zap them, that's
still not good though.
a
It's a 5 up. A 5 up.
Yeah,
but
a Kron is useless as well.
I mean, if the answer as to why it's not ludicrously dominant is because the rest of the free folk don't have amazing morale anymore, then it's counterproductive, because you need to be using those morale modifiers and that morale damage that you have against the other units. So, like, if you're investing any of your panic token, Mel Bomb, Hear Me Roar, any of that into that, then you've already lost, because you're investing stuff into killing a 1-point unit, and you're letting the whole rest of the army just score victory points and standard objectives for free, and you're losing your resources to do so.
I do think that, you know, the bears themselves actually are pretty useful at getting things killed, and will help quite a lot. But the idea of turning on a lot of free folk cards is kind of gone nowadays. Like a lot of the free folk cards, there's only 2 that really care about things being in short range. 3 if you include here. There's too many, which is a bit lackluster, a bit toothless now. So it doesn't really do a huge amount for the deck, and
but I mean, like you're talking about, like it's more abilities to run to proc diversion tactics, right? Like it's just like because
you already use
because as I say, the big problem for me is that they're unlikely to die to a ranged attack. They're just strong enough that a ranged attack is basically a bad idea. 3 wounds at a 3+.
Well,
you're only at 2 point something for most attacks. So you're probably going to have to charge these things if you want any reasonable, reliable way to kill them, and that's a big problem because there's only so many charges in the game. There are a very small handful of charges, effectively.
I think we're also, one point I'll add, I think we're underselling the fact that range attacks are going to be less effective anyway, because I can imagine the effective way of running bears is actually with forests.
Range attacks.
Deliberately make them 2 up armor on this charge and block range attacks. Like you move away from bogs because it actually impacts your bears too much, and you go towards forests.
Yeah. But so it's a chance. It's a throwaway unit that procs diversion tactics, which gets you into a really aggressive, dominant position. It procs overwhelming assaults around.
We just lost Carlo. This is a classic.
Deck right there, just like I'm not saying it was hard for free folk to necessarily do those things, but to get them all up to max, like, do you know what I mean? To be able to,
it's more likely, definitely.
To get a really easy, overwhelming assault now. Do you know what I mean? That you don't even have to set up. You don't even have to set it up over multiple turns, right? Because they both activate at the same time.
Yes, although
The bear
because the
activated
charge
after.
would have to come second from the bear would get the benefit more than the infantry unit.
Okay.
And the bear is the weaker of the 2 attacks, right?
Yeah.
I do think it leads into activation spam though, because like if you don't compete with your pass token on the activation level, if I'm allowed to charge into you with a raider unit and a bear, and then potentially another bear or another raider unit on top, I'm going to open with swords next turn, and I'm going to kill you, like almost certainly. And that ice strategy does work when you consider that Varamir's cards allow you to pin. You can throw the wolf pack in, you can respawn some stuff on the flanks, etc. So I think you can pin a unit and achieve that combo. Not often, if you know what I mean. And you only, I built a mock list here, which includes Baroque for the boar as well. And you're sat at Varamir, Shadowcat, Wolfpack, Raiders with skin, Raiders with skin, Raiders with skin. I put Raiders in because they're 1 point. Oh, ad blocker telling me that I need to update and pay for it because, you know. So what? 3, 4, 5, 6. Baroque 7. Trappers, because why not? 8. Baroque's boar 9. 3 NCUs 12. Yeah, it's a 12 activation list. And there's 3 bears that don't count as activations in the list as well. No one's competing with 12 activations. Like, I'm sorry, no one is competing with that. The maximum they're getting is reasonably 7s and 8s, as we know as standard. So you're always going to get... You're going to be playing fucking Traffic Jam o'clock, but you're always going to be getting, like, 1 or 2 bears and their associated raiders at the end of the round. I mean, I don't know if this does anything. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is amazing, and this will be the most oppressive thing you've ever played against. I don't actually know if this list does much, apart from be a pain in the ass. But if it works, then I think this is horrible if it works, right? I mean, 12 activations, come on. This shouldn't be the strategy that, like, what's more annoying than anything else, actually, is we know free folk should be Horde, but I feel like this just isn't the strategy we should be looking at. Post says, I also don't think this list will survive any event with chess clocks. Wrong. It's really not that hard to play this list that quickly. When you get people who are good with this stuff, they learn to play quickly, they will find ways of making this list work. And playing within a 2-hour limit. But yeah. Something to watch out. Potentially, yeah. I mean, I just can't believe that this is going to be good. And the reason I say this, and I know that that doesn't mean it isn't, by the way. I can't believe this is good because if this ends up being the strategy that's go-to or similar to it, then we have literally seen Free Folk not change how they play the game for like 7 seasons at this point.
Well,
we'll just go back to 1.6 strategy, or what, back to 2021, or back to season
well,
1.
the issue that I've always been is that activation spam has always been good.
To be fair, right now, it's been the least effective it's ever been.
Still.
But yeah. Any other questions, though? Any other questions?
I have a question for Carlo.
Rip.
Do you feel like any of these changes have reinforced the flavor or variety that commanders used to bring, that you felt they used to bring to the game, whereas you feel as of Season 4's patch, that had diminished?
No. Is the short answer. No, you're right. I don't know. I actually said it recently, but not to you, so I don't know if I... My biggest problem has been ever since 2021, I think. Possibly Season 1, but it might have actually just been 2021, when they rebuilt all the faction decks and changed a lot of commander cards to be a lot less impactful. That it became much more balanced. That is without a doubt. The game is, in my opinion, without playing really heavily at the moment, the most balanced it's ever been. But and they've done loads of good things. These 6 monthly patches with very light touches, just changing a little bit here, a little bit there, were all things that I called for a long time. And they've led to the most balanced the game has been. But there are some fundamental kind of problems which I don't really like, which are that the balance is achieved by being really boring, effectively, like really samey. You see the same cards effectively in many factions. Lots of commanders are just like reprints of somebody else's basic deck. You know, counterplot exists in Baratheons and it exists in Targaryens, right? You know, and it's just a Lannister card, and you can say the same about so many cards that are kind of iconic. And even more than that, they massively tone down how big of a player you can ever make with a tactics card. For those who have played forever, I mean, we're talking about the days where you just like on activation gained an entire maneuver before taking your go, right? Like, whereas that the equivalent now at best is like at the start of a turn you take a 2-inch shift. Not saying that it's, you know, a bad card or whatever, or bad design, but effectively big plays aren't allowed to be made with cards was the big change. And by narrowing the effect of all the cards down to be minuscule, everybody becomes more balanced, but they achieve it by nobody being able to do anything really good. To me, it kind of like, for anybody who's played it or even like knows it, There are games like War Master, or even things that are like historical games. They have great balance, but the reason they have great balance is everybody has identical heavy cavalry, and they all cost an identical amount of points. Everybody has identical infantry. Basically, you just get them in ever so slightly different varieties and ever so slightly different shades. And you've got balance, but that's because everybody's the same. And it feels like Song is really close to that by comparison to what it used to be. You've achieved balance, but not by balancing things, but just by nerfing everything that was unique into non-existence. So I think that's unfortunate. It does lead to very good balance, but it doesn't lead to unique faction identity, and it doesn't lead to unique list building and interesting ideas, in my opinion. And I don't think this patch changes it. I think it's a continuation of the same thing. I really hoped. So the uniqueness in the game seems to come from various attachments. That's still what's kind of unique. But the problem is that they're all wildly overcosted. So competitively speaking, people just use their variety of an 8-point cavalry unit. Everybody's got one. They all look nearly the same. They use their variety of a 5-point infantry unit, their variety of a 6-point ranged unit. They're basically just like stat blocks. They just have, everybody has 12 wounds. Everybody has, a 4-up save, a 6-up morale, because they also narrowed the morale window that everybody's in as well. Once upon a time, Poor Fellows and Warrior Sons were allowed to have like a 2+ morale. Now they're much more like everybody else. Elite Free Folk once upon a time had like 9+ morale, I think, maybe
8 and 9. Yep.
Yeah, 8 and 9. Now they're much down in the 7 and 8. They're actually very similar to all the other factions. All the things that made factions unique are narrowed in towards the center to become identical to each other. So that's my fundamental problem. The problem is that you have to break a lot of eggs before you see an improvement, which is if they tried to tackle the problem, say they massively looked at attachments and they just decided that every attachment was going to cost 1 less point, as an example, just throwing it out there. So loads of them go to 0 points, loads of them go to 1 point from 2 points, stuff like that. Suddenly, there's going to be a huge spotlight on the imbalance between various attachments. But the moment that's just like hidden away behind the fact that they're all bad, nobody uses any of them outside of outside of Tyrion 1 point and, as we talked, as it was spoken about, Ramsay 2 point and stuff like that. There are just a few specific ones that just managed to put their head up above the surface of like being worth taking. But you're hidden behind all that is that most of them are just bad, and there's huge disparity between them. The long answer is that. The short answer is no, they're not unique enough, and the game is not character based enough for me, and it's not, and it's too much of just like infantry being the same as each other, and kind of being pushed around the table with very, very same kind of stats. They all move 5. They all have 6 or 7 morale. Some of them have 5, maybe. They all have 12 wounds. Everybody's only really allowed to have a 3-up save or a 4-up save. Everybody has to have a maximum of 7 attack dice. Nobody is allowed to have 8 attacks, really. Once upon a time, the game, people used to roll 10 attacks without being lanced cavalry. Basically, things like that don't exist anymore. And so you achieve balance, but with a downside.
Yeah, the counterpoint to this I was going to say is like once upon a time, you only played Stark too.
Yeah. So I'm not saying loads of the reasons why it happened are like I say, positives. The game is way more balanced. Like you have to begin the conversation with that. Like the game competitively is in a lot of sense in its best state, but I would say that it is uninspiring and they haven't balanced by adequately costing what it is to have 10 attacks. They've balanced by just saying, okay, everybody just has 7 attacks, rather than really working out and understanding the fundamentals of how powerful 10 attacks really is and how it fits into the meta, and what its value is. And I think the same is true of the attachments. Like, you can say, okay, well, we've just forced everybody to use 4 points of attachments by bringing in this new game mode variant. But I say, okay, but you haven't fundamentally gone and done the hard work of understanding how valuable attachments actually are. You for once in the game, we seem to be in a place where we have some understanding of 5-point units, see play, 6-point units, see play. 7s, I still don't think see loads of play, but maybe there are. There are some 7-point infantry. And cavalry sees play, and we see practically 4. Well, not 4. But we do see like 6 activation lists being played. And we see 8s, and we see 9s, and like a whole variety. It's not just activation spam. We see lows doing well, and mids, and whatever. So suddenly now we should be able to look at all that and say, okay, so to go from being a 6-point unit to a 7-point unit, let's have a look at these two. How much better is that unit than the other? Okay, what does it have? It has like +1 attack, and it has this, and it has that. And then if you look at the equivalent attachment that costs 1 point, it's just entirely obvious that that attachment doesn't bring the same kind of value that a unit that costs 6 versus a unit that costs 7 brings. And so the maths just doesn't check out, because to go from a 6-point to a 7-point unit, you're normally gaining +1 morale and some attack profile benefits, possibly even +1 to hit, or maybe you're gaining a keyword like crit blow or something like that, and then you're gaining something else. But then when you look at the attachment, he doesn't bring that stuff. He brings 1 keyword for a point, right? And you're like,
go down fighting for 1 point.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
This might do 4 wounds if I'm lucky. If I'm really lucky, I might do 4 wounds with this whole thing across a whole game.
That's more an issue that you don't have half points for attachment, or you have to have every attachment better, but then you might run into the endless issue that attachment become too good and took you 5 points unit to be better than a 6-point unit for 1 point.
There is a thing here though, and I think this is actually generally speaking true, and also where 1.6 really had its most biggest benefit, to some extent was true in the early 2021 as well, is that, and we see it now with Tyrion, right? Tyrion in Lannister is a very good example of this. A few Greyjoy ones as well make quite a lot of appearances, but they are enticing enough to make players want to pick them often. So Tyrion sees a lot of play in Lannister because he's quite evidently pretty good, right? And I'm not saying that that's a good or bad thing that he's played a lot. I'm saying it's a good thing that they have an attachment that people genuinely believe is worth taking a lot of the time. So the question then becomes right, but why is Tyrion being taken, but Robert Strong just never sees play? And the answer is he's just crap for the points he costs.
I would go ahead and say Tyrion being taken in loads of lists is only positive because I believe that the game should be more character centric.
Yes.
You say, what if you go too far and you make characters really powerful? I say, as long as if you limit the ones that are really powerful to being named characters, then that's not a problem because you have self-limiting in the fact that they're unique characters. If they're all in one faction, that's a big problem because only that faction is doing it and doing well, which is not quite, but almost the case of the way Greyjoys basically are the only faction that reliably takes named characters and repeatedly takes them. If you can give people a difficult choice between taking the NCU version of it and the attachment version of it and the commander version of it, then that's a really interesting choice. You do not want something like an unnamed skin changer to be a dominant attachment, I think it's absolutely fine that my list in Lannisters begins with me picking Tyrion Lannister. That's why I play Lannisters, because I like Tyrion Lannister. Or, whatever insert important, powerful character inside faction, they should be the first thing you pick, and then you pick a unit which helps bring their strengths to the fore. You shouldn't be picking a unit and then thinking, maybe I could squeeze, I've got like 2 points left, maybe I could squeeze a couple of 1-point characters in. Who's the best for this? You know what, actually I'm just going to turn this 4-point unit into a 6-point unit. Forget it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Commander and nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my point about some kind of game design there as well, because you want more character, you want them to be more impactful and everything, which is fair. I'm completely agree with. I think there's more than just like this 1-point attachment, because once you're done to 1 point, unless you boost every attachment to be way more than they are right now, you can't really do anything except giving them for free, which is not ideal neither. But you end up with most of the guys that take attachment is because A, they got a good attachment, and B, the list they can bring while still having 2 points away, like being 38-point list, is good. That not every faction will run down to 38 or 39 once you make a good list with a good unit. So there's another problem there. And where they come with their solution to say like, okay, you have 4 points of attachment. I agree it's not perfect, but it's a game mode that say, maybe here you go. You got your point. Take your attachment first and try to make the best list with them. It's a game design. It's different. Okay, you make them by not making them better, but just by forcing them into lists. But that's kind of achieves the end goal you wanted to have.
It doesn't achieve the goal.
I think I think it's an interesting point, and I think that I think that it does reflect a little bit on what I said about like breaking a few eggs, in that if it's played on an extensive level, it will bring to the fore that there may be some factions and some attachments which are effectively the go-tos. Like, they are accepted as the best 4 points of attachments that you can spend. For example, Ramsay may just become in everybody's list. Neutral Ramsay can fit into everybody. Why not run this 2 points? Yeah. The problem is I think that will probably be hidden for a long time, because I don't think that the format is going to be popular. I might be wrong in that, but I do also agree with what Mickey was saying during the chat, which is that I don't think it's good to separate out the game into multiple formats. He talked about like there could be a split, an even split of like 1/3 is playing like basic format, 1/3 is playing commander elimination, and 1/3 is playing whatever we call it, 4-point alt list format, which is what it is, whatever name they gave it. But I don't think that's at all true. I don't have any actual numbers, but I'm pretty sure what actually happens is 95% of people play normal format, 5% of people now and again play Cerberus, and currently nobody plays alt format. Now that could change, but you're always going to end up with like basically it might be like 80, 10%, 10% or something like that. I mean, personally, I think that Cerberus is total garbage. So hopefully that will remain a non-existent percentage. But I don't think it's good to split that. Now, if it was the only way that the game was played now, if they just said, okay, you have 10%, 10% of your points must be allocated to characters, I think that the whole meta would be thrown on its head. You would quickly find out that certain characters are always just played. As discussed, I don't think you'll get a good variety of characters played. And there is a huge amount of work there to be done around making all characters somewhat viable.
Yeah, but
and so... Go on.
isn't that on us as a community to say, okay, let's embrace it for a while, see
Okay,
where this
okay,
goes?
but what I'm
Does
just
that
about
does-
let me just complete
Yeah.
the thought, which is, so as soon as we start playing it, I am adamant that basically you just reveal a huge amount of imbalance that's there, which is that people don't currently take characters because they're all bad. If you force people to take them, then suddenly a couple will get picked loads and all the rest still won't get played at all. And effectively, I honestly think 90% of the 100 and whatever different attachments that are in the game would have to basically be given a balance pass to make them viable, versus the 10% that already basically see play in the game and become the only go-tos that people will use. So I say to you, we're going to have to do that balance pass anyway. Can we not do that balance pass and just make them viable without being forced to take them? Like, they should be viable in their own right. Yeah, because we're going to have to rebalance them around that idea anyway. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that people aren't going to commit to the game mode significantly enough. And what we end up with is this horrible mixed messaging about, like, the game effectively. You know, this comes back to the reason why I created stats in the first place, which is before stats existed. I
love how Carlos stopped there. Before stats existed, there was nothing.
No. So the community argued endlessly about what was actually top tier, even though as soon as we started to actually collect data, we actually started put it together. It was night and day how powerful Starks were by comparison to everybody else. But until somebody had actually collated the information, the community will tear itself apart because nobody wants to accept the reason why they're winning is because the faction that they're playing is really powerful. They always believe the reason they're winning is because of their great play. And there will always be people out there playing that same list, which is ludicrously overpowered, but they're not winning. And they will have a huge voice in these various Facebook and Discord forums, and they will always tell you Starks aren't overpowered, they're not this blah 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 blah. Right? If you start to separate into different formats, again, I think you just start to get all this constant chatter against each other and so many opinions that aren't very founded in truth. That's my opinion. This is just an opinion. And I think you make it way, way, way harder for balance to be achieved. This isn't because I think that CMON come on stats and look at what units are getting underplayed or overplayed or have high ELOs or low ELOs and decide that that's what need to be worked on. But the existence of stats in the game has helped everybody come to a consensus about what the problems are. And it doesn't even revolve around the ELO rankings or the win-loss ratios. It just revolves around sharing the results of tournaments for people to look at and for people to see what lists people are building. And that helps to bring consensus around the idea of these are the top players, so their opinion is very important. And the lists they choose to play when they play at really big tournaments are obviously of real importance to what is the best in the game. And when we know that this tournament has 8 really great players at it, these people aren't just winning because they're great players, no matter what they play, because they're playing against great players. They have to be playing top tier lists too at that point. And so, I think for me, one of the really big moments was around, and it's because, you know, it's quite close to my involvement, was when the LGT.
We're always talking about yellow.
For the top 6 places were all Mance. All the top players were playing Mance. And that's when you start to really build the consensus that this isn't a corner case thing. This is a problem that needs to be looked into. And that will spread to the community. That will be talked about by everybody. And surely becomes a thing that eventually gets to CMON. That, like, their playtesters are aware of it, they're whatever. You know, I think it's possibly a bit of a problem that the playtesters seem very distant from the community at the moment. There was a time where the playtesters were basically members of the community. So they were much more plugged into, like, what tournament results are and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that separation of the game into multiple formats is very dangerous because you start to lose the idea of consensus around what is an issue that needs to be addressed. So that's my big thought on it. Like, and I'm not saying that's flat adamant truth. I do think that there's big value, and I do think that they should really bring alternate formats to the game, narrative play, campaign play, and all these things. But they're very separate to competitive play. That should not be a million miles anywhere close to a tournament document. A tournament document, there should be a single way to play. In fact, in my opinion, it basically should just say the game is 40 points. You know what I mean? Like, because that's already what 95% of people play anyway. If you want to do whatever in your own tournaments, that's fine. You know, like, if you want to engage your players with XYZ, but they should be pushing narrative play to keep people engaged in the game. But they shouldn't be pushing some kind of grey area between narrative play and competitive play into formats of tournaments, in my opinion.
Well, I got a different point of view on this one. First off, I think that the alternative format, from my perspective, looks way more appealing to play after a while than playing the 40 game list. Because, yeah, okay, it's stupid, it's 4 points of attachment, but if this becomes the new norms, there's more list variety. Of course, there will be broken things and things that could be, because
is there more list variety? If we all played 50 points, is there more list variety at 50 points than there is at 40?
No,
if
because
the
I
answer
don't
is
think
there's more points, therefore there's more variety, is kind of mute, because you could argue that's true for any points value. Just
because it's
it's
kind of point in attachment. It's not the same thing. It's like I'm forcing you into building. Like, if that was the startup of what they started with when the game beginning, they say, like, you have nobody, we won't even have this discussion, and we feel like, okay, that's great, that's how it works. And then you can be like, okay, attachment are the separate things that need to be balanced among themselves, but you don't have them to compete with point in units, which is a very hard thing to ask. It's very prone to be you either on spot or you have an imbalance one way or the other.
The thing is, it's not impossible, right? Because we spoke about attachments effectively being hard capped. Because one of the other things is the attachments are hard capped by where they can be placed and how many units you are running. Because you can't run 15 attachments. So let's make all attachments free, but let's make all attachments do an automatic 10 wounds on every melee attack. Right? Clearly broken, clearly oppressive. Problem for the game, right? Obviously. But then every unit costs 10 points. So the maximum you can ever run is 3 because you need your commander. Like, you hard cap the limits, and these are extreme examples, right? But attachments being overpowered is not really ever a problem if they're unique. Because at least they then see play, and at least they can then be toned down. The problem is we currently don't even see things get played, so we don't even know if they're good or bad, because simply no one ever plays them. So therefore we can assume from the fact no one ever plays them that they're bad. That's the assumption. But, like, the thing is that no, they're just not being used. It's a whole aspect to the game that just isn't really touched in many factions. It's better to have it touched and for it to be a known problem than just sat there doing nothing. I know you say about, like, the format is good and it's interesting and it brings something unique and you like the idea of having these things, but, like, What's stopping you doing that already? And the answer is you're not doing that, not because you don't want to include attachments, surely. Surely you, of all players, already has attachments in your list, right? All the time.
Nope. Not because
so
they're
you
bad.
don't. So you don't, right? So you're saying that in a 40-point list you don't add attachments because they're not worth the points?
Yeah, but in a 44 point where 4 points are mandatory attachment, that they worth those
They're not
4
mandatory.
points.
You can just make it 0. I could just take 0 points of attachments. Or just run
Yeah, but-
attachments that I know work with the units I've already got. I'll take my 40-point list with no attachments, and now hand-pick attachments that just make the existing 40-point list better. Which is exactly what you explained you would do, by the way, because you just said you don't run attachments. So therefore, it doesn't actually increase the variety of attachments. It doesn't increase the variety of list building. It's just further homogenizing. Now we're homogenizing across formats. My 40-point list looks like this. If you need to upgrade it for 44 points, it looks like this. Isn't that just even adding more homogeny on top?
I mean, I think there's a tiny case where like
Some unit might be bad at 6 points, bad at 7 points with this attachment, but better than the 7-point unit with this 1 point attachment. You know, like
I mean,
you might have some variety
agree.
in there.
I agree with that. I do think that it's less than we like to think. Again, because attachments have been incredibly homogenized, that they are just a little bucket of keywords that you can add. So basically, there are just certain characters that don't work with certain units because the keywords overlap. I do still think that good units are just good units. That's what I've always maintained. I think people always like to think that there's XYZ corner cases. There are skew lists. We can talk about, like, you know, once upon a time there was, you know, a faith skew list where everything had 2 morale, and the fact that everything had 2 morale made them all better than if half of them had 2 morale and half of them had normal morale, because you were entirely immune to crowns, right? Like, so I understand that there are certain points at which you can say these things are worth more together than they are in isolation, but I believe that like 90% of something's value is in isolation. A thing is good, it's just good. But I do agree with your concept in the short term that if you played at 44 points and everybody's forced to bring these 4 points of attachments, you will see more variety in the short term. I think that at the top of competitive building in various GT level stuff, you will very quickly zoom in on it being entirely homogenized. Now, that's only at the top, whatever it may be. Depends how competitive the event is. Might be the top quarter, the top half, might be the top 8 players, whatever. But that's true of all things. When you look in the bottom half of many tournaments, you see a lot more variety in what people bring anyway. Not everybody like draws towards picking the most competitive stuff all the time. Some people just love a unit and play a unit for that reason. You know, some people aren't there to run the strongest possible list that they can, or even really think about the game in that way. But I believe that you will very, very quickly narrow in on these are effectively the 4 points that your faction takes. Because I think that there's far less nuance to it than the 40 points that you can take. They don't affect activation count. You don't have the same kind of trade-offs of this versus this. I don't think that things like that really happen. And effectively, I think that the big problem you're going to see is that under the 40 point with 4 format, certain factions which have the most powerful characters will gain an unfair boost, and they will be very powerful in that format. Whereas when you're not using that format, they will fall back into the middle tier, or, you know, wherever their normal place is. at the moment, in my opinion, other than, and I don't see big changes other than I am worried about the free folk change. I don't see big changes in season 5, and throughout season 4, I don't think there have been any standout factions as dominating the game. I think that they're all in a pretty solid chunk together. Except for Bolton's, just like way off at the bottom. But the numbers and the switching of positions of the various factions constantly throughout season 4 and season 3, to a slightly lesser extent, shows that there hasn't been dominant consensus that this is the faction that's winning all the time. But I think that if you took that and 50% of people played alt list, and 50 continued, or 50% of events played alt list, and 50% carried on being the same, then during the normal 40-point tournaments, balance would be fine. And during the alt list, you would start to see 2 or 3 various factions who have the best attachments. Off the top of my head, you're probably talking about Greyjoys stand out, and I think, I'm scared to say, but maybe Night's Watch. Yeah, they still have impactful.
You get all your changes for free. And you just
and the free folk.
Yeah, so, Martell will have good ones too.
Maybe.
But
but Martell's
it'll all shake out. But effectively, there'll be some big losers. There are people who just don't have any good attachments. All they're going to do is bring Ramsay, and I think that those factions will very quickly homogenize what the 4 points that they're spending are at a competitive level at the top of these tournaments if they're running at any regularity. And those factions will just pull away as a group as being better than everybody else, but only in that format. And that's what...
Yeah, but my point is if you as a community decide, okay, let's try this, let's give it a go, let's see where this go as a community. And will it make the game more interesting? Maybe, maybe not. Will it bring to have attachment being looked at? Certainly, if we start to all play with them, and they'll be like, okay, there's a problem there. But I also think 4 points, not every faction have, but some faction have way to make different lists on those 4 points based on theme. Let's say I'm playing the Martells, I can either have this good attachment, or I can give Spearman Captain to everyone and weaken everyone all the time, which is a different way of playing the list. Or I can play the Captain and say okay, I'm going to cancel all your things all the time, and because you can, with those 4 points, you can try to spam different kind of abilities that might or might not fit in different kind of base list, which you wouldn't have done anyway, because you wouldn't spend 1 point to do it is not good enough, and you wouldn't spend 4 points of your base list. That's all you need to do it.
But part of that is simply just by increasing the point limit.
Yeah, but forcing it to be an attachment is, in a way, it's acknowledging that they cannot balance attachment. They cannot, they do not, they will not. But at least there's a way of bringing them into the game, and maybe instead of balancing them with units, balance them amongst each other. And then you have those 4 points that you take that is balanced amongst each other.
It's an interesting thought, but I think for me, your thought process falls down at 2 points, which is 1, the way they've implemented. I don't think that the community is going to play it on anything close to 50% of tournaments. In my opinion, I don't think it's going to be 50% of tournaments. Never mind, generating enough consistency that it is, the thing that's played. So I think the community isn't one consciousness. Never has been. I think that it's very unique that and the goal of stats. You have to understand that I see a lot of what A Song of Ice and Fire is through the lens of my thought process around stats. I think that the one thing that stats has not achieved many things that it wanted to achieve, but the one thing that it has achieved is it has given people some consensus, as I say, around various power levels of various meta builds, it's brought to the fore certain problems. I think that is one of the only things that the community is in consensus about. If you start to press people on whether or not faction, commander elimination, Cerberus, whatever you want to call it, is worthwhile, you will get a million different answers. If you ask whether or not these 4-point attachments are worth taking, you'll get a million different. If this format is worth playing, you'll get a million and different answers. If you ask people about list building, alt list building format, you get a lot of different answers. If you ask people whether or not various attachments are even worth taking, whether or not various lists are good, whether or not who's the most powerful faction overall, etc., you're going to get a million different answers. You don't have community consensus on many things. I do not think you're going to get the community, in inverted commas, playing this in the way that you want. So I think that's the first place that it falls down. And the second place that it falls down is that you basically say, okay, there's going to be balance issues, and then we're going to fix these balance issues because attachments are going to get looked at. I think that step doesn't happen. I think it's taken many years to achieve the balance that currently exists, and they've constantly done it by not looking at attachments. They could have looked at attachments at any point in the last 4 years. Now, I accept what you're saying is it's more difficult to balance them in retrospect with, also units and also NCUs and the value versus activations and stuff. But I just don't think they're going to look at 180 attachments and determine with any reliability which 20 are getting used and what the other 160 need to have done to make them worth playing. So I think it falls down in those two places, which is one, you don't get community consensus, and two, even if you did, it's going to be a very long time of very difficult kind of like approach to tournaments before you see any kind of attachment improvement. And I really hoped, because this had been billed as the mid-season patch will look at commanders and attachments, that's what was stated at the start of Season 4, I hoped we were going to get sweeping changes to attachments right now. So I guess there's part of a disappointment in that part. Maybe. I just don't think that they'll ever do it, because I thought I had convinced myself this was the time that they were going to do it.
Well, I think they're sweeping changes in this new format. From their point of view.
That's not a sweeping change.
Well, depending on the way you look at it. I think we
No,
want to come to an
it's not. Do you know why? Do you know why it's not a sweeping change? Because it isn't just, this is the normal way to play tournament games.
Yeah, I was just about to say,
like, if they had scissors,
if they had the balls to do it and say that this is games now, then I would say they're making a sweeping change. But I feel like they haven't had the cojones to make the change.
So we kind of agree that this format could be interesting if they just make it standard.
I would say that if they made it standard, then they would have forced themselves to have to do the rebalance. But instead, they've made it optional so that now they don't have to do the rebalance and they can just say, yeah, but it's optional.
On the point of it being interesting, I would argue, yes, it would be interesting, but that's because any changes that massively change anything, right? Be it the way you build a list, the way that you actually what people don't realize is like the Cerberus event type thing does actually change how you build lists a little bit, but specifically it changes how you need to think about the game, and like doesn't necessarily change what you take, but Like those kind of changes are sweeping, massive changes that people perhaps don't realize. But the thing is, you have to force them on players or not force them on players if you really don't want them to be impactful. Those sweeping changes can be big, but they're only big for a certain point. Because like all these things, you have the age of... This patch is going to be new, not because there's lots of changes. Like, there will be a period of time after this patch where things are a bit up in the air because people are trying new stuff, which is what you actually want. It's got nothing to do with alt format, but people will be trying new, different things and trying strange things they've not tried before because that's what people tend to like to do. But it will settle down quickly because the number of changes isn't high. So what do I mean by that? I mean the types of things we see won't change very much. You might see a short period of people taking lots of different stuff, and then after a month or two, people will settle on probably the same things they're already running, but they'll probably settle down into more standardized, like, here's stuff that just sees play, here's a bunch of stuff that realistically just doesn't see play. And you draw the line in the sand after a bit of playing around. That happens after every patch. It's got nothing to do with alt formatting or not.
That's
and if it was an alt format, that time period might exist more. There might be might be a little bit more volatility in that time period, but it doesn't change that that's exactly what will happen.
But that's the basics of every competitive game, though. There's some things that bound to be the best. There's no way you don't have some things that's bound to be the best, or group of things that bound to be the best among themselves. And the more the community is on the internet and looking at things, the faster we kind of solve the problem. I quite like this new format because it makes you two variables to solve at once instead of just one.
Well, it's just one,
okay.
It's just one list.
Yeah, but it's like you got 4 points that are not to be spent on those things that are to be spent on those things. So that's kind of what are those 4 points best when I'm looking at me spend on, and maybe or do they go with the 40 main points? Can I switch one unit in the 40 main points? So then this attachment that is good, but doesn't have really any units to fit in, will then fit into my that means that's kind of, I find it interesting. I can get that it's not the ideal solution. That's not everybody. I find it for myself interesting enough and stimulating enough that make me want to look at this and say like, oh, nice, I want to play one game with this and maybe several of them and try to see where this lead me to. And maybe in 1 month from now, I'm going to be like, okay, those attachments there are busted and this faction become imbalanced. Fair.
I think that's generally speaking fine. Like, that's fine from a personal enjoyment perspective. And Dave in chat also says this is the safest way to avoid pushing community off the game by giving this option as a way of achieving the change. But the truth is that for some of us, we no longer believe the change will ever come. That's the truth. Is that we don't believe that you playing around with this will ever actually lead to anything. Because, and I say this from experience, we've played around with a lot of stuff and it hasn't led to things, not in the way that we would have liked. Now, we can argue that it led to something. We've got a very balanced game. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing. But it hasn't led to the balance being exciting. It hasn't led to longevity of player base. You know, one of the things we don't talk about, and one of the things I try not to talk about too much, I mentioned it on Monday, and I do talk about it, believe it or not, often enough. But, like, there's a lot of older players of the game, people who have represented the community figureheads across the world, who have just slipped out of the game over time. Now, you will get natural decay. That's natural. People move on. But people are moving on not because they've got new games, but because you talk to them, and the honest truth is it's not fun. It's not exciting. Like, Carlo's given his view on it today, and he's effectively slipped out of the game a little bit. He still follows it. He still follows along, but he doesn't play because he said it himself. It's just not fun and exciting.
So that's what you get for balance. Balance is not exciting.
Balance can be exciting.
Eh.
Balance and things being exciting are not mutually exclusive.
No, I agree.
I agree to
some level. Balance is almost like there's a degree like things being excited. Like I play a lot of Blood Bowl and also games on the side, and they manage to have like with way more restriction on what you can bring and how many you spend your things. there's a balance, but you keep seeing like the way the Blood Bowl community is living and making things interesting is by every tournament change the rules every time of how much you're allowed to spend on things, what are the limitations, what are the restrictions, what you're not allowed to spend, what you're allowed to spend. And that's all the community coming from another game is actually keeping things interesting because the game is very well balanced. And if you just play the basic standard formats, everybody get bored after like 3 or 4 tournaments because you always see the same things and you always play the same list and you know that this thing work.
So it's not that balanced.
So I do agree, and this is what I was talking about, like where you can talk about a game like Warmaster where it's very balanced, but the reason it's balanced is that everything is vanilla and nothing has identity. But I believe that is the issue, which is balance has been achieved not by constantly looking at what is overperforming and how we can bring it into fair balance, and by doing the hard work, but by homogenizing everything. And I would say that Blood Bowl achieves balance. It's not perfect by any stretch, which is why, in my opinion, that people put various different limits on it. It's because the game isn't actually that balanced. But Blood Bowl retains each team, each faction retains an incredibly strong identity around, other than obviously like I don't know, humans and orcs aren't wildly different off the top of my head. They're practically the same except for like what skills they can take. One gets catchers, one gets goblins. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not identical, but like your middle of the road factions are a little bit samey, but you still have factions that are really out there and have incredibly different big guys and incredibly different kind of like basic rosters, and they play quite differently. They manage to achieve that uniqueness, in my opinion, while still retaining some semblance of balance. Now the game is much simpler in some ways. Like there's a lot less stats going on. There's all your defense is put down into an armor value, etc. All you've really got is an armor value, a move, and some skills. So in some ways, it's a lot simpler to balance. The community having to create its own fun is true, but that's because the game has been. I know it was revived and the game stayed alive, but like the community got into that mindset and it did that because the game was left to die for 10 years, like right, like that's a community keeping a game alive because the developers have abandoned it. If the community have to constantly create formats for tournaments to keep the game interesting, it's because CMON aren't doing enough to keep the game interesting, in my mind.
It's worth reminding people at this point that something like Imperial Assault, which is now a pretty much dead and gone game, Imperial Assault isn't dead. Like, you can play as Imperial Assault. There are people still running events for Imperial Assault, and Imperial Assault still has community balance passes. But actually, the game has now reached a point where the people who are trying to keep the game alive aren't interested anymore, and the game is now like basically full dead. But the game's not been supported for years. Like, they're the ones keeping the game going, community balance patches, this, that, and the other. If the game is alive, they don't need to do that.
Yeah, but that's kind of my point. Once you reach balance, you're like, okay, we don't move because everything is balanced. Then you're going to play this game, it's perfectly balanced.
That's not true.
And then it becomes boring.
Because that in itself doesn't have to be true. You don't reach balance and then say we're done. Unless you want to. Right? You can decide if balance is the end goal. Then balance is the end goal. You reach balance, you've achieved it, you've won the game because the game is balanced. Let's move on to something else.
Yeah.
I would also contest that like there is no such thing as balance. As long as there is some asymmetricality in the game, you can always strive for better balance. That's what I've always said. Balance is not achieved or not achieved. It's always a grayscale. We're always hoping to get closer to full balance, which is the idea that no matter what faction I play, there are viable lists that I can win with if I'm the more skilled player, or even like, and then there's a higher level of balance, which would be like no matter what units I put on the table, I'm still just as likely to win, even against somebody of equal skill with me. Now, I feel like almost nobody would accept we're at that level of balance. You can't just put anything on the table and expect to win. I don't think anybody wants that level of balance, because most people enjoy the participation in list building. As like stage one of playing a game, is that they get to put together and construct a list which has asymmetricality. If we don't want that, if we don't want asymmetricality at the start of a game, we shouldn't be playing a tabletop war game. We should be playing a board game. And A Song of Ice and Fire is already, in a lot of its mechanics, very close to a board game. What retains it being a war game instead of, say, like even a board game that has miniatures, of which there are plenty, is the fact that when we begin the game, we are already in an asymmetrical state because of work that we did before we ever came to the table. In my mind, that's what makes something a war game. We will never achieve full balance, but we should strive for it. But it comes back, in my mind, to this aspect that they have achieved this balance by muting all abilities to be homogenized, rather than understanding why the most powerful abilities are powerful. They just took away the most powerful abilities. And what I actually think makes the game stale, and has made me uninterested in it, is that the ability for me to influence the game in the moment has been lessened and lessened and lessened across every iterative change to the game ever since the 2001 seasonal update, which, don't forget, all came out in 2002, so 2 years ago. So when they took away the most impactful tactics cards, I still believe that the greatest thing this game has going for it as a tabletop war game is the tactics cards and the tactics board, and the way they interact, and the way that you are not locked in to like just rolling dice as our only mechanics to get out of a losing situation or to create a winning situation. The tactics cards are the most important because they're hidden information. That's what gives us the most face-to-face tabletop play. And I think that aspect of the game has been dulled and dulled and dulled and dulled until most tactics cards are incredibly similar to each other. And again, all they're really doing is putting little twists on what you can and can't do. There are nowhere near as many game-breaking powerful plays, but game-breaking powerful plays is another way of saying impact that a player can have. What they needed to do was they needed to bring the low performers up to the level of the high performers, but what they did was they found every tactics card that was powerful, every commander that was powerful, and they just kept cutting them off at the knee. From earlier in the game's history. And I think that that's removed a huge amount of the player's agency and the player's ability to win from a losing position, which for me makes the game less exciting and less interesting.
I'll add to that because I did mention it earlier, and West Coast Bannerman actually said it in chat, I believe, or someone else did. But Belwas is a really good example of a perfect idea of balance. Belwas has never been good and never been particularly playable. No competitive players looked at Belwas and gone, oh yeah, I can make that work. We've all gone, that's just a bit shit, isn't it? He's received another change in this patch in one of his cards. I'm not going to look at Belwas and be like, right, let's see how I can make Belwas work competitively. I have no desire to do so because I still feel like he's probably pretty shit. Right? I don't know that he is. But like that's where
Yeah,
I
but-
sit from like a power perspective. Talking about bringing things down, Belwas has never been made significantly better, and now I just
But
feel
from-
that if he is in contention of being good, it's because everything else around him has been made worse.
From my point of view, I'm fine with having like a couple of commanders that are just trash. I'd rather have like 6 commander, 4 being interesting and 2 being trash,
Right, but then
than 6 commander, 1 being overpowered and the rest being just not played.
then
Because there's one guy that's too good.
this is where I would argue. Where it really fits into what is possible with balance patches and seasonal updates is you can actually then start to rotate what is powerful and what isn't. And it's you just admit at some point it's okay to have imbalance at some level internally in the factions, but we get to change what is going to be good at any one moment. So, you know what? Yeah, Belwas has been shit. But you know what? We're going to buff Belwas here, here, and here, and here to see if that makes him better. Everyone goes, God, Belwas is pretty good. Don't think he's busted. It's not obviously broken, but he looks pretty good. I'm going to try him out. And then people go, actually, yeah, great. Belwas is feeling really good. And Khal Drogo actually is not as good as he used to be because Belwas is better. Now, you could argue that this is an element of power creep. But actually, that's if you think of all of the big war games, that is exactly what they do, and it keeps the player bases going.
Yeah, and they just reset every other year. So basically,
Essentially.
you go up on power creep, then you reset every second year, and you go up again.
And
Which is a way of doing it, which I'm fine with it, but
people will complain about power creep, but it's better to have people complaining about power creep than have no one complaining.
yeah, fair.
Because if no one's complaining, no one's playing.
I think another good example of basically where like I disagree with their approach to how they've achieved good balance, and I'll keep coming back to the idea that they have achieved great balance, and it is. I understand the irony of the fact that I sat on Tawny Ground for years saying they need to improve the balance, and the balance is at the best point it's ever been, in my opinion. At least that's what I think, and yet I have the least interest in the game that I've ever had. I understand the I understand the irony in that, but the problem is that they at every step they've achieved the balance by a method that I don't like. Another good example to point to is the way they've ever increasingly homogenized the game modes. The uniqueness of the game modes and the commander's ability to exploit a game mode to be powerful for their faction. Some things were exploitative, some things were problematic, but they have at every step achieved better balance by making them all more and more and more similar to each other. They all are way more alike, even though there's more of them than there were when there were less of them. And once upon a time, you know, there used to be large amounts of discussions, and I don't just believe it was because like the game was less advanced and there were less players. Large amount of discussions used to be about whether or not your 2-list format was built to be good at certain game modes versus being good at others, and whether or not you took certain game modes into perspective when you build your lists. Whereas now, despite the fact that there's a huge array of game modes, unless the TO specifically says like it's a 3-game tournament, we're playing this game mode, and then this game mode, players I don't think do, because they all play very similar to each other. They all are much of the same in the way they play out. There are subtleties to them. You know, it is still a thing that you can be significantly better or worse at, and there's a way that you can, you know, have some unique strengths. But there used to be game modes which were incredible uphill battles for some factions, and others that they were incredibly good at. And being a true master of your faction was building lists around the ones that your faction was really bad at, while still being able to win, you know, in the others, or, you know, winning winning certain matchups that were incredibly unfavorable to you, whereas now, other than in specific lists where somebody has a really small hard counter to your skew or is running a skew that you don't have a card counter to, I think that everything is so centrally homogenized, as I keep saying, that basically it's lost a lot of its flavor and its uniqueness. And to me, the big thing that all loses is it loses the ability for the player playing the game to show their skill, to overcome the matchup that's bad for them, to overcome the game mode that is bad for them.
Yeah, but that's a very difficult way of balancing things. I agree with you that that's way more interesting. But what ended up happening when we had those is that Stark was good at every matchup.
Yes.
In everything. And some faction were having the impossible conundrum of, okay, in order to be able to get this matchup and this list and this game mode, I actually need 4 different lists. Because I cannot build a tool list that will answer my 5 questions. Which was kind of a problem back in the day too. So
yeah,
I
absolutely agree with your very first sentiment, and I think it's really important that your very first sentiment is that's really hard to balance. And I absolutely agree that my desire and request for improved balance was asking them to make incredibly difficult balancing, because I wanted them to remain incredibly unique. I want characters to remain unique. I want game modes to remain unique enough such that it matters what mode we're playing. But I also want you to achieve better balance by, bringing all ships up rather than, cutting everybody down to be at this level where nothing has an impact. I will absolutely accept, and I absolutely believe it's a much, much harder task, a much bigger ask for me to say, I want everything to remain impactful, I want everything to be powerful, and I want it to be balanced too. But I feel that if we had put in the work and made these iterative steps and just found the low performers and, helped them up, then that would have been much, much better, rather than us looking at the high performers, the single standouts, and just constantly bringing them down. I just wanted to pick up, we have achieved balance, but I wanted them to take the hard road, and I understand that it's the hard road, but they took, in my opinion, the easier route, which is nerf the top, not understand why it's at the top, and give equal unique abilities to everybody that doesn't have them.
We saw it again in this patch, actually. By name and purely by name, Final Strike, which, to be fair, is already homogenized. It's changed to Last Stand. They didn't call it Last Stand, but it's Last Stand, basically. But then we also saw, and again, it just happens to be free folk, but Giants used to do D3 wounds plus wounds they'd taken. And now they just have attack dice, and they get attack dice if they're wounded, which is, the mechanic works slightly differently, but it's a very similar mechanic to the way that your berserkers work. And they've removed just being auto wounds. Now there's reasons why that might be good or bad, but the point is again, it just moves us into everything just rolls attack dice now except dragons. And that is always a problem. I mean, Joey makes a good point here. Most of the community chose competitive balance over thematic integrity. So Simon ultimately delivered that, which they did. They did. Simon did deliver.
I was going to point that out too.
Yeah, they did deliver competitive balance, and it is what was asked for. So I cannot complain that Simon are wrong, because they're not wrong. And I think this is the difference: is that Simon aren't wrong with the changes they've made. There have been a few along the route which we've done, which is part of the problem, right? Actually, there have been a few changes they've made along the route, which they've then justified. And the justification for the change is wildly incorrect. So we're here now. It's what we wanted. The path we got here isn't the path we wanted. But actually, the reason where the designers have got it wrong is it's not an inspired change. They aren't making changes that are inspirational. They're making changes of baseline. Like it's almost like someone taking
they're
stats.
effectively reactionary. They're
reactionary stat checks. That person's doing good. Let's make them worse.
I was
unique.
I was going to pick on Joey's comment anyway, just because he says the community chose competitive balance and Simon delivered that. The community are their own worst enemy, always. Always true that the community don't know what they want. It's the game designers. The games designers need to have a vision for what they want to achieve, and they have to deliver their vision. I mean, that's a bit of a throwaway comment, but like communities never know what they want. And I say this with a little bit of remorse of the fact that I was such a vocal voice for such a long time about the fact that I wanted better balance. And I admit that now we're here. Basically, we got here via a route that I didn't want. And maybe it's almost like those memes about like a genie's 3 wishes, right? Like, basically I wasn't specific enough about how I wanted them to get to good balance, such that it's true that you made my wish come true. We did get to balance, but I wasn't specific enough to say I want us to improve the balance while keeping the uniqueness of each faction alive, right? Like I didn't write out all the small print when I said the balance is whack, it has to be fixed, right? So the community don't know what they want, or more to the point, they don't speak with one voice about what they want, and people say and mean different things. But to the second point, as you were saying, in a way, the community are still their own worst enemy, which is, you're right, that the community could find a lot of interest and excitement for a short period of time with the alt list building format, whatever our current name is for it, if they would just adapt it. But I still believe that problem, which is that they're their own worst enemy. I think that not that I haven't been guilty of it in the past, but the community in a lot of ways would probably rather tear it down than give it its full go. And I understand that you sat here just like trying to champion that maybe it really is the best solution, but I really do think that in my own sphere, and I think that does extend to the UK scene. We'll see how big LGT ends up being or whatever, but the UK scene is incredibly stagnant. It doesn't have a lot of inspiration going for it. There isn't a lot of excitement, and the alt list building format, whatever its real name is, the 44-point format, could be just what's needed to reinvigorate it and create some excitement. But instead, they're just going to look at it and go, "No, not that. That's not what I want." And so, I think that the community don't know what they want, and if that's what the designers wanted, if that's their inspiration, if that's the direction that they wanted the games to go, they really just needed to make it the standard. They needed to make it that's how the game's played.
From my perspective, we can agree that the designer might have make a mistake by making it alternative instead of standard, but you are complaining about design space closing. That's a design space opening to say like 4 points is only attachment. That's somewhere we can start bringing stuff, and that we can start. But whatever.
I wouldn't say it's an increase of the design space though, just to be aware, because
because you can start to bring funky attachments and do wacky things that you will never pay for if it was to reduce your things. But then maybe you can start building strategies around those wacky things.
Sure, but that isn't increasing the design space. That design space is already open to them. What you're saying is you're revealing them the facts that allow them to then make those decisions. That decision is already available. They can do that. What you're saying is we have to show Simon that they can do that. And I'll be honest, like, the community's its own worst nightmare, it kind of like double down on this. We won't show them Simon that they can do that. And let's be very brutally honest as well, Simon have not got a good track record of listening to that side of the community, in the sense of, like, we all wanted a lot of changes to attachments today, right? This is what we got. That's what everyone in the community's been saying for a long time. This is what we got.
Yeah.
And I can't even say that this has been sat here for ages. It's not. These assets were developed at the end of last month. Or, in some cases, at fucking 10 o'clock this morning. Right? Like, like, I can't sit here and knowingly tell you that actually they have been listening, but they haven't been able to get it done in time. No, we've been saying this for 6 months, and in the last month, when they've done all the hard work of finalising it all, they still hadn't been listening to us. Now, I know that we talk about the community its own worst enemy, but we wanted attachments to be better and more fun. They could have just added a load of rules in. They chose not to.
I think building restrictions is a design space. It's not only 40 points, it's 40 points and 4 points on this. It's the same way that I was saying reducing the amount of neutral point attachment was a building restriction that was impactful. Because then all of a sudden you don't have those double flayed men all over the place because they are too expensive to bring into UU. And before they made this decision, there was a lot of people that say, like, no, that's not the problem. Like, the number of point allotment is not the problem. The problem is that the units are not balanced, they're not good enough. And yeah, maybe it's a problem, but that's a solution to your problem. Maybe not the one you wanted, maybe not the best one, but that's one that we could come up with that was working.
I really fundamentally disagree that changing the points in a significant way changes how you perceive certain aspects if it's not a direct link to other changes. Like, a really good example is that 30-point list building on a 4x4 changes the way you look at the board because there's less stuff on the board, meaning that things with higher movement are much more valuable because they can cover more ground on those larger fields, meaning that things like objective control is better, right? That's a measurable, kind of fairly objective thing to say. That's not to say that they're more powerful because they're stronger. There simply is less on the field, so they're more reactive. And so higher movement objects are better. Cavalry are better. Similarly, if we play 50 points on a 4x4, cavalry is still powerful, but things that control space is a little bit less impactful because there's simply less space that each individual piece has to control. Because the space control is shared between more things in that same space. So, like, all of these things change the valuation of how you build lists. What you're saying is playing 44-point lists on a 4x4 changes the way we evaluate things, which I agree with, right? I agree with that statement, but I haven't said playing a 40-point list with 4 points of attachments changes the way we evaluate it. Simply playing a 44-point list does that. We then have some forced allocation. That's whatever, I don't care. But actually what you're then saying is, but 44 points changes this, changes that. It doesn't change it any more than playing at different points value does.
Yeah, but that's a change still. I'm not saying that was the best.
It doesn't change the value of each individual component. It doesn't make certain attachments that weren't playable. It doesn't. Like, I think you've got this idea that it makes attachments that are truly terrible good because you don't have to play them.
My idea is that attachment that was on the verge of being played but was always in the end cleared out because if I removed it I got one more unit. Those one will see play.
Of course they will.
Those one will start to show up.
To take them.
Yeah. So my point is,
so it's not more creativity. You just move the bar of what is playable down a bit. That's all.
Yeah, but I think those playable things, like those 4 point of attachment, will start to have because I think there's more than 4 point attachment in a lot of factions that are viable. and that you could switch around. And maybe I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe if you start to have those 4 points that you could switch around, it might also impact your 40 main point list by saying, yeah, but this attachment is good, but doesn't really good with this unit that I was always picking because they had like an overlapping ability. So maybe I can switch this one unit I was using with something else and kind of have a domino effect of not dramatically changing the game, but instead of having 1 or 2 lists, maybe you get 3 or 4.
I do think, though, that you are undervaluing and you are completely ignoring the fact that you yourself has self-admitted you will not take attachments currently at 40 points because you yourself value that unit without an attachment better than a unit with an attachment for the same cost.
Yeah, but if the attachment is 3, it's not the same.
Yeah, so
if
what you're saying is you are saying if you had 1 more point in list building, nothing to do with attachments, if you simply had 1 more point in list building, you would take that combo that's different? Or would you be actually honest with me and say you'd find?
Oh no, I will take a better unit. What I'm saying is like the way they resolve it is by forcing them.
But you're not forcing them.
By saying 4 points have to be attachment, you're forcing attachment into people.
Well, you're not.
You just think
no
like
attachments.
You
just take no attachments.
Yeah, but in this case, you have a 40-point list against somebody that's 44 point because
and those 4 points that they've spent better be really efficient. Otherwise, they've just got they've put go down fighting in a few units and hooray, they've spent 4 points and they've done like 3 extra wounds across the whole game. Whereas I just didn't spend the 4 points and still beat them. Obviously, that's not true. But
I mean, there's no point in being facetious in the argument because it's known that a 39-point list is already a ludicrously hard uphill battle against a 40. So to say that you don't have to spend these 4 points is not true at all.
But
more worth discussing the fact that the way you spend these 4 points can have such a ludicrously large impact on the balance. That
the thing is, you're picking from such a small set of things.
But
right, if I told you got 4 points of attachments, genuinely for each commander and each faction, there's probably only 8 possible attachments you'd even consider. And how do I know that there's only 8 attachments you'd even consider? It's because at 40 points, when you're building competitive lists, you're already fringe thinking about those 8 attachments when you're building your list with 1 or 2 points left over. You're thinking about Tyrion. You're thinking about, Sandor maybe. You're thinking, I've not really played Lannisters much recently, but probably Champions of the Faith, right? Are they still even in contention? Who else would you even pick up? God, I'm actually running out of ideas already. Oh, the Clegane Brigand with Fueled by Slaughter. I think he's cool. Maybe one of the Kingsguard.
Yeah, but you already have if you want to, you don't have the budget to spend on all those. So you're gonna have to make a choice with the 4 point. Do you want Tyrion? Do you want this guy? And if I'm taking the Clegane Butcher, that means that I need to have the Brigand or Cavalry in my Cavalry Rock in my list. No, if I can take 2 Brigand, will I switch my list to run to have two Brigand Cavalry because I can spend the attachment for them instead of just having my 1 Cavalry Rock Cavalry because maybe I can switch them around and so I can reorganize a bit my main 40 points into fitting those units that will let me get another point. So it's just create a whole process. I'm not saying that this won't end up into a resolved state.
My point really, and I might be undervaluing it a little bit, but to be brutally honest to you, if you're really good at a faction and you've been playing a faction a lot and you understand a lot of the faction, you've already done all of that. Because if you're playing a faction properly and not just putting good things in a list that someone's told you are good, you've come to your own conclusions about the power level of every component. So I can talk to you in depth, for example, through Free Folk. I can talk to you in depth about where I would place every single attachment. And in that 4, assuming no other changes and not from previous versions or whatever, we just had the pure previous version of the game with this rule change to attachments. I could still tell you about attachments I would consider and attachments I wouldn't consider. I already consider those attachments when I build lists for more casual play. because that's what I'm doing all the time when I'm playing down at the club or elsewhere, not in a competitive environment. I'm already considering those things. So for me as a player, it just changes. I can put those things that I would consider anyway into more competitive lists. So it doesn't really change the way I think about the game and how I list build. It just adds an extra thing on there that I can now do, right?
I think
I
some
would argue the same is true of Carlo
have
with
it
Lannister.
different.
I don't fundamentally believe that Carlo is going to sit here and tell you that Qyburn is now some kind of like God-given amazing attachment because he fits in a list all the time, or that 2-point Jamie Young Lion is now actually incredible. Right? I don't believe that Carlo's ever going to tell you that because of this change.
No, that's not what I'm defending. What I'm defending is saying, like, this will change the meta. Like you are saying, like, okay, just evolve the meta. Okay,
Yes.
we evolve the meta. We add stuff. Things
Yeah.
are different now. And maybe in this evolution, there will be some combination that was not obvious before. And I'm not saying like the trash tier is going to still be trash tier.
Right.
But there's some fringe ones, and maybe there's enough fringe one in some faction. Maybe not all faction. I mean, I will agree that Free Folks, you already know what you're going to take because they're imbalanced.
So the thing is, it's
in
really
their
important
attachment.
here. There are no fringe cases of unit combinations, attachment combinations that exist.
Yeah, but there may be some cases of attachment that are
every
not good if you just
attachment-
take one, but that'd be good if you take three.
Every attachment has been considered in list building by good players with every unit. Combos of these things have been considered time and time again by these players. There are no hidden combos in this game. There is no combo you can show me that I'll be surprised by.
But there's different things. There's combos. There was also theme. So you could say like, okay, I got this one attachment that give particular kind of token. If I can only bring one because I got 1 point, it's not good. If I can take 3 of them, then that's a strategy I can start to leverage. And maybe that's not the same strategy that somebody else is going to leverage with another one. But if I'm this one particular attachment that I'm not going to spend 4 points to have this 4 time because that's a wall unit and that's very too expensive. But then I can start to build a strategy around this. Because no, I'm giving the budget to spend on these things that I otherwise wouldn't have been considered because yes, the strategy was good, but I was giving too much to get to it.
So your strategy being you're going to spam spearman captains to spam weaken tokens.
Or something else.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like
people already do that lower down the levels of power level.
Yeah, but it's not good enough to warrant having a force unit.
Right, but my point is people are already doing it.
Yeah, and does it work at high level?
No.
Yeah.
Because
maybe it could work.
People at the bottom end are doing those things because they're playing things they find fun or interesting and building around themes, and that's really good. It's why I had the Polish Nats lists up, because you can start to go down to like the 150th player, right? There's still homogeny in what they're taking. Look, there's not a unit in that list that we don't see. Admittedly, this is back when GCS were broken. Oh, really strong. But there's not anything there that's unique or special. There's no innovative nature there. And you look at the next list and you say there's not a huge amount of innovation here, right? This is someone down at 150th in the event, right? And I'm talking about like, I'm singling out individuals just by clicking on them to see what they've got here, right? But the truth is, there isn't that much innovation because there isn't much to innovate with, right? There aren't that many. There's loads of combos in the game of units and attachments. There's loads, right? But I'm not joking. Half of them you can just discard straight away because the thing you're comboing it with is just crap. Like, I go back to the idea of Jamie 2-point. Jamie 2-point isn't better because you can put him in any unit. Because we could already put Jamie 2-pointer in any unit. Being forced to take Jamie 2-pointer doesn't make him good.
No, but
like,
it's not only Jamie. There's like 120 of them. Like
probably 120, yeah. Like 120 attachments that basically don't see play. And yes, I agree you can build strategies around them. But I go back to the idea that if you're really experimenting and thinking about a faction a lot, that would have been one of the things you thought about on that route, at least in my opinion. I mean, I've played everything in the game.
I think there's a lot of guys. I've played a lot of things too, and like I've been playing less lately, but come on, I've been like in high-end tournaments too.
Sure. But that's my point.
I know. I know
think the
that's-
issue is that for me, I think the disparity in the whole conversation, I think I sit somewhere between the two of you, but like you two are really far away from each other in the idea of whether or not it opens up list building effectively, right? Like I think it does for a very small amount of time because I think there will be some influx, and but I think that it goes away relatively quickly, or at least at the top end it does. I think that effectively that it really opens up the meta. Mickey is adamant that everything has already been theorized, and that from day one answers will be known. I think for me, the actual thing is that I wanted them. If our goal is for them to blow the meta wide open, if that's because you can disagree that maybe whether or not you actually believe that the game needs needs a real big shake-up or not, is that I wish they were much bolder with the concept of a season, because yes, we've gotten to a point where balance is generically very good, and what there is a general rule set by which you can play games. And what you're saying, is that TOs could really lean into this idea, and suddenly we'd have a whole new play style. But what I'd actually like them to do is, and they've even hinted at it in the past, but for example, I'm disappointed that the game modes that are considered tournament game modes totally untouched, right? Like, why is that? Why can we not go back to game modes being far more extreme, and effectively having big favorable and big unfavorable matchups for various factions for whatever reason? They're far more different to each other, and what we have this rotating seasonal aspect as to what modes are in, because effectively right now it effectively says these couple of game modes are trash, effectively, because they haven't cycled them, they haven't changed them. What they've really admitted to is that they've cut a couple of them out. They exist, but you're not supposed to play them. Whereas if they changed them, and of the 10 that there are, I think, off the top of my head right now, there's 8 of them are played. Basically, tell me if I'm wrong, but they cut Fire and Blood, or was it Banners and Butchery? Did they cut Banners and Butchery?
They cut Fire and Blood and put in
4 Banners and Butchery. Yeah. And they obviously, always had Storm of Swords as being cut. Now, I mean, there are, shall we say, political reasons around Fire and Blood getting cut, around US nationals, and there being an issue with the way that played out in a tournament. But instead, that 10 games should have been cut down to 6. But that 6 changed every season, right? And that would have been a much better way to view that, and that would have added some interest and some cycle into the way we approach the meta. If we go back to some idea where all the game modes are allowed to be far more different and have far more positive and negative slants. The last time that I was really interested and excited by a tournament, and I admit, I'm fully going to accept that this is not something that CMON can do, was when there was a negative ELO tournament, right? The last time I was interested in list building, I distinctly remember we went to French Nationals, and I was sat on the flight with Leet Teddy on the way back, and we discussed with actual interest about what we thought would be the most powerful factions, what would be the new combos, what would be the best thing that you can run, what can you do. And that has been achieved by banning half of everything in the game. Okay? Now, I understand that there are tons of caveats here. A, if they won't endorse any kind of, but obviously stats is the only one that really exists inside of Song at the moment. If they won't endorse any kind of stat-taking platform or tournament acknowledgement of results, etc., if they won't acknowledge anything like that, then they don't really have data to do that around, and so it'd be relatively arbitrary bans. But so that's a problem. I understand that part. But the idea that you ban half of everything for a tournament was incredibly exciting, and that's much more similar to what you were talking about in Blood Bowl, or near arbitrary, not completely arbitrary, but practically arbitrary bans for a given amount of time. Now, these would have to roll around very quickly, but I understand that there's another problem, which is people would feel that they can't play the models that they purchased, or like they might suddenly find that they don't even have a legal army for the next season. So I understand that this works much better on TTS. That's not something that they really want to endorse, a new thing that they want to do. You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's able to be powerful. But I just wish they were far bolder on a much smaller time scale, so that you knew that you only had to deal with this for 3 months. If your faction just got kicked to the dirt, well, don't worry about it. There's going to be a whole new ban list, the whole new unplayed list, or a whole new... It could be different. It could be, okay, like here's Season 5 cards, which will only last for Season 5. These aren't permanent changes. This is like, and in Season 5, like these 3 commanders from every faction are just like wildly more powerful or whatever. But I really feel like they have to do something like that.
So,
And they have to go bold, and they have to go much, much more exciting. I think that, unlike Mickey, I don't say that the 44 point is non-existent in terms of creating some interest, but I just disagree with you, like, in that I don't think that it's enough. It doesn't go anywhere near enough to make me excited to build a list. And so for me, that's the problem. I just wish that they were much bolder with the season and what it meant to competitive play.
so something more akin to Age of Sigmar way of doing things. Like, here's a
I
new
don't know.
season.
I'm entirely unconnected to what Age Sigmar does.
So basically, what they do is like, here's a season monster units. That's Age of Sigmar, so get like all the but monster units are very good. They all get special powers this time. Next time it's going to be infantry. Next time it's going to be heroes. Next time it's going to be something else. And here is a whole set of scenarios you play them with. Kind of deal.
Yeah. An equivalent could exist in Song if, like you might say. I mean, again, I'd come back to this first one of that, like, so for a season, an easy blanket thing could be for a season that all attachments, or let's go with named attachments, just because, I really feel like that we should be pushing the named characters, not the unnamed attachments. They're really boring. All named attachments cost one less point, like, cool. And that would be a wild throw into the mix. Yeah. Suddenly they would all be viable. Would it be wildly different? Would you end up with a totally different solution than the 44 point limit? No, not really. But I would be excited to see what I could do with all these free named characters. I guess it's just a mindset thing, rather than feeling that what I've got to do is find the least bad 4 points that I can spend on attachments, because I know that they're all bad 4 points. Instead, what I'd be looking for is, do I want to take attachments, considering they're basically free, or maybe this guy's 1 point, or this crazy 3 point attachment is now 2. And so, is it wildly different? No, but I think that it creates a much different mindset to it, especially under the idea that it only lasts for an amount of time. So I only have a limited period of time in which I can try it out. And all of these things can be presented as just being the competitive format that tournaments will use for the next 6 months. If you're not interested in that, guys, the game hasn't changed. Don't worry about it. You don't need new cards. You don't need to worry about XYZ. You don't need to do anything. I mean, I would go much further and say that realistically, they could and should be using something around banning high play rates, banning ludicrously high ELO scores, etc. But you would have to endorse that such things exist and are being tracked before you're willing to do that.
Before a game editor start to ban things in their own game, it's going to be a long time, though.
Not
But,
necessarily.
but do we not agree that there's a problem that they are not going to be able to balance 180 attachments at the same time? Right? Like, do we not accept that that is an issue? They have created bloat. They have
I think
made
the
too many
problem
things.
with them is to balance them between each other is one thing. To balance them with taking units that are, you get 4-point units. Your attachment's better worth like 1/4 of the unit. That's very debatable. So the idea of separating them in point pools to say like, okay, we're not going to be able to balance them with units, but at least we can try to balance them amongst themselves is a way of doing things, in my opinion. And maybe
Yeah. I mean, you've made that point a lot of times, and I don't disagree that it's easier for them to do that balance. I'm just saying, and I've come round to your idea that it's not a zero change. It is a change, and that if the community really jumped on board with it, they might have a bit of fun with it for a while. But I'm just trying to give you the counterpoint that for me, it's not exciting enough. It's not a big enough change because if we summed up, I think that if we summed up every change that's been made since 2001 first came out, then actually the majority of everything in the game hasn't even been touched. I think I might be wrong, but I think more than 50% of stuff has not had a change in that time. What we've had is we've had the same things constantly being rebalanced. But if we took the grand total of everything, which includes all attachments, all NCUs, all commanders, I think we'd fall at less than 50% having been changed.
I
for
genuinely believe that might not be true for most. I don't think that's true for units necessarily. Probably not true for tactics. Well, tactics cards it was since 2021. Base decks have not. Probably about 50% of them changed. But I would argue that the thing that's changed the least by a long margin is attachments. Specifically, attachments have changed the least.
Yeah, but I can see the reason why, though, because they are knocked and packed full. They are not play.
Right,
touching them will not have a direct impact. It will have like, you need to, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I can see the reason why Simon will come through and say like, okay, those attachments, the ones that are busted and everybody took it like captains at the start of the edition, okay, they've been nerfed, so they're not like auto-includes because I was stupid. No, they got the thing like nobody is complaining about them because nobody is playing them, but that's fine if you don't want to play them. They're like just some flavoring for you to have, and if you don't want to play them, well, fair.
But that's
you don't have to.
That's sorry, but that's stupid, right?
I'm not saying it's a great idea. I'm saying like that's a way of achieving balance. Saying like I'm gonna modify all those attachments and try to make them.
But that's like saying no one plays Buddy Mama skirmishes, so we won't touch them and we won't change them.
Yes.
That's like that is a way of achieving balance if you want to go down that route, but it's a very flawed way of looking at things.
Yeah, but that's the way it is.
You're actively saying we're not going to change attachments because if people don't want to play them, they don't want to play them. And we're as a community sat there saying attachments aren't good value for money. Can you please make the attachments better value for money? So they go, oh, we won't make them better value for money. We'll just make your money worth less.
Yeah.
And that's not the solution to the problem at all.
That's a solution. That's not the solution.
It's not a solution, right? It's not. Because you are not changing the value of attachments. You're changing the relative values. But
no, I mean, he's right. He's right in that it's not the solution you wanted, but it is.
Over time, you get to the point where units are so shit that you take a 1-point attachment over a unit. But that's going to take such a long time that you're never going to get
giving you free money to buy them is also a solution. It's not the one you wanted. It's not the one that's exciting. It's a solution. They went with it.
The goal was that people would use attachments it has achieved that goal.
Sure.
If that
Sure.
if that is the starting point,
Yes.
that people will use attachments. The
Yeah.
problem is
I'm going to
that
make everyone in the world
people will
richer.
use exactly 4 points of attachments, or
Yes.
maybe 5 in a wild corner case, right? Like maybe 5 points of attachments will be.
I'm going to make
I think it's also
I'm gonna make
interesting.
the modal person more rich in my area by walking out and giving someone £10, right? Like that's the kind of solution that we're talking about here. Is that it's like it feels like a token solution rather than addressing the problem. Like
Yeah,
but if
which I agree with.
works
But
and if it achieves the end goal, I'm agree that I'm not debating the fact that if they could have make all the attachment better, and if they could make everything like worth their money, I'll be happier. I agree. I'm also saying like it's a very hard task that they never managed to do. And if the point is saying like we want to see attachment, we want to see character, because this is Game of Thrones, because this is about
sure.
I want to tell the story. I want to have Tyrion on my game. I want to, and I can never take it because, I mean, not Tyrion, but like,
Then
any of them. Then I'm
I
giving you
just want to
from
point
money
out,
to buy them.
I would be way happy with it if it just said unique named attachment. I'd actually be way happy with it. I
that's
fucking hate that the majority of the best attachments in the game, if they are ever taken, the majority of things that are taken are unnamed. So then again, we come back to the same problem. Like, if it actually forced us to take characters, then I think that would start to play into the idea of, well, I've got to take a named character, 4 points of them. That's actually quite a lot. Which one do I have as my commander, so that I still get good named characters? Which one do I put in? Where do my NCUs come from? Things like that. These effectively, that a named character can't be all of these things at the same time, I think adds a layer of complexity that just saying, here, have 4 points of attachments doesn't, because you might well just go, cool, I'll have 4 hedge knights kind of thing. But
I think,
and because I want the original question and goal, for me, I want the original design philosophy to have been, how do we get people to use the cool characters from the game, rather than how do we get them to stop saying that attachments are shit.
I will argue that thing like you have to take, like maybe you're right, we should make 4 points just name attachment, but having the basis of the game, that's a game about character, you have to have 4 points of them. It's a way of solving the issue that I'm not completely disagreeing with. I'm like, okay, fair enough, that make a game about which attachment, which character I can bring, and how I can build an army around them.
I think we agree to some extent, and we'll always disagree. It solves the problem that's been presented, which is, will we see more attachments? The simple answer is there will be more attachments on the board in games being played. Does that mean that the variety of attachments goes up? Well, by definition, the variety will always go up simply because there's now more. That's how that works. For at least for a short period. We all agree with that. But not necessarily in the long run. Will it actually make attachments more appealing? No, probably not. It doesn't change people's opinion on attachments. It just accepts their opinion and forces them to take them, basically. And then it's done nothing to balance attachments in the grander scheme of the game. So the moment you move outside of that very niche kind of like, we are going to play 4 points. Let's not call it niche. Let's call everyone is going to play 4 point attachments. The moment you move out of that, you're just not going to do it anymore. I get it. I get all you're saying. I really do. But it's like, and they're self-admitting they can't balance the attachments. But then we just saw a balance pass on attachments where they made balance changes. So they made Widower not have Overwatch. They removed what should we call it? The Thingy's Protector kind of combo. So they just made attachments that were played less appealing. So that's also my issue. Is that the like, for me, I agree with everything you said to an extent, but it's literally not played out in the same patch that's done all of this, because the stuff that was the most appealing, they've removed.
I think the whole discussion also is impacted quite heavily by the question or point that Jacob makes or asks is that the whole discussion is informed and is looked at through the lens of your own experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, so he asks specifically, do you think it's partly because there isn't a competitive scene in the UK anymore? Which I agree with. I try not to try not to extrapolate my own like direct experience to be the entire UK experience, but I do believe that the UK community is in free fall effectively. The examples being that 2 years ago. I mean, I forget the date.
London
once
is unlikely to get 30 players.
Yeah, once upon a time, the LGT was the biggest tournament that had ever been run. Then it was quickly a mediocre tournament, and now it looks like it's going to be a very small tournament, despite the fact that Grant Yecats Miniatures is doing a huge amount of work to promote it and try and grow it. It's not because it's being mismanaged. It's because that there isn't an appetite to play in that. It's also not specific to the LGT. Always Winter, which at the same period during which the LGT was incredibly strong, also Always Winter, the Scottish GT, was also selling out at a capacity. I think their venue's around 60. It might have been like 56 people for some reason. 56 comes to my mind, but it was effectively a sold out event. It had international travelers, and it was a big GT in a international sense. It was easily in the top 5 tournaments size wise that had run that entire year. This year it got cancelled because nobody was going. Like literally, I don't think it was even going to make it to 10 people. It wasn't even going to be 8 people. So it's not specific to the LGT alone. It's a UK seemingly whole country problem. And so you have to understand that I haven't been playing. Last time I played a game was December or January, I think. I only played a single game because I happened to go to Liverpool and I wanted to go and hang out in the store where the Liverpool community that I know plays, and so I agreed to play a game. It wasn't that I really wanted to play Song, so it's actually been almost a year since I've been playing competitively. Effectively, I sort of stopped playing the game relatively hard after the last LGT that I played at. So coming up on a year because the LGT will be happening in about a month's time. Now, that's my personal lens, right? And the UK lens. And you have to understand that I see the game through that lens. And when all of those things seem to be in decline and seem to be going backwards, that really changes my opinion, our opinion as a UK community on what needs to happen. Now, you can look at something else like the growth of hits and crits in the German community, and you can understand why the German community might approach this conversation in a totally different manner and think, why change something that's not broken? You know, like why not just have really, really light touch? Why rock the boat? We're growing, we're having bigger events than we ever have had. You could possibly say the same about Poland, though I think maybe they're just getting official recognition for the size that they've always had, effectively. I don't really think that the Polish community is growing. It's just managed to finally be the one that attracts all the international crowd now. It's grown by, my lens is that it's grown by the death of everybody else's community. Now, I don't know the specifics of the French community right now or the Spanish community. I think they're relatively stagnant. I don't think they're falling off as hard as the UK community, but from what I've seen, like French nationals is probably not going to be as the biggest French nationals ever. The Spanish have never really had a national specifically. They seem to have like multiple regional tournaments, which are all of okay size. And maybe you can talk about your personal experience, like around what the French community is. but I
Well,
think it
you live in
informed.
Canada.
Sorry, repeat that.
I live in Canada.
Oh, right.
Oh,
There you go.
I moved from France to Canada, so I'm more in the like you American. And to be fair, the reason why I stopped also for a year is because I had to drive an hour and a half to get a game.
yeah.
So it's like at some
Oh,
point,
yeah.
you're
I
like,
mean,
I'm not gonna drive an hour and a half to get a game.
no,
every
yeah.
week,
I mean, I'm even less finger on the pulse as to what the US and Canadian communities are achieving. You know, I know that the Great Canadian Open had possibly its biggest representation yet, but
So
like that.
actually, I really want to jump on that very quickly. One of the events is at the Quebec event. I can't remember which one. This last weekend was the largest Canadian event ever at something like 30 players. So like,
Yeah.
that's just happened.
Yeah, so it can slightly inform your opinion of all things about the game. On top of that, you know, I'll say it many times, but like you do have to understand that actually the most interaction, particularly since I stopped playing, but even before I stopped playing, the majority of interaction that I have with the game is through a Song of Ice and Fire stats. I spend more time on a Song of Ice and Fire stats than I do playing the game or thinking about the game or any other things, right? So you have to understand that that massively influences my opinion on it. So that matters for the context of this conversation, because when people come and say things like, oh, why aren't you adopting this alternate format? And it's nothing to do with like, I mean, it is a little bit to do with the fact that it would take me a whole load of time to like build it or do whatever. I mean, for it, just to throw it out there, the idea of you having an additional 4 points of attachments in your list, I mean, the site can not officially do that, but the site can already do that. You can run that in your tournament. People would just write down on a piece of paper what the 4 extra points of attachments are, right? Like, they can just submit their lists as a 40-point list and you have 4 more points. I don't have to do hundreds of hours of work to make it somehow compatible so that all the users and all the people don't have to, you know, write down their list for 10 minutes or something, okay? So I think that people sometimes, I sometimes get accused of effectively not supporting these alternate formats or whatever, and like I'm the reason why they're not succeeding. But that's beside the point. What my point actually was through the lens of stats, I brought various different methods by which people can run alternate formats, which are interesting and exciting, and more importantly, in my mind, ever changing. They're constantly renewed. You know, an ELO handicapped event, be that when people started running negative ELO, and other such formats. I also built a huge amount of stuff around a mirror format by which you play multiple games against an opponent. But the reality is none of them have ever taken off. In my mind, so this is, you have to understand, in my mind, the community don't want alternate building formats. They want a single one. I tried my absolute best to give the community multiple different formats and built them so that they would be easy to do. Admittedly, they're quite complicated for the layman who doesn't really understand it. But what does it mean? What the hell does it mean? Like, do you know what I mean? You don't have to understand it. It's there for you to have wildly different list building kind of limitations, but people don't use it. It's super minority. Less than 5% of all tournaments are run by it. And so that's when I say that if you wanted it to be what's played, you had to make it the new standard. You cannot half-heart it and say, here's another alt format that could exist if you're bored.
Well, that's fair, but that's also, from my point of view, on the community itself at some point to be like, because I can see the reason why competitive scene may rise and fall, because what would you expect from a patch to relaunch the game? You would expect to have like a whole redo of the game at this point, because even if for some reason I made
Yeah,
like all
I expect
if-
it needs the name 2.0 effectively.
yeah, if I made like all the attachments suddenly being kind of like, even if I just managed to have like 5 or 6 attachments by faction being like kind of competitive within the 40 points, still won't change much, and the game will be like, okay, I might have fun for a month with like switching this attachment in and out, and then
I
I'm done
dunno.
because I'm against at the same point that I was before. So either you say like, I'm gonna switch, like you were saying, like we got season every 6 months, we change something, we flip the game on its head every 6 months, and here, live with it. And if you're not happy for the 6 months, commanding 6 months, maybe it's gonna be better. Or the community could take alternative format, which we don't take as a community, and nobody can enforce it as a community. That's why Blood Bowl is successful, actually. At least where I live, is because we keep switching the format every tournament. There's like, I went to 10 different Blood Bowl tournaments, and they all have a different format.
But
And every
again,
time it's got me rethinking.
Okay, but let me just like so what I'm trying to say is that I think what you're missing there is that it matters where your local, national, everything community are at as to whether or not they care or believe that that's required and is interesting to them. So when a community is growing and pushing forward and is bigger and better every time, they want to continue to do the thing that they're currently doing. And so, for example, I can't put words in other people's mouths, right? But like, I would be totally unsurprised if the German community and the Polish community, who are having the biggest tournaments that they're ever having, new players, new etc., new whatever, turn around and sort of say, yeah, we're not really interested in that alt list. Like, it doesn't do anything for us. We don't need it. Whereas you somewhere else in a totally different place, you in the UK, are like, yeah, we really need a new format to reinvigorate the game. I think, as I really pointed out, I think you conflate the actions of the Blood Bowl community with the fact that it was, at least, and they got a lot of what they were used to, and they a lot of the way they act was because the game was dead, entirely unsupported, right? And I think that the way a community acts in an unsupported game is very different to where a community acts when it's supported. Effectively, if we all believe that CMON are going to make a change in however much time, then lots of people, not everybody, but lots of people will check out and will wait for that change rather than proactively trying to fix any problem that they think exists or try to create their own fun. What they're going to do is they're going to try to they're going to wait for the designers to fix it rather than knowing the designers will never come in to fix the things that they don't like, and therefore they should proactively try to control it themselves. That's my opinion. I mean, you can push back on that in a second if you want. I'll give another example, which again is very much my personal opinion. You can push back on it if you want, which is I think that Steamon also have a terrible relationship with their are they in, are they out control of organised play. And for me, this has been what's totally killed the UK tournament scene, which is that they are in some regions of the world, and at some times they seem to very actively support, run and control organised play, being Realms of Battle Asia, US Nationals, things like that. They're there, literal thousands and thousands of pounds worth of support, money being thrown at this thing, such that like every individual is getting more stuff than the ticket price that they paid, right? You got that at one end, and at the other end you've got other countries being unable to get a reply, unable to get any help, not being endorsed as their national championships, etc. Right? The problem isn't so if they were totally out and they weren't involved at all, then the community would run their own tournaments. They'd decide their own world championships. They'd decide their own European championships. They'd decide what was nationals and what's worth being called nationals. And the community would sort itself out and they'd be fine. Or they can come in and they can give equal support to everybody. They can equally say, here's your nationals in your country, either based on its size or just ever a blanket amount. Like if you're a nationals and we endorse you, you get X. Or, you know, if you're a 64-person tournament, you get X. If you're a 128 tournament, you get Y. If you're 32, you get whatever. But there are innumerable, you know, reports of various tournaments. 10 people getting hundreds and hundreds of pounds of support. Another tournament down the road who tried for months and months and months gets no response, even though they've been asking to be a US Nationals qualifier, etc. So I see this as a parallel problem, which is when they are semi-involved, but not as involved as people would like, or they don't do it well enough, then they effectively hamstring the community from being able to do it themselves, which is the same as how I see this idea around creating interesting formats. They seem to be semi-dabbling in the idea that they are interested in tournaments and that they should be involved in tournaments and that they should give alternate formats and that they should be involved in the balance, etc. But they're not all in. They don't run it in any realistic way. And I think that hamstrings the community from doing it themselves, because anybody who decides to go ahead and try and fix what they think are the problems, next week they might just be in all the hundreds of hours that they've spent on some crazy new format or whatever. CMOT might just announce something kind of similar but not similar, such that nobody's interested in what they've done. So that's what I think is the biggest problem, and why I think that it's not equivalent to Blood Bowl, because I think that Blood Bowl got to the point where Games Workshop had completely cut ties with the community, and the community had taken complete ownership of it. That's why they're able to constantly innovate and create their own fun.
But to bounce on this, I will say I agree with you that that's an issue between community, because you can have the best game system in the world. If there's nobody playing it, you're not going to play it because you're not going to be on your own. And like if you always have the same two opponents, you're going to be tired pretty quickly, because what keeps people involved is novelty. If I'm playing the same game for like 2, 3, 4, 5 years in a row, I'm going to be tired if nothing changes and I'm always playing the same game over and over and over again. Unless I'm very passionate, but in this case, it's like a very reduced number of people. But to be fair, there's parallels that you can make like with Blood Bowl and you can't make with A Song of Ice and Fire, because Blood Bowl is way more free in the way you can go like 1,000 points, 1,200 points, 1,050 points. You can ban star player, allow them, give skills, give no skills. There's way more, I think, levers that the community can pull to make things different. That Simon, like A Song of Fire being this game with this rule set, doesn't have as many levers that you can pull to switch around the way games is played, apart from maybe game scenarios and point limits. That's maybe the two things you can modify around, being, let's say, or banning some things, like you say, using stats, whatever, which make things interesting also in a way. But that's also in the community, because if you expect Simon to do this, I think we as a community are going to be disappointed.
I think it's always fair to say the community can do things. And I don't think that anyone saying that they can't do things is disingenuous. Because Brian, probably the most successful tournament of all the year, is not Brian, sorry, it was Tom Whitworth's event in Leeds. In the UK, the most successful event was probably a Leeds event that hosted like effectively a wild tournament where they just made up rules for 3 different scenarios, posted what they all were, and were very open and honest with it. But they basically said, we're going to play a tournament, but we're going to give you 3 game modes with quite heavy changes to the way they function. Really, they're not small things, they're massive, kind of like, we're going to do this, and if you're going to roll a d3 at the start of the game, and if you roll this is what happens. If you roll this is what happens, and it changes the way games fundamentally work. Rules around how you deploy, rules around what you're allowed to take, list bans, etc. Whole thing, right? Whole, almost like 2 A4 sides of rules for their 3-round event. And it was probably the most successful event in UK history the UK in this year, because although it might not necessarily end up being the biggest, it had a certain format size, and they oversold that. So they had to open it up, and they oversold the expansion of the event, right? A lot of those players were local, and that was the community doing something about that. So my point actually is the community can already do that, right?
But
Communities will do that. Communities can always do that. That's never changed. The problem we have is the competitive side of the game. That isn't going to happen. Because while that event is really cool, and I really applaud that event going ahead, I thought it was awesome at the time, that event shouldn't really be the way the community creates interest for the game. I'm not saying it doesn't work, I'm not saying it's wrong, but if we have to go above and beyond and do a load of cool stuff to raise the interest levels, it means the interest levels isn't naturally there, right? That means that we are driving the game by basically 1 or 2 people deciding that the game needs to be driven. And
yeah, that's fair.
And
but that's a lot of community work, though.
It is a lot of community work, but this is my point, is that when the community individuals start to lose the interest themselves, the drive goes. Right?
But the way, from my point of view, you can achieve having a self-refilling community. Like, some very active players are going to be tired and go away and do something else. Some TOs that were doing the best work might stop doing it. It's fine if there's a new person stepping up, because you have a big enough pool of player, and you get a big enough attract that when people leave, new people come, and that means that you could also leave for a couple of years and come back after, see what's changed. Because I've got game fatigue. Everybody's got game fatigue at some point,
And I can tell you that the community is not big enough to sustain that.
Yeah, but that's how you create and build a community. You can opt for the Simon's never going to be able to build it if the community kind of not build themselves.
True.
They don't have the mean that Games Workshop have to launch a game, for instance.
True.
And to be like, and even Games Workshop, half of the games they launch fail if the community don't follow.
That's
if
all
there's
very
no
true.
somebody
That's
that pick it up.
Very, very true. But
so
we go back to the inequality problem, right?
Yeah,
that
but
community can be created. That community can be created. It can be fostered. It can be developed. Okay.
Yeah.
But eventually, people need to be able to move on. And if no one rises up and no one really takes it and no one does a good job, it obviously will not continue. So why is there somebody doing it for CMON on the ground in Asia, who goes and actively promotes these things, who's going out there and building this and being paid to do so?
I wouldn't answer for Simon. I'm not Simon.
No, I know why. I know why they're doing it, and I know why that happens to be the region that benefits from it. It's all about where Simon HQ is, right? But that's the problem. That is the biggest problem, is that the way that Simon treat that is that it's not the same for everyone. If it was the same everywhere, I'd get it, and actually, ironically, I think people would be more steeled to do something more about it. But there is a belief that CMON will step in to help in some areas in the world where it just doesn't. The best example is US Nationals this year. US Nationals this year is about a month away, just over a month away, I think 2 months away, maybe. A month and a half. And people genuinely still don't even actually know any details about the event. They don't even know if they've qualified. They don't even know if they have to buy a ticket. They don't even know if their qualification means they have accommodation or not. Like, that's a question I saw asked yesterday. Now, that could be a genuine thing. It could just be like people not getting information. But the point still remains that is CMON running a national level event for the largest economic powerhouse outside of China in the world. People don't even know what time they should arrive on the day. Now,
Yeah, but
now
being in the
I'm not
Americas for a
defending.
while, it's not uncommon.
No, but that is. I'm going to straight up tell you that is uncommon. Do you know why? Realms of Battle Europe is soon, and I know every single detail about it. So you can't just say, oh, it's because America or whatever. It's the most bullshit answer I've ever heard. Because at the end of the day, it's people being professional or not. They aren't professional with these things. But because the belief is that they will do it, people can't get on board with CMON, right? This is part of the issue as well, which is another problem about the game, is the game itself has fostered a level of untrustworthiness through nothing about the game.
Yeah, but my question is, once you have acknowledged this, and I wouldn't defend Simon on this, I absolutely agree. I will say, once you have acknowledged this, when you have understand this, what is the question? Do you say, okay, I'm done with this game and I stop playing? Fair, that's a fair answer.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I don't want to. Or do you say like, no, I really think this game I enjoy playing and I want to build a community, and Simon can't be trusted. Therefore, I'm going to assume from the get-go that I'm putting Simon out of the equation.
Yep.
And as a community, I'm going to start to build my own stuff. And if Simon want to send price product support, fair, I'm not even going to ask for them.
Yeah.
And to be fair, me as a player, I'm not going into a tournament because I will get a box for free.
No, but
like a box is cheap enough for most players. That's like, we play war games. If you don't have $100 to buy a box, you don't play war game. So
I would
Okay,
say
well, sorry, can I just push back against that? So I think that is that's very true on a local level, right? You can ignore the existence of CMON and you can just exist and foster a small community. I think that it falls down if you're trying to interact at all with an international community, right? So, and I think that for me, my personal perspective, the reason why the UK community has gone into complete and utter decline in such a fast way is that I'll just say that in my opinion, the UK has been treated like shit, right? Like, if you look at the size of the community at one point, the size of the events that were being run, and all the UK was doing for the game, and I understand that like in a part that's me saying all the things that I was doing for the game, but it's absolutely loads of other people being involved too. Like, loads of people in the UK pushed the game such that it was running literally multiple of the top tournaments every year. It was in the conversation. It had one of the largest, most active communities online and in person, and it wasn't being treated like a second-class citizen. It was being treated like a seventh-class citizen, right? And if nobody was getting support, that's okay. But when some tournaments are getting not just support, and this is the thing, support does make things way, way easier as a TO if you're trying to run a 100-person event. If you know that CMON will endorse you and give you £1,000 worth of boxes, then that absolutely changes everything around the event as to what you have to organize and cover and do as a TO versus what is required in the build up, and changes entirely the economics of ticket price and things like that, right? Mm-hmm. But forget that part. The fact that some tournaments entirely seemingly entirely randomly or entirely irrespective of size and quality and any kind of like relayed information about what's going on, will get these grand endorsements from CMON. They'll be promoted on the Facebook page. They'll get posts. They'll be they'll be told that they are insert title here, and other tournaments which are significantly bigger, much more actively run, and are trying to attract and compete for international travelers. Now, this may be a Europe-centric problem, because in Europe there are, I mean, you can extend the UK being treated like, you know, a seventh-class citizen to the entirety of Europe, in my opinion, which is the European scene was
Entirely.
80% of the player base, plus, as far as we could tell, as far as every visible metric, the UK was the Europe was having 10 32-player tournaments at a time when the biggest tournament in the US was 20 people. You know, like, anyway, so in Europe, these tournaments are competing with each other, and these TOs are having to put in many hours to try and get as many people as possible to run the best event that they possibly can. Now, I'll admit, size of entrance isn't everything, but it matters. It really does matter for how people think about your event, and how people, how likely it is to be successful next year. And it really changes the economics of whether or not an event is viable. You need to really fill your venue, etc. The UK became entirely uncompetitive in an international sense because it could not gain any recognition and official endorsement for the events that it was already running incredibly successfully, whereas other countries, through various back channel means or random chance, it seems, not for any lack of trying in the UK, other events were endorsed as being significant and important and given various titles and given huge amounts of prize support, which then at the very least discourages those who are running the UK events, that it's not worthwhile. Why are they fighting an uphill battle? And at worst, they make, no matter how much effort you put in, it's not viable because other countries are able to effectively offer something grander. They're able to trump you and say, yes, yours may be nationals, but we're Realms of Battle, we're effectively European Championships, even though you've always run a bigger tournament than us, which has been incredibly well received in the past. So that's what I would push back against, and what I think is the real problem in this in-out role in them playing, you know, the role that they do and don't play in organized play, the fact that they wash their hands of it. So to be a bit more specific, they seem to wash their hands of it and say, it's not our problem, it's something to do with Asmodee UK. Simon have no involvement in the UK for some reason, whatever that may be. That is what has killed the UK scene entirely. And I believe that the UK scene had the largest, most active player base just 2 years ago, and is now, I don't know, might not even feature in top 10 biggest national communities. You know, at least not in the top 5. Like, you would at least say that the US is bigger, Poland is bigger, Germany is bigger, and I would hazard that France and Spain are both bigger.
I understand the statement there. I'm not going to defend Simon. Maybe, apart from saying maybe they don't, maybe indeed Asmodee have the thing, and if they try to infringe in the UK, they get shut off by Asmodee and they get to pay a big fine. I don't know. Maybe it's completely possible. I'm just saying.
So what I'm saying is like this is all what impacts whether or not the community feel able to take control of their own destiny. And I think in way too many things, Simon are involved but won't take the lead. They won't take responsibility. So when I say that in reflection of creating new interesting games to keep the game exciting while without wildly changing the balance, an example of that is these alt list building formats. You're involved enough that you kill all momentum of everybody who tries to do it personally, but you're not taking a leadership role and having the confidence and the courage of your conviction to say, this is what's going to be best for the community, and this is what they're going to do because we tell you it's going to be for your benefit.
Yeah, but what I will say just is, we as a community, and we is very large because the community is like various people with different interests, with different things. Basically, we can agree that people that make and unmake the community are TOs, in a way, at least in a competitive sense. If you manage to have enough TOs, and I understand that what you're saying is basically not players as a whole, but TOs in particular, in the UK has been treated like shit by Simon. And that's makes the TO not want to do things, even if the TOs don't do it, because there's a small fringe of the community, which I appreciate and which I will acknowledge I'm not part of, are willing to put their time and effort into making those events and building them and making them happen. And if those people are not here, and if they don't do this in particular, then your community is dying, at least in a competitive scene point of view. Which I completely agree. But the question is, once you've been dealt this hand of shit, what do you do with it? Because it's, you're never gonna, like, believing that Simon is gonna change tomorrow is not gonna happen. I mean, my personal opinion is like, okay, either the community decide to say, okay, Simon, you're making shit, we're gonna switch around and ignore you, and thanks for the game, kind of deal. And now we're gonna build our own tournament scenes with what we are gonna call nationals and what we are gonna call European Championship, and we're gonna switch them around between the country, a bit like what 40k competitive scene was doing and is still doing, and a bit like whatever other thing is doing. It's saying like, okay, we have a dedicated number of people willing to take the bite and forgot the shit the editor thrown them and do their stuff anyway.
There is a big problem with that though, because the community can thrive. The community can grow and thrive, right, in a region by the efforts of a select few people and not the game. But just like Blood Bowl, you have to treat it as though the game is dead in the region. As in, you have to pretend that you're not getting new stock. You have to pretend you're not getting new balance changes. You have to pretend you're not going to get support for tournaments. Because you have to do everything. To keep the game going, you need to be the energy that can keep the game going in all directions all the time, right? And that doesn't mean like doing work all the time. That's not really what I mean by that. But so much as you can't take your foot off the gas because you're the driving factor unless there's other people around you, right? We've seen that directly. It's obvious. Carlo takes his foot off the gas. He's not organising big events. He's taking a step back. And lo and behold, some of the smaller events where people have stepped up work, but the other events don't. Right? And then those other players get disenfranchised because they're not seeing the successes. Because it's hard to see the successes. So they end up losing a bit of weight. They end up moving away. The people are starting to replace those people, but all you're ever doing is hemorrhaging from an existing group. You're never really truly growing it from that initial growth period. So this is literally kind of what's happened, and it basically sums up the UK. That's not to say that there aren't new players. There are lots of new players, right? There are still a lot of people playing the game in the UK. But the competitive side is gone. People want to just turn up to the local club and play one-day events on a Saturday, maybe. They're not interested in travelling more than an hour, maybe half an hour, to play the game competitively elsewhere. You know, I've got friends who I went to university with who play the game, and they've never travelled outside of basically their borough to play, right? They've never gone more than an hour from their home. They don't get a lot of chance to play in their own home and in their own town. But God forbid them traveling from where they are 2 hours up the road to play in a 30-man event, right? That's the kind of thing. That there's a whole apathy level there when we talk about like competitive play. But to the point, this is where CMON and CMON support really starts to affect you, because if those people don't see the thing being supported, you've got to remember as well that in the UK there are, I mean, I've not been to every single model shop in the UK, so I can't say that this is factually true, but you are incredibly unlikely to see models for this game outside of like 3 stores on the shelves, right? So the only visibility for this game is the community themselves. So that's the irony with talking about this and talking about growth, is that a lot of the UK's growth has come through the Kickstarter itself and then through organic growth over years by people in their local communities. Very little of it is people buying into the game because they saw the thing on the shelf. And, you know, we are competing with a lot of things in the UK, you know, whatever. But all of that being said, you get to the point where you get big enough where you can be sustainable. And that's where you go, cool, we can sustain this if we get support. You don't get the support and it becomes unsustainable because the support structure isn't there. You could keep going and doing the same things, but all you're going to do is just maybe cycle a few players in and out and eventually lose players, right? And that's what could have happened, and it would have been a huge amount of effort, personal cost, and time that people could have put in year on year on year to keep going with those events. But eventually that's not sustainable for that person, right? And when that ceases to become sustainable is when it all drops off. CMON being involved supports that. It's not about doing it for them, but it supports them and it gives them the reinvigoration. The support is what reinvigorates somebody to do it and do it well. That support doesn't come, there is no reinvigoration. There isn't a need or a want to do it more, because what's the point? And then you see the other side of it, the places where CMON is involved directly but isn't doing it properly, such as US Nationals. The US scene, in the likes of the partnership with FLG, the biggest partnership CMON has done from a competitive angle for the game, was having all of these events on the FLG circuit. They were organising nationals. They were going to have qualifiers. They were going to do this, that, and the other. They get involved. They set up this idea. They communicate the idea. And then the idea just doesn't happen, right? The FLG circuit is struggling to find TOs for events and getting 8 people turn up, if they're lucky. Some of the FLG events, people are heavily involved and they're running really well. LVO, you know, doing well. Things that are run by community members, doing well. People, community individuals, Carl, you know, not to name, I can't think of many of the others by name, but Carl and Andrew are the 2 that really spring to my mind, who really, really, really push that to try and grow that and to run those awesome events. And the CMON run events fail to meet the mark. They fail to hit the standards. So now US again approaching nationals. They had thousands of pounds thrown at nationals last year. I wanted to mention just about narrative play. I think can't remember if I gave Carlo one of these or whoever it was I gave some. But I've got campaign kits. Campaign kits that never made it to retail. You can't get these anywhere else in the world. I have some. Because I was there. That's not fair. I've got a Martell bag, a Greyjoy bag. Stuff again, you can't get there. But if you live in Asia, you live in America, you would have got these. In Asia, these are given out like hotcakes. But the idea of getting these outside of those locations is ridiculous. You can't even purchase them. They're not purchasable and deliverable. They simply don't exist. I know they exist. I know that they can be produced. So there's another problem. Inequality in what is being offered. Now, you'll always get that with international shipping, with international logistics. If you're telling Europe, the largest player base, that you can't provide them with what is basically a basic piece of game material, that's pretty fucking sad. And then anyway, we move on to CMON actually doing nationals and being involved with the circuit. And what happens is CMON are involved with the circuit, so people go, cool, CMON are involved with the circuit. Let's see what they're organising. And CMON aren't organising anything, right? They're doing some stuff in the background. I can't say that there's no job being done. But the stuff being done is not being communicated. They're not engaging with the communities that exist. You know, even trying to work out if you've got a ticket or not is hard. To an event where they said, I could probably just submit a list and say, look, me and Carlo played in this tournament in Wyoming, and me and Carlo came first, and this is all the players, and can we have free tickets now? And that would probably be accepted as a yes, right? That's ridiculous. They're not going to make any money on ticket sales, so it's not sustainable. But they don't care because people are going to come and because they're CMON. If we did that in the UK, if we organised a tournament and said everyone has free entry to something like LGT, Carlo would lose thousands of pounds. Thousands. It's not sustainable. It's completely unsustainable. CMON are running an unsustainable event, completely unsustainable. So if anyone else tries to run it, it won't be the same, and I use the term loosely, quality. So no one else will step up and run the event. So what happens is the events are just run shit, and while the community still rely on CMON, they'll always be bad, and until someone actually steps in to do it properly. But if they ever stop saying, "Oh, actually, CMON, we just don't want to do it," the events will struggle to have the same appeal because they're not CMON events. So the US is almost a better analogy of the problem than the UK in this regard, because they've got this 50-50 support split. And when they get the support, the US, when they get the support, they'll get, prizes worth I won $1,000 for coming first in the US Nationals, right? I thought it was the dumbest thing I've ever won from a tournament. I was baffled that is what I got. I thought it was stupid.
Have you actually received any of it, though?
Well, no, because I spent $1,000 on tactics. But yeah,
these are trolling,
I know, right? But
I think there's a really strong analogy as well. I think there's a really strong parallel, and I mean it's no different. It's not even two sides of the same coin. It's one side of the same coin, which is their lack of endorsement and support for content creators.
Yes.
Which again, I'm absolutely not talking about myself. I don't consider myself to ever have been a content creator, which is partly why I don't come on Tourney Ground anymore. It's not something that I ever wanted. But you've seen a large exodus of content creators. I think that there are a lot less now than there were a couple of years ago. There are lots of notable names that that you could state, but there, and you can say it's just burnout or whatever. It's a person moving on, and that is true. But I think it's as Mickey says, I think that it's a big issue around you stave off your community being burnt out by giving them appreciation, by acknowledging their existence. So for me, my journey, as without trying to be a content creator, my journey and relationship with the channel, etc., is that you can get reinvigorated and given the desire to carry on by the channel growing, by the community endorsing you, the community giving you the feedback that you want, or it can happen through CMON giving it, right? Like CMON giving you any kind of official partnership, giving you interviews, early access, whatever it may be, whether you're doing battle reports, things like that. There are some reports out there of, you know what I mean, there being slightly better relationships and endorsements and official partnerships starting to happen. But I think that the game lost a lot of its most ardent champions over the past couple of years to lack of lack of getting anything back out of the work that they were doing. So as I say, you get something back as your channel grows, but that will always plateau. Like, Song doesn't have that big of a community who are going to actively engage with your content. You cannot see those numbers go up forever, and you're never going to achieve any level of content creation which is in any way monetizable, right? So all growth isn't, if I get another 10,000 subscribers and another 100,000 views, we might be profitable and I might be able to go full time or something. Anybody who thought that was going to be the ultimate goal is absolutely delusional. Like, that's only going to happen in Warhammer or Magic the Gathering or something like that, right? This game cannot support any kind of paid, effectively, content creation. So all you can get is you can get the ego boost, the response from the community actively growing and watching and whatever, right? But you are, if successful as you can possibly be, you are going to reach the point at which you have interacted with and you have spoken to at some point basically everybody who engages with online content for this game, and you are effectively going to stop growing. And at that point, if you're not getting any recognition from CMON, then you're on the clock for how long you can continue to put in the work and put in the effort. And I think that in the same way that a number of countries have lost their biggest tournament champions, their biggest growers of the game, biggest organizers of events in a competitive sense, they've also lost a ton of content creator champions who, you know, like they act far more internationally than an in-person TO does. Their content will reach across international communities, but there is still very much national slants to it. You know, I think that the UK specifically also lost a whole load of content creators and lost a whole load of champions from that aspect, and that is also intertwined with it. You know, we can talk about going way back. You know, 3 Sales very clearly never got back. George never got back what he wanted from the game, and therefore he left. I was not getting back what I wanted from the channel, and therefore, you know, I retreated from it. I've always stayed involved in the site, but at times I have considered that I don't get back from it what is the amount of effort that I put in, and I've considered it multiple times just stopping, you know, supporting the site effectively. But I get enough from the Patreons on the site that, you know, encourage me that it's worthwhile and that people care about it. And, you know, sometimes if I really care, I'll go and look at the viewership numbers and the number of people coming to the site and reconvince myself that this is a worthwhile thing to do. But I have had to hugely scale back the amount of effort that I put in, because I have come to the realization that I will not get back from it. I think that hits and crits and their role in reinvigorating the German community and growing them to new heights, alongside, you can talk about War Factory. War Factory.
War Factory, yeah.
and their role, not as a content creator, but as like a tournament organizer and some kind of official capacity, really absolutely stratospherically catapulting the Polish community from nowhere to being something really big. I mean, nowhere's not fair, to be fair. They had no centralized organization, but there always seemed to be a ton of players in Poland playing. Really shows that these things, if they had been endorsed at the right time, would have grown the game to huge places in the UK and in other countries. But unfortunately now I think that too many of those players have moved away, and now it's an uphill battle to reinvigorate these communities. It's much easier conversation when you're growing as to how to keep growing than when you're on the slide as to how to reverse the decline. And so, as I say, these things are all the lens in which, coming back to the whole topic of what we're talking about, the lens under which you see the balance and see the importance of the things that they're talking about. And for me, the UK is crying out for big change and is crying out for leadership. And so I think, as we've been discussing for like almost 2 hours at this point, you see the 44-point format as being a big change, and Mickey sees it as a non-existent change. I accept that it could be a big change, but what I see is a lack of leadership in being able to implement it. And I think that you're blind to this idea that the community can't just choose to start playing it, that won't happen, and that they needed to be bolder and really show leadership in that area. And like even now, this discussion is very much in involvement. It's specifically very much revolved also around this idea that obviously I'm currently a long way into. We're still a way off, but I'm a long way into the organization of the Invitational. The Invitational, in some ways, is a mild revival of the UK scene, in that there are going to be a number of UK players there, but really, like, if you added them up, it would not be a big event because it is overwhelmingly international, despite the fact that it's very strong and I, as a tournament organizer, have a strong track record. I've not been able to have any conversation with Simon about anything. Like, I mean, I don't think it will even be endorsed or recognized at the level of a nationals event. Like, at the moment, that seems like it's not going to happen, despite the fact that I don't believe it's overstating it to say that it will be the most impactful, the biggest event that has ever run. By biggest, I don't mean in terms of player count, because it won't get to the 180 people that were at Polish Nationals, because we have a player limit. But it already has basically 100 people, sold out event from over 20 different countries. If they don't want to have a conversation with the people running that event, then what can you do? Like, it will be for me, it's been a lot of effort, and I'm really pleased at what's come out of it, and I'm really happy with the event, but it will at this point be a one and done, even though it could and should be the stepping road to much bigger things.
But my question there is, like, there's a lot of mix between the game being stale, the hope for a balance to unstale the game, which I don't think we'll ever do, because a balance is not about installing the game, it's about comforting the current status quo. if you do balance bets. That's roughly what it is. And
Why?
Simon being
I mean, let him finish
because
the point.
Oh,
Go on.
sorry.
you're not gonna bring people, oh yeah, I'm gonna try this and this and this, when you just try to narrow things to all be equal. I already have my list working. I'm gonna check at the balance. Does that impact my list in any way? Yes, no, maybe. Can I get this? Maybe I got a few tweaks here and there, but it's not the same effect about installing the game, I mean, like bringing back interest into the game, as to flip the thing over their head and say like, oh, here's a brand new version. That will never have the same impact, and because I don't think that's the intent and the purpose. The purpose of balance is to refine what you already have into being more of itself by putting away the outliners.
I don't think
As
it
my
has to be though.
That's if it's not, then it's not a balance pass. It's a new version. If you decide to like flip things over.
I'll give you a counterpoint, which is the last time I felt invigorated and interested to play Lannisters was when Kevin went from being garbage tier to being possibly one of the best commanders in the game. And you can say, he got overly buffed, right? Like, you can say he was too good, but what he did was he gave, when he started to be able to charge or shoot off crowns, he didn't need predictable maneuvers, right? Like that was the obvious step too far or whatever. But when he suddenly created this new Lannister list of like this gun line or whatever, right? That balance patch made me say, hey, Lannisters have got a new thing. They've got a new list. I want to try it out. Now, admittedly, didn't last super long.
As a Lannister.
What's that?
That's made you as a Lannister, because as a non-Lannister player, I couldn't care less.
No, yes, exactly. So I'm using the specific Lannister case there. And for me, you're saying that the balance will only ever refine things and can't reinvigorate players. But every faction should be able to look at something which previously was entirely unplayed and be like, hey, I can make a really good competitive new list out of this commander who used to be garbage tier, right? We could constantly be bringing up the garbage tier. Now, maybe that results in not as good balance. It results in a revolving door balance as opposed to like a constantly improving balance. But I'm saying that I'm just countering your point, which is it is possible for a balance patch to reinvigorate players of a particular faction. That could be one faction, that could be half the factions, that could be everybody. If every faction saw the things that it wanted to be good but are currently crap come up, then they would, and that might be way back cycling around to the conversation of effectively everything's under constant power creep, and that then has to be readdressed every few years. But
fair, but in this case, I wouldn't call it balance patch. I will call it like, hey, it's a new season. Those guys have been buffed up, and you could do it the same way Games is doing it right now. It's like, we're gonna put a new things on the table every 6 months, and 3 months after it's out, we're gonna balance it down. Then we're gonna do so every 3 months. Basically, you have something tuned up, rebalance back, tuned up, rebalance back, tuned up, rebalance back.
Balancing down is the terminology you use incorrectly there, because balance doesn't have to be down. Is the point? You're saying it's not a balance patch if the balance gets worse. That's still a balance patch. It's just not a very good balance patch. It still does what it's trying to do, which is it's trying to balance the game. It's just trying to balance the game in a different way than it was previously.
We can argue about terminology. Okay.
Yeah, but
we can call it a balance
terminology. It's a minor terminology point at best. You can still balance the game by making things better.
Okay, the way they could do it then is like, but also there's two different ways. So there's the balance patch, and there's the fact that the community and the TO got fatigued for not getting any support, feeling like they're doing something that's reached its growth potential and can only go down from there. And there's a fact, I understand that's could be very depressing when you're like, okay, I've made the best thing I could ever do, and next year I'm just gonna do the same or maybe better, not as good. And that's a bit gloom and doom in the way of like bringing people off the game way more certainly than an actual balance patch not being up to what we hope it was. So I think there's like different problems.
Yeah.
And the one problem about balance being not what you expected and the game not being refreshed, instead of balance, I'm going to call them refreshed patch,
Mm.
is one thing. We don't have enough refresh paths to keep the interest in the rule system by itself by saying like, okay, I'm going to play something else. But that's also
So by
another
your
problem.
terminology, there hasn't. Would you agree that there hasn't been a refresh patch since 2001, right?
Yeah.
They've only been balance patches.
I would argue that when they put the Nightwatch gun lines down was kind of a refresh patch, but that's all. Like the first patch they ever make when they bring everybody in line, like when they were like breaking all the stupid combos. But apart from this, yes, there has not been any refresh patch since.
Maybe arguably Greyjoy's got one. They got.
Yeah.
I forget when Greyjoy's got rebuilt, but only one faction got refreshed effectively.
Season 3, right?
Yeah, so there's no refresh patch. Let's call them. I'm going to call them this way, so we know what we're speaking about. And yes, that's maybe an issue for keeping interest in the game as a game. But then there's also the other issue, which is keeping the community and the competitive side alive, which I think are connected, but not entirely. Like,
No, I think it's an interesting point, which is I think that in my mind, I think in my mind, until you really separated them under two words, I use balance and a refresh patch as being interchangeable, because for me, competitive players, which is again the lens by which I see the game.
I think we all are here, so that's fine.
Yeah. Like competitive players will play what is viable. It doesn't have to be the very best. It doesn't have to come with these connotations of like it being auto win or whatever. But it must be viable. You mustn't auto lose when you come up against another competent player just because they've brought something really good. So
I'll go as far as say I'm agree for a 40-60 chance. That's my limit.
Yeah. So let's say
I'm happy with.
Yeah, let's say that what we play with is we expect to have a 40-60, right? Then I believe that every balance patch, this is I guess where we differ. In my mind, my expectation is that every balance patch alters what exists inside of the 40-60 window, because I do not believe that 120 units and 180 attachments can simultaneously exist in the 40-60 window, and therefore what I expect is for there to be a very difficult job done of making more things fall into that viability every single patch without changing nothing, right? Like, and I think that I see for Lannisters, for example, almost nothing has moved inside of the 40-60 viability. There are very much no new lists that become viable now. There are no new archetypes or units which I suddenly think are in there now which didn't used to be in there. You could say I haven't fully thought through the ramifications of the changes of the Lance, and true, possibly, maybe more things are viable because Lance is less viable or something. But nothing has been buffed such that I'm like, sweet, let's go try it out. And I think I have an expectation, when we've talked about it for hours, I have an expectation that with every balance patch, there is an element of refresh in that something that I believe to be untenably weak, unplayable in a competitive sense, will be brought up into the 40-60 bracket and will now become viable.
I will go as far as to make things interesting. The things that are in the 60 should go to the 40. The things that are below should go to the 60, and
Essentially,
just
yeah.
rotate around. Just be
Yeah,
like, okay,
I think that would be the ideal world.
Yeah.
for the next 6 months, your Lannister guardsmen are the best unit in Lannister.
Yes,
Then they get
I
done
think-
after.
I absolutely agree that if every single patch, all the things that were the best, but while being in the 40-60 bracket, if we had this perfect world, we would not aim for everything to be 50%. We would aim, I might call it 55-45, but 40-60, you know, whatever. Everything that used to be 60 is now 40, and everything that used to be 40 is now 60. Meaning every patch, the entire structure of a list is almost, if you wanted to remain playing the most competitive, most viable, best units, every patch they would change completely, and your whole faction would feel fresh. And instead, for the past 4 seasons, it's at most been 10% of any given faction. And most likely, what we see is things that were at 65% got dragged down into the 40-60, but still probably remain up in the 55-60 range. So we all feel like the same thing that we were just playing is still the best thing, but it's not quite as good as it used to be. It doesn't quite stand out as the absolute only thing that can be played. So in a sense, other things become viable, but not in a way that we're excited to check out their viability, more in a way that what I've been doing is not quite as good. So maybe I'll eventually be bored of it and try something new. I think
Yeah,
we're all quite on the same page with that.
Yeah, no,
But-
I completely agree, but that's the way they did the balance. That's getting into more balance in a like literal sense, everything is equal. And that's kind of what we have been wishing for so long. So maybe be careful about what you wish for.
Well, no,
you know?
because you want a game to be balanced, right? And there's a big difference here, and it goes back
Yeah,
to the
but
monkey paw idea that
th-
Carlo was mentioning earlier, right?
But there's balance and there's like rotating balance, which is not the same thing. Like
Well,
this
they
thing is
are.
good. This
We want game balance. We want every faction to feel like it can win a game, regardless, assuming player skill is equal, regardless of what you bring to the table. You're not disadvantaging yourself dramatically by taking a certain faction to the table. That's what it should feel like. That's the balance that we need, and that's the balance we want, right? We mentioned
fair
earlier
enough.
about how we get there. We're not prescribing to Simon how we get there. Maybe we should. But that's all we want, is we want to be able to bring Boltons to the table, for example, and not feel significantly disadvantaged. We are getting to that point in balance, but we're getting to that point in balance like we've discussed previously because everything is the same all the time.
Yeah, so that's different perspective.
That's achieving
Yeah,
balance.
Yeah, that's not the balance you want, though.
I think you might have articulated what I didn't realize was what I was after, which is like we have finally, in many ways, got to balance. It took us a lot longer than I would like it to be, you know, like you know, but we're not dominated by. It took us, you know, for example, it took way too long to fix Othel Gunline. And then it took way too long to fix Mance, right? And then since then, we've been possibly considered in a balanced period. Little tweaks here, little tweaks there, ever improving balance, right? But you're right, we have now achieved balance, and what I want is rotating balance. I'd never considered it in that wording before, because when you're unbalanced, getting balance is rotating balance. Because if you're so wildly unbalanced, then if we just get better balance, then we effectively rotate the meta. But if we're in a balanced state, then we need rotating balance. We need a reason to use the units that sit on the shelf forever because they're just a worse version of something else. They're not a mile worse. They're only a bit worse. If they played against each other, they would sit at 55-45 or something like that, 60-40. They'd be in that bracket. They're playable. But they're both within a faction and they both cost exactly the same points. They both cost 5 points. But one is definitely 60 and one is definitely 40. And they've never changed by comparison to each other. So why am I ever going to use those guardsmen when I've got halberdiers, as an example or something like that? Ever since halberdiers became 5 points, but were just better than guardsmen, like why am I using them outside of like some corner case? You could pick anything in there in the 7-point bracket, 8-point bracket, whatever it may be. But yeah, you're right. I now am at a point where the balance has been balanced for a length of time that I want it to rotate.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think there's different way of doing it. I don't know what Simon will do though. You could argue that regular patch is a thing, season with different probably different scenarios could be a way to like switch around what's interesting or not. Point value, point list total value, like the 4 points. And so I know it's not a finally, but is a way of moving things a bit around. Maybe that could be a role that all this attachment could fill, being like this attachment is actually very, instead of all being the same 1 point, give one thing keyword, could be like this one is actually really good with this particular unit and have thing different, like that could be a different way of doing it.
I will say though, and this is perhaps where the disappointment starts to leak back in about this patch, which is we thought this would be a patch about attachments. And I know we'd spoken in detail length about the alternative list format, but what we actually have at the end of it is we thought we were going to get rotating balance, if you will, around attachments, as in attachments are now going to be a viable choice, is what I think people were hoping for. And instead, we got what, I'm not going to lie, it feels like could have been a 10-minute job that any one of us could have written, which is you just get 10% of your list as attachment points.
I will completely agree that Simon is not putting a lot of effort in this game.
No, it doesn't appear to be that they're putting a lot of effort in. But then when perhaps a misconception of what is coming, but we see this like statement around, attachments are going to get a balance pass, especially in Free Folk. And Free Folk definitely saw the most attachment changes, but like it's not exactly a competitive kind of list that you're going through when it's that we've got the most changes because we got 3 or 4 changes. Like that's not exactly a huge number. So like
I would argue that the bear coming in is quite a good balance.
Yeah,
quite a big impactful thing. But
it is, but my point is it's only 3 or 4 things changing. Is my point.
No,
and like we can argue about the impact that can have is different, right? But in terms of like we're gonna do this big pass, it doesn't like, or we're gonna do this pass that evaluates these things. It barely feels like they have.
Oh no, I'm not gonna argue they didn't. Like,
no, but
like I completely agree that they didn't, and I can see why it's disappointing. I can see. Now the question is trying to formulate what would you make, what will make you going back. It's not that it's pretty simple to in a way say like, okay, that was disappointing. But what were you expecting, and what would you make think happy is another question that I think is way harder to answer, and that's the actual one you want to answer if you want to this game to regain any interest. Is like,
yes,
what I want.
I think at this point it feels very much like we're waiting for it's not an answer to your question, but it feels both us and Simon are waiting for tactics, right? Like, and to see the impact that tactics and the possible other timeline has upon the game. It feels like that is the closest thing we will get to a 2.0. The question is whether or not the game is abandoned in favor of tactics, or tactics gives a whole new lease of life to struggling areas of the community. And I really think that depends on the way tactics implemented into song works, and how that feels and is adopted by the player base.
I will also add as well that it's not really on the community to decide what it wants. To some extent, I agree with what you're saying, is like, what do you want that would make you happy? But actually, that is going to be a question that's different from, like, just the three of us discussing it today. We will all have differences in opinions. Now, we come from a similar background within the game to an extent, so our opinions are probably more nuanced than they are similar. They're going to be similar on probably broad areas, but then there'll be nuanced.
I think we're all in agreement that until Free Folk have a 10% win rate, nobody's happy.
Yeah,
fair enough.
But the point being is that our opinions will be similar but different enough, whereas our opinions will differ massively compared to other people in the game.
Yeah, but can we say, for instance, like, we all want, as long-time players that is subject to field player fatigues and whatnot, we want renewal and we want diversity.
Yes.
That's that's basically all I'm asking, is renewal and diversity.
Yeah, I mean,
and
100%.
renewal.
And can we all also agree that we want named characters to be more prevalent, or is that already into sketchy ground?
No, I'm agree with it. I wouldn't say it's necessary, but I will say it will be very nice to have. Like, from my point of view, if they is keeping irrelevant, I'm like, okay, that's a bit sad, but that won't make me not play the game. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's that we're already getting into the nuance part there. Like, in the broadest strokes, like, because to me that's a very important part. But to you, it's just to you it's a nice to have. But to me, it's practically a line in the sand. If characters aren't important, then they're just blocks that are called Lannister X or Baratheon X, and they're just stats, and it might as well not matter. Whereas a character has an individual model that I enjoy to paint, has stuff that I can read about, I can do whatever. Whereas 90%, 99% of the units don't even exist in name in the world effectively. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're generic archetypes.
I can see the appeal and the reason why you want them, and I'm gonna say, from my point of view, it's more like I want them to be in because they will bring more variety. So that fulfills the first 2 points, like variability and like evolution. And I'm quite happy for them to be here because that's cool. That's the books. That's if they're not here, but the rest of it is fulfilled, I would say it won't be as good, but it will still be good enough for me that will be happy. That makes sense. But I can understand that somebody can have a completely different opinion about this.
I'll say you won't be happy actually on that point, and I mean this, I think, more objectively. But you won't be happy because there'll be less people playing. Because if the game if the game doesn't have a strong theme, especially in the modern world, the game can be as good as you want, but theme matters. Being true to the theme that you are in is what keeps players in and also drives players to the game. So you want a strong theme, even if you don't want it for yourself. You want a strong theme because it means a bigger player base.
No, that's fair enough. Like, I'm not saying I don't want this, please don't do it.
No.
I'm saying, like, sure. That's very good. And I will be the first one to say, like, yeah, cool, neat. I like it. I already have my general and my free NCUs.
Sure.
I think one of the big elephants in the room, which, not to turn the whole conversation on hours worth more of discussion or whatever, is that the game is far removed from the game is far removed from the Game of Thrones TV show. I know that it was never HBO based, but you have to understand the name recognition that it gave, and the books are long maligned dead in the water, as it were. Like there
Yeah.
could be
Yeah.
some kind of revival if Winds of Winter ever came out or something like that. But
Okay,
and so it's attachment, possibly through tactics, to some kind of success out of House of the Dragon, although they're not an aligned timeline, so I mean that doesn't even really help. Is a large part of why it becomes harder and harder over time to continue to grow the game and grow the community, right? Like,
but the thing is, the license game of like A Song of Fire and Fire. It's like I got friends that start playing in my little town because he was like speaking about it and like, oh yeah, I know this game, I've played this competitively, and he was like, oh sure, then he start to buy a box and we start playing each other, and like I kick his ass, I teach him how to play, and we had fun and whatever. He never read a single book, he never watched a TV show, he don't care. He only knows that this game was good because he saw people online speaking about the game balance and the game being interesting, and looking at, oh, you got tactics card and you got this political thing. He don't know who Cersei Lannister is, and he doesn't care.
Mm.
There are also
Yeah,
those people that exist. Like,
yes. Of course, for some people it doesn't matter at all.
and I think the more you go in time, the more we go far away from the success that was the HBO season 1 to 5. And because after the last season, I'm not gonna go about the quality of what the last seasons were, but
Mhm.
the whole thing has been kind of untouched about like, yeah, this doesn't worth looking at this thing as from like the universe perspective. For a lot of people that come new and that are younger, and that wasn't like 18 to 20 somethings, like what is it, 8 years ago when the series come live.
Yeah, give or take.
They're not gonna come through to this game through the past. Maybe some of them will read the book, but let's be fair, the amount of people that read book in our day and age is lower and lower. So they will come to the game because the game has a player base and it's a good game. That's actually, I think. So yes, it's nice to have the characters to be, and I was a fan of the series. I wrote all the book, and like I've been extensively about all the universe, and I love to have but I don't think that the game, it will be neat to people that read the book and are very happy with it. I don't think that will be necessary to bring a player base altogether. Even though I agree that will be very good to have and that will be very nice to have, I don't think that will be the main appeal, because the more the title of Song of Fire fall into oblivion, because that's what's happening. Like everybody was speaking about it. It was number one in the news like 10 years ago, and now we have like this one article every 6 months about J.R. Martin's swimming in his pool and everybody complaining about it.
I think though that it comes back a little bit, really full circle, and at this point I really do need to stop just continuing the conversation. But I think that for me, and it maybe just be a personal thing, it comes back a little bit to that idea of our self-created interest, right? And I feel that Song, as much as I think it's a wonderful competitive game and the best and tightest rule set and most interesting to play in a competitive sense. I've played tons of war games. Very few of them have I ever really felt interested to play competitively, just because I just don't think that the competitive side of the game brings out the best side of it. So Song is an incredible competitive game, but I have never felt that it's managed to capture any thematic side of the books or the series. And as an example to that, when the competitive scene is stagnant, or just like my gameplay is stagnant, because I generally don't participate in the competitive scene of most of the games that I play. If I'm getting stagnant with the game, I would fall back to a thematic level of something that I'm interested in, and that would let me play something thematic that I want to play and would reintroduce my interest in the game, or at the very least in the larger hobby of what I want to paint next, build next, do next. So, for example, say you're talking about Star Wars, that might be that I want to play, a Luke Skywalker based list, or I really want to play Obi-Wan with clones because the Clone Wars series is the best thing going. You know what I mean? And that doesn't require there to be a balance churn for me to want to play Obi-Wan, right? Song might be a personal problem, but song has never captured me such that I want to play a commander just because they are a representation of something that I like. Now, I know that some people see that differently. They play a commander because it's their favorite guy from the book. They play Jon all the time, or they play Drogo because they think that he's an absolute Chad or whatever, right? Like, I know there's the whole I participate in the Stannis Renly memes, but let's be fair, I don't play them because I think they're cool and because they're Stannis side or Renly side. I hate the splitting of the Baratheon faction. I think that it's really to the faction's detriment. But Song has never been able to capture it for me. Years and years and years of being very stagnant in Warhammer Fantasy Battle in a competitive sense. No reason to try and improve my list in any kind of way or build a new army or anything like that, but was always driven to build and play a new character who was cool, and that there were thematic armies that I could build around that character would have me spending hundreds and hundreds of pounds to build new armies just so that I can build a full Slayer army under the Slayer King, or insert thematic thing here. But I've never had the same feeling for Song, and I think that they miss on the narrative front entirely. And that's because, as I keep coming back to, I don't think that character design is front and centric to the game.
No, that's fair. But I will also say that from a universe perspective, Star Wars, Warhammer, Lord of the Ring, they're all like fantasy universe with like big battles and heroes and stuff. The Song of Ice and Fire is more akin to Dallas or House of Cards. This is not a universe about big battles and generals and people going in. This is about political manipulations and interpersonal relationship. That's how the whole universe is built. It's not built about like most of the battles are just spoke of by something else. Like Robb Stark is a very good example. He's not even a first-person character at any point. We know that he's a great general, that he's winning all the battles and whatnot. We never saw the battles. They're never told to us. Just the report that those battles have been won. And we never even see it from his point of view.
So
I don't think that A Song of Ice and Fire as a universe is made to be the hero leading the army, like Star Wars with the Clone Wars and Obi-Wan Kenobi leading the charge.
So I will say, though, that you put yourself in the position of saying that if you ever make a game around Lord of the Rings, there's no point really having Aragon leading an army, because Lord of the Rings isn't really about the battles either. But if you had a Lord of the Rings game and you didn't have characters like Aragon, Legolas,
well,
Gimli, you would lose
you get
the
like
amount of interest.
Like you get the Helm Deeps. That's like an hour long of this movie,
and it's
half
a page in a book.
Yeah,
not
fair
even
enough.
half
But
a page.
Yeah, but the movie, like the Games Workshop made, is based on the movie.
Sure, but
it wasn't based on the book.
I get that, but I think your argument is flawed in a sense of like you can say that the source material didn't have a lot of battles.
I'm just saying that okay, I can see why it could be nice to be personage centric, but you wouldn't have that many characters in the end, because you will have Robb Stark, maybe like the Stark child can be like part of it as units. Who cares about like half of the characters that are in the game? I got to reread the book to figure out where they're coming from in the first place.
every single character in the game outside of some of the NCUs participates in some level of skirmish throughout the series.
Yeah, but they're like a one line somewhere. It's not like a character like I don't like Tyen Sand. I'm just looking at it. I don't know what she really does in the book. Like if I don't
No.
read and
We all agree. Like we don't. I know. Tyen Sand's actually even one of the better, worse examples used because Tyen Sand's actually quite a relatively influential character in some ways. The best example was Shira Errol, right?
yeah,
I agree
like
with you.
who
Who
the
the
fuck-
fuck is
Shira
Shira
Errol? But more importantly, that was something we all mentioned when she was released. We all said, "Why is Shira Errol in the base box? Like, what the fuck?" This isn't
Something
Yeah.
of Haystack Hall? Or
the lady
So-
in Haystack Hall. Yeah, like
maybe,
I think there's a miss in the fact that there's too many characters, or they're not impactful enough, and they don't make like things enough. But
Yeah.
maybe there's also too many of them because
Yeah.
I cannot be like, oh, I'm gonna build this army for this character, but there's like 20 of them perfection or something like this. It's like
Yeah, you could have
and
half
half
as
of-
many if they were played.
yes.
Actually, were played. You could just end with that if they were played. Yeah, you only
Yeah.
need half as many. They just need to actually be played.
because like
Anyway.
I'm buying all the Euro box for one guy in the box.
I mean,
I'm gonna tap out there, guys. Anybody who's still listening,
30
you've
people.
had as much Carlo on Tony Ground as you'll probably get for the next year. You've heard all my thoughts on everything, and yeah, bye. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Nice
go
speaking
off.
to you guys. See you later. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Bye.
Indeed, we finished there. All right, guys. We had like 4 hours of conversation there. It wasn't really related to the patch, relating to other things, and there's probably some doom and gloom in there as well. I hope you enjoy the patch. It's been 7.5 hours, on and off. Take it easy. I might have to go back and edit some of this out. In fact, I might cut the second half of this video out. Enjoy. Thanks. See you later.
Ready? Aim! There's too many! Anyone see my mammoth? Stubby!